The action took place in a dense forest at night. The trees and area were illuminated only by the rays of the cold moon. The atmosphere was gloomy and mysterious. Under one tree, leaning his back on it, sat a knight in armor. He had already taken off his helmet, was holding his leg, which had been hit by 3 magic arrows, and was swearing, since under their influence the man could not feel his limb. At that moment, another knight began to run in his direction. His armor was covered in blood, and the man himself screamed heart-rendingly and looked around. It seemed that he was running away from someone or something. The boss looked at his subordinate and asked him where the rest of their comrades were. Dale said that they were all dead, killed. Only he was saved. All the knights were killed by one monster, and he was now walking in the direction of the remaining 2 people. The man who was sitting under the tree could not believe what he heard, since their group consisted of people who had reached level 40 and became professional player killers, so no one could deal with them alone. And just after these words, a fiery spell flew at them, which plunged the speakers into the abyss of pain and despair. Dale was dead, since he was directly affected by the spell. But his commander was a little more lucky. The wave from the attack did not actually hit him, but nevertheless he was very scared and trembled like an aspen leaf in the wind. But no matter how strong the feeling of fear was, the man jumped to his feet and drew his sword, ready to fight. In front of him stood a strange man in a loincloth, a mask made from the skull of some animal, and her whole body was enveloped in a warm red glow. The stranger's eyes sparkled, and he asked if his opponent really wanted to know who he was. The scene suddenly shifted to a more sinister and creepy environment. The horizon was burning with a red flame. The trees were withered and blackened against its background. Black crows were flying, and a terrible castle stood on the mountain. Terrible monsters made their way into the room and killed all the people they saw on their way. One man pressed his back against a wooden column in the hope that he would not be noticed. The man held his stomach. He realized that he had received too much damage. It was God of War Damien, level 904th, having the first rank of honor. It was confusing to the young man that there were so many abnormal conditions in this game. Bleeding, weakness that led to skills being blocked, as well as another abnormal condition such as stupor. Damien understood perfectly well that he was in a stalemate where even Saint Magnus and the High Heaven Immortal would not be able to heal him. King Arthur, the demon king and general of Campania, appeared before the wounded man. He looked at his opponent and recognized that he had an inner core and the will to win, since he was still standing after the fight. The god of war accelerated and decided to attack his opponent. But one of the main problems was that he could not use his skills to therefore counter the opponent's magic attack on him. And he enjoyed Damien's cries of pain. Having enjoyed the torment of the victim, Arthur released him. Damien could hardly stand on his feet. His indicators went negative, and the man himself did not understand why his opponent did this. Meanwhile, Void Lord Abracus increased his mana reserve, cast super regeneration, and then used the 7th demonic style, Tau. Arthur didn't like this at all because he was just in the mood to have fun with Damien, who was breathing heavily, but still standing. But the Demon King did not have time for this, so he decided to use the highest order spell multi-level World Destroyer on the enemy. The god of war looked at the long-haired man with all his eyes. He understood how powerful he was, especially considering that this was not the first time he had seen this spell, but it still made an indelible impression on him. But the moment Damien let his guard down, Arthur punched him in the stomach with such force that the young man coughed up blood. After that, he fell to the floor of the castle. The man's face was distorted from unbearable pain. Arthur attacked again. He believed that losers belonged at the very bottom, scum, in a deep hole and low-class players, with their own kind. But Damien was worried about another question. Why a person like Arthur, unprincipled and cruel, was considered a hero? The Demon King was already towering over his victim and smiling predatorily. Meanwhile, the main character's eyes were closing, and he still could not understand how it all came to this, when everything went wrong. It all started with the fact that 10 years ago a new game appeared, the world's first VR game, Chronicles of Artia, or simply Che. Various people were attracted like a magnet by the realistic graphics and the opportunity to upgrade NPCs, but the main task was to defeat the Demon King. But the reward for this was unknown. Nevertheless, for completing the main task, passing the raid on the Demon King. The reward was the opportunity to create your own kingdom and become a recognized hero of the world of this game, as well as various valuable trophies. Many players became obsessed with this game and spent all their time and all their earned money on it. Unfortunately, so was the main character of this story. In real life, his name was not Damien, but Jin Sung. He had a mother who reproached him for living by playing, and he had a brother who did not communicate with him because he considered him strange. And the young man improved his skills in the game and did not pay attention to his loved ones. In this way, Jin Sung spent 10 years of his life, and he realized that his family was trying to pull him out of the game world into the real world. But he did not give up. To fill the emptiness in his soul, he began to communicate with Arthur, whom he also met in the game. In real life, Arthur's name was Jong Yu-min, and in the game, he was originally a priest of the goddess Arya and had the ability Endless Cycle, which was the source of his endless mana. He seemed to everyone to be a good-natured, fair, and reliable commander, and only thanks to him a group of players reached the dungeon of the Demon King. But now, Damien lay on the floor at the feet of his once friend Arthur and realized that his end was near. Arthur did not feel a drop of sympathy for his former friend. He said that probably even such pitiful people as his opponent were needed by the world of the game, since with his hands he cleared the Demon King's dungeon. Damien looked at his opponent and asked him if the man was really planning to betray him from the very beginning, which caused him a silent surprise. Yuman smiled again and raised his blade for the final blow, saying that this is exactly what he planned to do, and did. The main character could not move to avoid the coming blow. He could not believe that all the efforts he had made over 10 years were wasted, and he had to die now, having achieved nothing. Suddenly he heard a voice in his head asking him if he wanted revenge. Hearing this, the guy pulled his trembling hand towards the voice, and the voice continued, "He said that he perfectly understands his feelings. He himself is the ancient evil and the lord of the abyss Abrakas." Then Abrakas decided to use Damien for his own purposes to kill the goddess of light Arya, and for this purpose appointed him as the representative of chaos on this earth. So when Arthur did this to Damien, he was able to rise to his feet, preparing to fend off his opponent's attack. After all the events in the game, Jin Sung woke up in the morning at home, in his room, in the real world. He looked around, turned his head, and could not understand what had ultimately happened. Yes, he understood that he was in his room, but he did not understand why. And at that moment the door began to open. His younger brother appeared in the doorway, who called the main character to come downstairs for breakfast, since food was already on the table. Oddly enough, Jin Sung barely recognized his relative and hesitantly asked if Ma Jin-hoon was standing in front of him. The guy thought that the older man definitely had problems with his head. But the problem was that his younger brother was now supposed to serve in the army and not wear a school uniform and look like that. And Jin Hong was already indignant, since his brother himself asked him to wake him up early. This behavior offended Jin Hong. He ran out of the room, slamming the door, leaving his brother in splendid isolation. The main character really began to think that he had lost his mind, but then he saw the date on the calendar. He was back in 2020. It was on this day 10 years ago that the beta version of the game Chronicles of Arcia was released, and Jin Sung began to understand and realize that somehow he had returned to the past. So the main character went downstairs and happily sat down and began to eat rice. Jin Sung's mother and younger brother looked at him in surprise. Since such behavior was unusual for him, they were wondering what happened to him. The young man himself was very happy, since for many years he had not eaten his mother's food, which was the most delicious in the real world. The main character was now recalling moments from childhood when the woman was healthy. Then they also sat together at the dinner table and ate her cooking. And now, to celebrate, Jin Sung ate so much that he felt a heaviness in his stomach because he had overeaten. Meanwhile, a story about a new game began to be broadcast on TV. The young man stared in front of him at the TV screen. Jin Hong also drew attention to the advertisement of the game, which said that a completely new game was coming out, the world of which would surprise every user with its realism, adventure, adrenaline situations, magic, and so on. Chewing another portion of rice, the main character said that this game is called HA. The younger brother thought that the older brother was mocking him and swearing, but Jin Sung denied this, since it was the name of the game, and not some obscene words and expressions. The brothers were fooling around, and the eldest thought that the beta version was supposed to be launched today. After that, the main character emptied his plate of rice and slammed his fist on the table, repeating the name of the game, Chronicles of Arcia. Jin Sung decided to go to his home. A taxi had already arrived, and he was about to get in when his mother hugged him and asked him to rest a little and not overwork himself. The young man had already gotten into the car, waved to his mother and asked her to get well, and asked the taxi driver to take him to one of the metro stations. The main character drove silently and looked out the car window. He was fully aware that he had gone back 10 years. At that time, the Galaxy M24 APP capsule was considered the latest model, not a coffin on wheels. In addition, that time was very difficult in his life, since his father was very ill, and he was forced to work several jobs until he dropped. He couldn't bear the burden of being the head of the family, so he fled into the world of a virtual game and left his family. Last time he was placed in this capsule, in which he spent 10 years playing the game, and the family was left alone with the cruel reality. And this is exactly what he conveniently forgot about. Jin Sung was remembering and thinking when he suddenly heard a familiar voice from the game saying that the system was being activated. The man heard a message from the game that the countdown had begun, and he had 167 hours. If he does not log in within this time, he will die. The guy didn't understand what was happening, because he hadn't created an account in the game yet. But not only the voice of the system sounded in his head, but others too, from which the young man's lair began to split in pain. Jin Sung understood that he had heard this voice before, but he did not yet understand exactly when. And the driver noticed that something was wrong with the passenger and asked him if he could be taken to the hospital if he was feeling unwell. Not fully believing what was happening, but sensing something was wrong, the young man came to a store specializing in gaming equipment, and the female consultant asked him how she could help him. Therefore, without thinking twice, the man said that he needed it, but the girl said that all the capsules were reserved. But the consultant offered him a choice of several options for capsules for the game. Each of them could be selected and ordered to be made especially for him. The problem was that he did not have the opportunity to wait, so he said that absolutely any ready-made model would suit him, preferably one of the newest ones. He was ready to pay any price. After that, the girl led him along, and he followed her and turned his head around. She led him to a secret room where several of the newest capsule models were located. Behind the fence was one of the capsules, which, after repairs, its owner did not take back, so it is now back on sale. Next to it was a sign with the price written on it. The girl also admitted that they had this capsule for demonstration, but Jin Sung did not listen to her further and handed her his card for payment. The consultant took the card, but she was very surprised, since the price of the capsule was very high, and this guy just buys it. Is he really the son of an oligarch? After paying, he decided to go home and wait for the workers who were supposed to come in the evening and install the capsule. And after installation, Jin Sung logged into his account in the game. He was worried that this was the end of his savings. Now he was beginning to understand what had happened, and how all the events were connected to each other, namely about returning to the past, notifications about the game, and about a strange voice in his head. The system asked the young man whether he wanted to start the game or not. The man was confident and said that he was ready to start the game. Meanwhile, in San Francisco, California, in the main building of the Evertail Corporation, in the secret Oracle department, a girl with short hair observed errors and alarms, as well as the blocking of the Chronicles of Arcia game code. Operator Chloe announced Code Black over the speakerphone to all employees. The employees of the Oracle department did not yet understand what was happening with the system. Only one thing was clear. They had an accident, so they needed to take urgent measures. Chloe demanded that the general manager come to her. At that moment, the head of the Oracle department, Kim Hyuk Jin, Master Hyuk, ran into the room, asking what had happened. He stood next to Chloe and began studying the alarm icons on the huge screen. The man asked the woman when it all started. She said that the failure began a few minutes ago, but the reasons were unknown to her. Chloe informed the main one that Akashic was blocking the main flow more and more, so if things continued like this, they would lose control over the game process. Akashic is the artificial intelligence that created the game Chronicles of Arcia. The problem was that the actions of the intelligence raised questions, since any instability could lead to the self-destruction of the artificial intelligence, and accordingly, the game. Meanwhile, Master Heck became increasingly angry as all their attempts failed, and the game system reported that control of the main flow had dropped to 25%. The Akashic record system attempted to take control of the entire game. Unable to think of anything better, the general manager ordered employees to turn off control over the main flow. Chloe tried to object to him, not understanding what it would give them. The man did not explain anything, but only said that they had no right to lose HA, so they needed to turn off the mainstream immediately. But his subordinates were afraid to do this, so he personally pressed the necessary button, not knowing what would happen next. So the situation improved. Akashic gave control over the mainstream of the game to the company. Master Heck calmed down and looked at the blue screen, realizing that the game had just begun. Meanwhile, at home, Jin Sung opened one eye, listening to the game system notifications that he had entered the game. His name is Damien. He found himself on the Whispering Island, and the voice of the system welcomed him to the Chronicles of Arcia. The guy stood up and began to look forward, smiling a little, as he realized that he was back in the game in which he had spent the last 10 years of his life. The most interesting thing is that he remembered everything perfectly, every event that happened in this world over the past 10 years. The man remembered his main rival and former friend Jong Yumin. He promised himself that he would definitely find him and take revenge while clenching his fists. The main character was determined to find and destroy Yumin no matter what it took, because he did not want to return to this game anymore. And for this, it was necessary to finish with the main villain and traitor. But having calmed down a little, he looked around and realized that he had no idea where he was, because he was supposed to appear in the village for beginners. And then it happened that a screen appeared in front of the young man on which it was written that the connection protocol of the user Damien was confirmed. The same voice told the guy that if his character dies in the game, he will die in real life, and if he does not complete the main task within a given period of time, he will also die in real life. Jin Sung did not understand that the voice of the game system was telling him how this was possible. But then severe pain pierced him, and the guy grabbed his head, and a voice said that the pain threshold had been cancelled. The young man fell to the ground in pain, shaking. He shouted into the void about what this terrible game had done to his body. The main quest has been updated to require him to take revenge on the Demon King and has a due date. But the surprises didn't end there. The game system assigned him a new title, Witch Doctor, which greatly surprised the main character. So, the Witch Doctor is that class of heroes who uses the ancient magic of spirits and also worships death and specializes in curses of various kinds. These people in the game see death as liberation. In addition, the identities of the Witch Doctors have always been shrouded in mystery. The man has now become a medicine man. He opened the statistics. There were zeros in all categories, and he was given the title Squalor. The level is equal to 1. He could use curses and poison magic, as well as summon magical creatures to cause cumulative damage to the enemy. The system informed the main character that he broke the rules and his reputation score was too low, so the system gave him a fine, which surprised and discouraged the player. The young man was very angry. He grabbed a sign on which system notifications and his data were written. He shook her and shouted that such a reputation could only be attributed to the man who killed more than 1 trillion players in this game. Damien grabbed his head, stopping shaking the sign. He didn't understand what was happening now, so he assumed that perhaps it was some kind of bug. The guy practically cried from what he had just seen and read on the blue screen of the system message. It said that he would receive penalties if his character suddenly died, but the protective aura of the safe zone would not affect him. Suddenly, the young man realized that if he received these fines, he would become an enemy and an outcast in the world of the game. He would be shunned almost as much as the Demon King, and in this case, it would be extremely difficult to find comrades in arms. Damien had not yet taken any action. He realized that he had a chance to fix everything, but the problem was that his life was currently hanging by a thread. In addition, the man realized that from now on he would need to hide his face from other people so that no one could recognize him without her. He also did not like this idea and caused indignation and confusion. But be that as it may, he had no time to feel sorry for himself, and he didn't see the point in such actions, so the young man decided to move and do something. So he came to a small village called Dunvaten. The next step was to find one of the unremarkable houses and go there. It turned out to be the house of the village chief, whose name was Elmore. The old man sat at a wooden table and greeted the traveler who came here from another world. The headman said that a stranger might come in. The traveler looked very strange. He was wearing a loincloth and also a paper bag on his head with 2 round holes for his eyes. Damien walked up to the table and looked carefully at the man who was sitting behind it. The headman was extremely surprised, so the first thing he asked was why the guy had a bag on his head with holes for his eyes. The protagonist's argument was as damning as possible. He said he believes wearing a bag on your head is a sign of cool and style. The old man was ready to hear a lot, but even he, a wise man of experience, was discouraged and surprised by such an explanation. So he froze silently and did not know what to say to the guy who came. Damien felt no better. He was flushed with shame. Luckily, no one saw this. In addition, he thought and mentally resented the fact that the quest was a prerequisite, and therefore he had to walk around with this bag on his head. Meanwhile, the old man decided to break the long silence. He cleared his throat and said that he respected the young man's choice in terms of accessories. Damien exhaled at least about this. And then the elder, for no apparent reason, began to scatter scrolls on the table, surprising himself and also saying that he had a small task for the young man. But after an instant the man became serious and asked the strange traveler who had come to listen to him carefully. So the old man told Damien that there were a lot of chickens on the Whispering Island. They penetrate the granary and peck at all the grain stocks that are there. Therefore the young man needs to go there too and catch 10 of these insatiable chickens. After that, bring the animals back to the village and give them to him personally. The main character had no other choice but to go and try to fulfill the conditions of the task in order to complete this quest. So he tracked down the first chicken and waited in the bushes for the right moment to attack. We didn't have to wait long, and the right moment came quickly. The guy released the dart and hit it right on target. The chicken. The first victim lay in the clearing and trembled. The young man decided to take her away. But he never approached the bird, but sat down on the ground where he stood, feeling extremely tired. This is not surprising, since at that moment he had only 1 HP, which he very conveniently forgot about. Damien sighed and saw another message from the game system. He was informed that he had to catch 10 chickens and collect 10 yellow feathers, but since he only completed 10% of the task and caught 1 chicken, his reward was a beginner's kit from Elmore. Nevertheless, it was already better than nothing. Therefore, now the young man began to study the names and properties of the items that were included in the newbie kit from Elmore. After studying the table, the guy realized that he only had 1 skill open, so at the moment he could only use poison needle shooting. All his other skills will be unlocked only after reaching the 10th level. This created problems and inconvenience, but nothing could be done. So he got up and told himself that he had had enough of resting. It was time to look for the chickens again. Damien was sure that this time his hunt would be more successful, since he not only studied the table and felt sorry for himself, but also practiced shooting needles a little, so he believed that he was great and would easily complete the task. And he was right. Another chicken was killed by a poison needle that hit him right in the butt. The 3rd chicken received a needle directly in the back, the 4th in the loin. The 5th chick caught the poison needle with the back of its bird body. Meanwhile, in the office of the Yu-Shin Group Company, which was located on one of the floors of a high-rise building, a young and handsome young man was sitting in a special chair module for the game and rubbing the back of his head. A man with glasses approached him, handed him a towel, and asked how everything went for the young man. The guy took the towel and said that everything was much more interesting than he expected. The blonde was wiping his face with a towel. He was interested in how well these modular capsules were selling. The assistant replied that all copies were sold on the first day, as soon as people were told that they could do it. The man was pleased with the result, since the development of their company was preparing a real revolution among famous VR games. But at that very moment someone called him, and he stared at the vibrating phone on the table. The blonde immediately picked up the phone, since the director himself was calling him, so he politely began the conversation. The young man was interested in whether the director had prepared what he asked for. The man on the other end of the line said that he did everything in the best possible way. Namely, he made sure that his young master had access to the most suitable class, the fastest character development, and the ability to use all types of items and equipment. This information greatly pleased the blonde. He thanked the director for the work done and said that now he could definitely make a splash in this new game. The men said goodbye. The blonde man now sat and thoughtfully looked out the window behind which white birds were flying and thought about HA's game. So, this young man's name in ordinary life was Jong Yuman, and he was the fourth grandson of the chairman of Yu Shin Group, but in the game Ha, he was known as King Arthur. Meanwhile, Damien completed the first task of the quest to catch the chickens. He looked tired and out of breath, but nevertheless, he managed to collect the required number of chickens. When suddenly a new message came from the game system, the guy was enveloped in a blue glow, and a voice said that he was now a second-level witch doctor, and for successfully completing the task, his level automatically increases. At this moment, the main character experienced great relief, but then he froze and stared at the table, in which he saw that he had earned as many as 5 statistic points. This was great news. Damien knew that usually a player gets only 2 points for leveling up, but if the player belonged to the Improv class or was a custom character, he could get 3 points but not 5, as he received now. The man suggested that he received such a number of points only because his class was hidden. Besides, he understood that this was not such a bad bonus. All this gave confidence and determination to the main character, as he longed to find his rival and take revenge on him. The main character collected 10 chickens, but this caused a new problem to arise from which he was now trying to escape. Damien was being chased by a whole crowd of angry mother chickens who wanted to take away and take revenge on him for their babies. This chase was accompanied by noise, and therefore attracted the attention of local residents of the village, into which Zakar had already run, chased by a crowd of chickens. The man, villager, turned around at the sound that was coming from behind. The main character ran past him at great speed, having previously managed to put a paper bag on his head. A local resident almost dropped the thing he was holding in his hands in surprise. Although Damien noticed that he almost pushed the man, he did not stop and apologize, but continued to run. The boy began to turn his head around in the hope of understanding what had just happened and what was happening in general. At the same moment, he was almost knocked down by a flock of chickens who were trying to catch up with the main character, and they were doing well. The group of 3 adventurers wondered who the man with the bag on his head was. One of them suggested that the runner was the Tamer, but most likely this was an incorrect assumption. The adventurers also noticed that the young man would soon come to an inglorious end, since he was practically exhausted from running and the chickens had almost caught up with him, being 1 step away from him. The main character turned around and fired a poison needle from his weapon at one of the chickens, and it hit the target. The chicken screamed and her relatives looked at her in surprise and fear. A few hours earlier, Damien was in the forest. He shot one of the chickens and stood waiting for the reaction of the others, which was not long in coming. At that moment, when the birds began to run towards him, he suddenly realized that he had overdone it in the process. But be that as it may, if he wanted to complete Elmore's tasks and gather a whole flock of angry chickens, then he needed to grit his teeth now and run to pull off the trick that he himself had come up with. And he ran. So he ran to another clearing and stopped, turning his head around. He realized that if he was not mistaken, he had already arrived at the place he wanted. And I was not mistaken. The chickens could not know that the man had prepared a trap in advance. He dug a deep hole and disguised it with grass, so the whole flock of them did not notice it and fell into the hole, and the man stood at the top and smiled triumphantly. Damien looked ominous at this moment. He took out his pipe with poisoned needles and was going to kill all the individuals in order to gain experience points. So, the needles flew at the birds. The young man began to receive system messages one after another that he had killed a chicken or a rooster, and also that he received experience for this. After that, another system message came saying that he had reached level 9. The young man was pleased with himself and decided not to slow down in order to reach the 10th level as quickly as possible and discover another necessary skill. But what got him in this situation was that during this battle he received only one experience point. Meanwhile, in the nearby forest, player Chol Min-jong was doing the same thing, killing chickens and roosters to increase his level and gain experience points. The man used his blades for this. In this he was accompanied by Dong-chul and Min-young. Both men believed that this was not a game, but a fairy tale, and simpler tasks would be difficult to find in other games. Nam-soo and Jin-sang were also part of this group of players and shared the opinion that they were incredibly lucky, and they liked the process of playing and completing this task. These guys came to the forest, which the main character had already visited, and found chickens that he had not finished off, and they began to kill the birds because someone else's is always sweeter than your own. Having finished off the chickens and roosters, the group of people increased their level to the 7th. The men believed that in this way they would soon become rankers. But they didn't notice Damien appear behind them. The young man found such reflections extremely amusing and funny. Ming-jang turned towards the voice and said with an arrogant look that he didn't think it was funny. And at that moment, the main character hit him with all his strength in the jaw, so much so that his opponent's blood sprayed in different directions. But not only did the man start bleeding, he also lost consciousness from this blow and received a system alert that a status effect had been applied to him, and the player could not control his character for 5 minutes. The rest of his group just stood there and did nothing, just tried to call their leader by name. But then they came out of their stupor, ran up to their comrade, began to rub his hands and ask him to wake up and come to his senses. Damien watched this heartbreaking picture from the side, but soon he got tired of doing this and turned to the men who were still conscious. The main character was angry. He didn't like that these guys came ready and ate the prey he caught. He came closer to the uninvited guests and ordered them to immediately spit it out, while he was still in a more or less good mood. The other members of the group began to object and became angry, as they believed that since their opponent did not have solid evidence that this loot was his, then they were not going to spit it out, and he had no right to tell them. But for Damien everything was obvious, since all the chickens were lying and unconscious because his needles with poison were sticking into them, which spread throughout their bodies. Then he looked intently at his opponents and said that they were lying, looking into his eyes, and not blushing at the same time. He regarded this as their desire to die the death of the brave. But he was not a monster or a villain, so he gave the players one more chance. They had to spit out everything they had gobbled up, and then they could go in all 4 directions. In this case, he would not hold them back. 5 minutes have passed. Yi Ming-jung came to his senses. He was still lying on the ground, but he tightly grasped the handle of his sword, saying that he refused to comply with such a request. Stranger. And then he suddenly jumped up and rushed to attack the witch doctor, swinging his sword at him, calling him bad words. Such an attack did not make any impression on the main character. He was already preparing to repel the attack, but at the same time he was a little upset that his offer was rejected. Therefore, without any qualms of conscience, he hit the man attacking him on the head with all his strength with his weapon. One of the group of players fearfully pronounced the name of the defeated boss. The second, who was a little more decisive, ordered his allies to attack the witch doctor and kill him. He heard the order. The players all attacked Damien, who stood and did not move, looking at the crowd of people that was approaching him. Then he concentrated, channeled all his strength into his weapon and rushed to attack. He beat every man who came in his way, thus preventing them from counterattacking. The main character scattered all his opponents in a matter of seconds, leaving only one, over whom he raised his weapon to strike. The young man continued to punch his opponents and demand that they spit out his prey. The guys were already well beaten. They were bleeding. They did not understand what was wrong with the attacker. But the worst thing awaited them a little later, when they received a system notification that their squad member Dong-chul was dead. At the same time, a man with a bag on his head looked at them predatorily through slits for his eyes. The rest of the players called him Damager and decided that the best solution for them would be to escape. In games, damage dealers were those players and their characters whose goal was to inflict maximum damage on other players. In other words, they were real killers. Therefore, even though the guys began to run away from the main character, he still shot poisonous needles at them. Now, thanks to his accumulated experience, he was able to easily hit a moving target. Thus, his opponents had no chance of survival. After direct hits, members of Dongchul's group fell to the ground. Many were already foaming at the mouth. They received system notifications that they had been poisoned. The job was done, and it was too late to regret anything. So Damien looked at the corpses of people and realized that one more was missing. And he began to turn his head in search of the last member of this group. The last player hid in the grass and covered his mouth with his hands so that the enemy would not hear or find him. The man realized that he would not be able to escape from the enemy in the game, so he tried to exit the game. But the system told him that he could not exit while the battle was ongoing. The system also informed the player, who was now hiding, that he could only come out in 300 seconds. The man was in despair because he understood that he would not be able to win, and he did not expect that in this forest they would meet a damage dealer. Pretending to be a corpse in the grass was no longer relevant to him, since the medicine man approached him from behind and silently stopped, towering over him. The stranger had no chance, and Damien calmly poisoned him too. After the young man finished dealing with the people who decided to steal his loot, he studied the changed indicators of his data. So he received 58 yellow feathers and 47 white feathers, and also he received 47 common experience potions. The result pleased him beyond words, since everything turned out better than he had expected. But the best bonus was that he had finally reached level 10. In addition, the system reported that his level 10 skills had been activated. Now the guy could use Voodoo Doll, Poison, Bloody Pulse, Raise Dead. Suddenly the message screen lit up red. A notification came that he had committed a murder, and all indicators decreased by 1, and further reduction of indicators was impossible. The young man realized that even if you have reached the bottom, this is not a death sentence. And then Damien finished reading that he had acquired a skill called Atrocity, which in its essence was very close to cheating. After this, the young man got tired of reading about his capabilities. He didn't want to understand the details, so in any case, he was happy with everything and liked everything. He decided that it was time to move on. So he left the corpses behind him and moved on and said that he was now looking forward to raising the level again. A new day has come. The main character left the game and decided to communicate with other people in real life. So he came to a regular grocery store where one of his friends worked. The young man took the basket and went to choose and collect various types of food for himself. His friend, who worked as a salesman, was indignant and said that he had taken too much food, and if he ate it all, he would feel bad. Jin Sung turned around, winked at his friend, and said that he had been very busy lately, so he did not have time to go to cafes, and he would not be able to go shopping often. The main character collected a full basket of various products and asked them to fill them, since it was time for him to leave. The cashier punched but then told his friend to put away his wallet because the amount was not that big, and he himself decided to pay for his friend's groceries. Jin Sung understood that his friend had given him a favor and a gift, so he was a little embarrassed. And the man behind the counter said that the next time they meet, the main character will buy him a drink. But just as the young man was about to leave the store, he heard his friend turn on a news story on the phone, which said that the young player Jong Human Time and Space Storm had announced his resignation. The announcer continued and said that this young man said that he was no longer interested in regular computer games. Jin Sung froze at the exit and began to listen. And then he ran up to his friend and looked at the phone that was standing on the table. The plot continued. The presenter said that Yumin was going to join the now popular game Chronicles of Arcia. The main character looked intently at the screen, and a friend asked if the guy really knew this man and why he reacted so strangely. Jin Sung hesitated and said that he had heard about this player because he was quite popular. And the seller added that he is also tall, handsome, and also good at games. The cashier said that if his friend had not heard of Yumin, he might have been mistaken for a spy. Having finished his business in real life, the young man decided that it was time for him to do virtual business. Now he was in the forest near the village of Dunvaten. The young man was very angry. He thought that Yumin had finally decided to join HA's game, but at the same time he did not feel delighted and was again smoking his tool. At this moment, he received a notification that he had reached level 15, so he knew that he could not relax. The main character understood that he needed to become even stronger if he wanted to defeat his worst enemy in the future. Therefore, he began to turn his head around and remember some information that should help him with this. So he opened the dashboard. On it, he found a description of a new task. He had to defeat a mutating boar and then get its skin. The reward for completing the task was to be a recommendation from Elmore. The young man decided to complete this task and walked through the forest. He understood that if he managed to kill the boar and take its skin, he could go somewhere else with a letter of recommendation from Elmore. But there was one problem. Wild boars often change places, so finding the required boar will not be as easy as it seems. In addition, if he does not find the animal's lair within an hour, then he will be able to make a new attempt only after another hour. Nevertheless, the young man was very lucky. He saw how, not far from the waterfall, a wild boar stood calmly and ate green grass. To understand what and how to do with the boar, the main character opened and began to study its data. So, he belonged to the Ragan elite and had the 30th level. This information made Damien think a little. He realized that if he loses his vigilance, this wild beast could easily kill him. He knew that in this game, all wild and domestic animals were divided into several groups. The first included ordinary ones, the second, elite ones, the third, nominal ones, and the fourth, champions. The main character was sure that if he now used his poison skill and unexpectedly attacked a wild beast, which he did, he would easily defeat it. So the young man delivered a test blow to the boar's muzzle and sat down opposite it, teasing it even more and waving his palm in a welcoming gesture. This behavior of the man angered the already angry boar even more, so he decided to attack the young man. But this did not frighten the man much. He easily jumped back, not allowing the wild animal to strike with his fangs. And then Damien took out a bottle of poison potion and threw it at the boar. The bottle hit the wild animal directly in the face and broke, spilling liquid onto its body. The boar screamed madly in pain. The young man carefully watched the actions of the boar, who turned his head trying to get rid of the potion, but nothing worked for him. And besides, he had no recovery. In addition, the main character knew that a wild animal could not summon other monsters, did not have magical immunity, and did not have the ability to create a protective barrier. At that moment, the program received a notification that the wild boar's protection had been destroyed. The potion continued to do its job and the guy was happy with it. The system reported that the boar's protection level had been reduced. But something happened that Damien did not expect. The wild animal ran straight towards the young man out of anger. However, it didn't work and the guy was able to dodge, but he understood that it was very close and the enemy almost hit him. The animal went completely crazy. The main character decided that he would not attack the enemy for now, but run away so that he would have a minute to think. The guy realized that the boar acted ahead, without thinking about its actions, so he considered it a primitive monster. Damien was cornered by the animal, as a wall appeared in front of him, which had not been there for several minutes, but now was. So he thought that it was the monster's skill, create walls. Therefore, the young man pressed his back against the wall and pretended that he was very scared, that he did not know what to do, because he had nowhere to run. And a boar ran towards him. There was a collision between a man and an animal. The package flew off the main character's head, and he had already used his new skills, transformation into a zombie, first level, with the corpse characteristic. Damien was in terrible pain. While he is in the body of a zombie, a killing aura will be created around him, which poisons all enemies within a radius of 3 meters. But it cannot be combined with other skills, and the cooldown time for this skill is 1800 seconds. The boar also sensed something was wrong. He began to shake with fear at the sight of the man, but he could not run away yet, since his entire body was pierced and chained to the ground by chilling horror. But the young man did not care about the animal's feelings. He himself became increasingly angry since because of his actions he himself almost died. It was starting to rain lightly in the forest, but the opponents didn't even notice this. Damien had little control over his anger and desire to kill, so he attacked the wild beast, filled with Thus, the man dealt a series of blows to the animal. At the same time, he received notifications from the game system that the beast was bleeding and was now poisoned. In addition, The system reminded that the young man had only 10 seconds left until he left the zombie body. He thought that this was quite enough and smiled predatorily, preparing to attack. Therefore, he decided to use the deadly aura that he had accumulated around his fist. And after that, he attacked the boar, striking it with a fist that was saturated with a deadly aura. The game system began its countdown. With every second, there was less and less time left in the body of a zombie for the main character. Every second, he dealt a new blow to the boar, with which on the last 3 he fell to the ground with his paws up and did not move. So the system defended this by defeating the animal. As a reward, she added HP points to the player, and also informed him that he had reached the 16th level and had only 1 second left in the body of a zombie. When Damien had 0 seconds left in the dead man's body, he tiredly sat down on the ground and tried to catch his breath after the fight. The skill of turning into a zombie was disabled, and the young man returned to his normal appearance. He realized that he had defeated this ferocious wild boar. So for killing a boar, the main character also received its tusks and skin, its meat, and a lot of gold coins in addition. Now the game system has assigned him a new title, the Loner Who Tamed the Wild Boar. When the first surprise passed, the young man was incredibly happy, as he managed to get all the main rewards for completing this task. The man understood that he now had a solo title, which was given to players who alone were able to defeat the main boss of the Whispering Island. Now, his strength, speed, advancement have increased by 3%, and the stability of his characteristics by 1%. After this, Damien began to think about what he should do with the prizes he received. He decided that he would give the skin and tusks to Elmore, but he had not yet decided what to do with the meat. At that moment, someone behind him called him a strange man. The main character turned around to see the impudent man who added fuel to the fire and said that he was an adventurer who rebelled against death itself. The owner of this voice was a middle-aged man with an athletic build. He was also wearing a loincloth, which suggested that he and Damien were somewhat similar. The young man now turned to face the stranger and took a fighting stance since he had no idea who was in front of him and what to expect from him. Besides, this man looks as if he has lived for thousands of years and has extraordinary wisdom. The most surprising thing was that the main character could not look at this person's profile. The system message did not indicate either age or title. Nothing except that he had a complex character, so you should behave with caution. This man came close to Damien, put his palm on his forehead, and asked how he managed to move after death. Then the man removed the hair from the young guy's forehead and said that the mark on his forehead indicated that he was from another world. The main character didn't like the fact that it was unclear who was touching him, so he pushed the stranger's hand away and asked him to keep a distance between them. This aroused the interest of his opponent. Meanwhile, the man made his own conclusions and said with a smile that he understood everything. This was already beginning to irritate Damien, but he asked what this strange man understood. The elderly man did not torment the young man with waiting and said that he had adopted the power of darkness, which surprised him, because he did not expect such a turn. The stranger explained his thought. He said that the guy in front of him used dark powers to become dead for a short period of time, and this was not some kind of crime, because if you think about it, a dead person cannot die again. But this was not important in the opinion of the man with a beard. But the fact that he did not understand how an adventurer from another world could harbor a dark power that could compete with the power of the Demon King. This speech amazed the main character. He did not understand how this man could understand everything. He just smiled and said that he saw everything with his own eyes. Before Damien had time to digest this information, he received a message from the game system which stated that new data had appeared. The man's name was Kirun, and he is a priest of the apocalypse and leader of the black cult. His main goal was to find a player who could defeat the goddess Arya. This information puzzled the main character a little, and he called the black cult unreal. This angered Kirun, who considered himself the seventh and perhaps the main representative of the god Shaka. He believed that as soon as the goddess Arya fell by his hand, he would be able to spread the psalms of the apocalypse throughout the world. Damien understood that he had made a mistake and the priest intended to teach him a lesson. so he asked him to hold off on this for a while. But the priest did not listen to him and attacked. The young man dodged with ease, and his opponent missed. The guy didn't understand why the man was reacting so violently to his words. The main character considered his opponent crazy, but he attacked again, and this time much more successfully than the first. Even if it was at the last second, the young man was able to dodge the attacker's fist. But the old man did not use a simple punch, but in doing so, he activated spiritual energy that was like a laser. It was lucky that she passed by the main character. The destruction from it was also enormous, so the guy looked at the traces that remained from this attack on the ground and thought about where this man got such destructive power. The priest himself was surprised that this guy was able to dodge his blow. Now Damien himself was ready to fight back, so he took a fighting stance, saying that he didn't have much of a choice. Either he dodges or says goodbye to his life. Kirun smiled and called him a tenacious fellow. The priest was not going to stop with the first two blows. He was going to test how well the young man could dodge various attacks. The guy, although he didn't want to lose, he also didn't know what to do in such a situation. At that moment, a system alert came, and the main character realized that a special quest awaited him, which he could not cancel. The essence of the task is that Kirun showed hostility towards him and activated a test for the young man, which he had to withstand. In addition, Damien knew that special quests only fell to selected special players. These tasks were very important, since they determined the further development of the game. It was also known that the game world as a whole changed depending on the player's actions. Therefore, the impact of completing the quest on the game world was enormous and irreversible. The guy thought about it. He realized that this person was directly related to special quests, which gave him another thought. But the priest did not allow him to form his thought to the end, since he was already attacking. The guy decided that he would try to run away from him for now. While running, the young man remembered that during the last game, when he was the king of battle, the main quest was to kill Abraxas. Then he, accompanied by 6 other great masters, entered the most dangerous place in this game, the Abyss. He made many attempts to clear the dungeon of demons until he met Abraxas on his way. If he had not fulfilled the conditions of the quest that time, half the world would have been destroyed. Therefore, special quests are some of the most important in the Chronicles of Arshia. Therefore, now he suddenly realized that if he was dealing with a quest of this type, then he needed to complete it at any cost. The priest did not appreciate the guy's ability to run, so he thought that he was fooling around and he didn't like it, so he attacked the main character again. But this time the young man was not afraid. He folded his hands in front of him and began to read a spell in an incomprehensible language. With this spell, he activated one of his skills, which was called Blood Pulse. Now Damien was not going to reflex anymore. His main goal was to completely immerse himself in the battle and not be distracted by anything else, relying on his skills, instincts, and bloody impulse. Kirun was angry because the guy dodged his blows. The main character was unable to completely dodge the enemy's next blow. He couldn't figure out if the opponent was a martial artist. The priest attacked the young man almost non-stop, but the main character was happy that he was able to better and better resist the enemy. But not only was Damien able to run away and evade, he also began to anticipate the next steps that the man was taking. That's why he guessed about this maneuver. And he was able to dodge the blow, and then ran again. The thought that he must survive at any cost was beating in his head. So the main character thought that it wasn't such a bad idea to run away and stall for time. But then he turned around and noticed that the priest was concentrating his power for a new attack, and it looked very intimidating. The energy was collected into a glowing ball that the man was about to throw at the young man. A long second passed, and Kieran shouted that he was wondering if the main character would be able to dodge this powerful attack. At this moment, Damien felt a slight trembling as he had no idea where such power came from, and he did not understand how to evade this attack. The guy was unable to dodge the blow, and as a result, he was now standing in the middle of the clearing on his knees and breathing heavily, and around there was scorched earth and broken trees. At this moment, a system notification came to the main character, which informed him that he had exactly 2 seconds left to use the end of the skill. Kaerun approached him and said that the guy was in good physical shape. Another notification arrived, The guy had 1 second left. At this point he smiled and said that his opponent was in much better physical shape than him. And after that the system reported that the zombie mode was disabled. Damien exhaled as he thought he would die this time. Kirun looked pleased. The game system informed the main character that he had successfully passed the priest's test. And the strange man smiled and said that it seemed to him that the main character would talk in the grave. The young man kept up with the priest in wit and said that the opportunity to live and be happy was very difficult for him and he paid a high price for it. So he did not intend to have the opportunity to live to the fullest. Meanwhile, Kirun gave him his hand and helped him up. The man asked the guy that by the opportunity to live to the fullest, he meant using the power of darkness. Damien confirmed this guess. The priest laughed. He assured that he, as a representative of the god Shaka, simply could not help but notice something like that. So he understood everything at once. The man noticed that the young man did not understand who the god Shaka was, and explained that he was the most powerful god of Arcia, the lord of darkness and the apocalypse. The guy looked confused, and the priest said that after Arya, Shaka is the second most powerful and powerful god in this world. The main character began to remember the information he knew about the gods in this game. So Arya was the goddess of light and also the supreme goddess. Next came the gods of water and fire, Nisa and Phoenix, and followed them by the god of plants, Tenasil. After them, the iron god Oriet and the earth god Caud took their places of honor. In other words, these were the 6 great gods of Arcia, but among them he did not remember the presence of the god Shiki, so he understood that be that as it may, the system cannot make mistakes, and this means that man makes mistakes. But since the young man did not voice this thought, Kirun decided to get down to business and no longer pull the cat by the tail. He looked closely at the guy and asked him if he would like to become much stronger than he already is now. The priest continued. He had information that adventurers from another world were always looking for ways to quickly level up. Damien didn't deny it. Hearing this answer, the man invited the guy to become his student, since he also wanted to increase his level in a short time. But Damien turned around and began to leave the place that had recently been their battlefield, and he also said that he was rejecting this offer, which caused a flurry of indignation behind his back. But the man did not want to let the young man go, so he did not find a better way than to hit him on the head with the edge of his palm. We can say that this tactic worked and the guy turned to face the offender. It must be admitted that these two had similar characters, so they couldn't come up with anything better than to start verbally insulting each other. Meanwhile, the old man became serious and said that the power of the god Shiki is very great. The priest assured the main character that even such an unlucky student as Damien could, under the guidance of the priest, become a great warrior and ruler. But the young man asked his opponent whether he would really believe such tales if he were in his place. Damien continued to talk about how the old man offered to become his student, but not before almost killing the student. It all looked very strange. The priest suddenly realized that in this way he would not convince the guy to become his student, so he decided to use his last trump card. He took out a book and put it in front of the guy, asking him to read it, since he did not believe the words. Damien looked at the book, which began to glow and vibrate. A message has arrived from the game system. It said that the book was called The Spell of the Apocalypse, the Book of the Dark Covenant, and also that a special quest called Meeting with the Seventh God has been activated. Kirun was pleased with the resulting effect, since the guy looked as if he had seen a ghost. The old man said that this book is the only one in this world that allows people to meet the seventh god, the god Shika. The man insisted that the guy open the book right now, but he hesitated a little. But he still didn't wait long, so he stretched out his hand to the book and opened it, convincing himself that this was an ordinary book, nothing more. At that moment, the guy heard the old man calling him and suddenly noticed that he was raising some kind of stick over him, and then there was a strong blow to his head with this stick. Although the blow was strong, it was not fatal, and the young man woke up, although he was in an unfamiliar dark place. The main character rubbed the bruised area, which still hurt. He suddenly realized that in order for him to meet the god Shika, the priest hit him and sent him to the underworld. Damien was not going to let Kiruna get away with this, so he decided that when he returned back he would take revenge. But suddenly, he saw a horned silhouette on the floor of the cave. The main character fell into prostration, since now in front of him stood not an evil, ugly demon, the Lord of Darkness, but a very cute, one might even say beautiful child in a horned helmet, and looked at him. Then this child began to dance and jump around Damien, who was sitting in the lotus position, and asked him to stop fooling around and tell him where they were now. But the boy did not listen to him, when suddenly he stopped abruptly, bent down to him, and said that he had a familiar smell coming from him. After this, the child walked away a little and said that he really liked the young man and invited him to become friends. But the main character himself did not understand what was happening and why he should accept such an offer of friendship. Since the child looked at him too ingratiatingly, the young man decided to ask if he had any friends at all. The boy became furious and tried to prove that he had a lot of friends. The child claimed that his friends loved him very much, so he decided to give the newly arrived person a friend too, which greatly surprised him. The boy pointed his finger towards another passage in the cave and from where yellow chickens appeared, which turned out to be his friends. There were too many of these little birds in the dungeon, and they ran in a flock towards the main character. The chickens surrounded and climbed on Damien, who did not know how to react to all this, and the boy was already saying that these were his friends and was happy about it. And then the child grabbed his hand and repeated his request, and for some reason the main character gave his consent to become friends with this little man. The boy looked at him intently with his big eyes and repeated that from that moment they became friends. At this very moment, the child abruptly let go of the protagonist's hand. He began to fall. As he felt that he was losing consciousness, he was being led heavier, and the image of the child became blurry. The main character came to his senses only in the evening at the fire next to Kaerun. The man was worried about the potential student, since he did not regain consciousness for a long time. The priest asked how the guy was feeling, but he was in no hurry to answer because the anger and rage of the main character overwhelmed him. Damien ran up to the man and started calling him names. The guy grabbed the old man by the neck and began to choke him, although he asked to let him go, but the young man was not going to do this, since he considered this justifiable revenge for the fact that the priest himself had almost killed him earlier. The priest realized that he would not be able to reach a good agreement with the future student, so he again hit him on the head with his fist so that he would let him go. The elderly man's tactics worked and the guy let him go, but he himself was twisted from sharp and severe pain. At the same moment, he received another notification from the system, which stated that he had received a new status. Further, the game system reported that he was in critical condition and would not be able to move until he fully recovered his strength. The main character understood that things were bad, very bad. The recovery was over, and the young man opened his eyes again. The picture was still fuzzy, but still the same. A fire, evening, an old man who again asked about his condition. Damien didn't answer. He just stood up and began to rub the bruised area. And Kaerun noticed that the guy's head was made of stone because he could withstand direct attacks from the priest. The main character thought about the fact that the old man looked like a homeless beggar, but he was incredibly strong, so the guy decided not to show his pride for a while. The priest noticed changes in the mood of the future student and asked what happened to him. The main character at first did not understand what the old man was asking, so the priest clarified his question and asked what he was talking about with the god Shaka. And here the guy hesitated, not knowing how to retell their conversation. Damien, after a pause, said that the god Shaka invited him to become friends. This answer caused bewilderment in the priest, but after a minute he said that in general it was not that important. But then he thought a little more, and asked the guy if he had heard him correctly when he said that the god Shaka had offered to be his friend. The young man confirmed his words. After this, Kaerun was delighted, and said that the god Shaka had decided that Damien would now become his successor, since friendship is a manifestation of brotherly interest. This conclusion did not particularly inspire the main character, and this bewilderment and dissatisfaction was visible on his face. The guy had a lot of questions, but the old man did not let him voice even one, but asked him to follow him if he wanted to get answers. Therefore, the priest had already turned away and walked away from the fire into the forest, and the young man thought that his new acquaintance was an incredibly strange guy. At that moment, the system informed him that he had completed a special quest called Meeting with the Seventh God, Shaka. Then Kairun returned and asked the young man to sit next to him and listen to him carefully. The guy thought they would meditate, but no. The old man said that he would tell them about their plans for the near future. So the priest began his story with a story. A long time ago there were 7 gods, thanks to the goddess of light and life Arya and the god of the apocalypse god Shaka. The cycle of life and death was in harmony and balance. Therefore, one day, Arya was afraid of the destructive power of the god Shaka and turned to the other 5 gods and also offered to limit his influence and power. Then opinions among the gods differed, but it so happened that none of them took the side of the god of the apocalypse, so he decided to limit his power, because many of them also wanted to become as strong and influential. Thus began the war between Shaka and the other 6 gods. This confrontation dragged on for many years, but even despite all his strength and power, the god of the apocalypse could not defeat the union of 6 gods, so he was defeated. God entrusted everything to the family and plunged into eternal sleep, leaving behind only his deity. Meanwhile, Kairun peered into the fire and said that this is how it happened that all 7 gods were forgotten. Damien only understood from the old man's story that he was some kind of relative of the god Shaka. The man continued. He said that after his god disappeared, the other 6 gods decided that they were no longer in danger and relaxed. But this was their mistake, since the world again began to be filled with various evil creatures that harbored evil and danger for the rest of the inhabitants of this world. Due to the fact that the god Shaka was no longer visible, the dead, both people and creatures, did not want to be dead anymore and returned to this world in the form of the living dead, who later turned into demons. The main character thought. He realized that it was the god of the apocalypse who helped keep everything under control and was one of the pillars of balance in this world. Therefore, after his disappearance, a great evil arose that terrorized everyone and everything now. Kairun admitted that he wandered the continent for 1,000 years in the hope of resurrecting the only god he worshipped. And he was also looking for a source of great power that could defeat the goddess Arya and the 5 other gods who were at. Afterwards, the man somehow looked kindly at the guy and said that he believed that perhaps the reason and meaning of his wanderings for 1,000 years across the continent was precisely their meeting today. The priest added that from this day on the young man would be his student and the sword of the god Shaka, and his main goal would be to kill all the gods and their families. What the guy heard made him cringe. The main character received a notification from the system. It said that the priest was offering to take part in a special quest, the Will of Kairun. The young man did not know what to do with this, but the selection of his comrades was not pleasing. The main character hesitated, but then remembered that Yuman was his enemy and also Arya's relative. And this became the decisive moment, since the only thing the guy wanted now was revenge. And this whole story with the 7th god could be a good opportunity for him to become stronger and bring his plans to life. Therefore, the young man pressed the button to accept the conditions of the special quest, then bowed to the old man and asked him to take himself as his student. The priest himself smiled and said that the guy would make an excellent receiver. The young man received a notification from the game system. It said that he became friends with the priest of the apocalypse, Kairun, and received the title of Avenger. The guy understood that when he finished training with the priest, he would gain more experience and be able to defeat Yuman. After this, the priest decided that it was time for him to leave, so he stood up and waved goodbye to the guy. The young man realized that they were going to leave him alone in this forest. So he called out to his mentor and asked him to stop. Damien hoped that the priest would begin to teach him various techniques, but he said that his task was to make him his successor and give him a task. That's all. And then he took out the very book that carried him to the god Shaka and handed it to the young man. The man put the book on the grass and said that if the guy had any questions, he could take and read this book. He should have found answers there. After that, Kairun drew a magic circle on the ground, activated it, and stood in it, asking the guy not to look for him anymore and not to disturb him. Thus, the priest left, leaving the main character alone by the fire next to the book, which opened by itself. The young man cursed the cunning old man, but he could be angry forever. But now there were more important things to do. since the system reported that there was a new task for him. The task stated that he needed to defeat all 6 gods, as well as their families, and also resurrect the 7th god, Shaka. The guy didn't understand how he could do it himself, so he grabbed his head and screamed in anger and hopelessness. In despair, he hit his foot on a stone. This brought him back to his senses a little, and he again began to study the conditions of the task. Although the guy still didn't understand whether it was feasible or not, because it was not only about the gods, but also about their families. He knew these players very well from his last game. They were all elite and unusually strong. For example, Crimson Agnes. The girl was also accompanied by Ice Siren and Halo of Reason. Steel Cyrus and Stone Luke were not inferior to these players in strength. Together they were relatives of the most powerful gods of the Catastrophe class. The last, strongest, and most dangerous of them was Arya's relative Jong Yuman, or Shining King Arthur. This player began calling himself the God of Magic after he found one magical item with infinite mana, the Infinite Circle. Therefore, now the main character asked himself a logical question. Can he defeat this terrible and powerful man? Only now Damien realized that he would need to defeat not only his sworn enemy, but also the people who were his friends and comrades last time. But no matter what happens, it's too early to give up, so he decided to complete this task, because in the last battle, he received a second chance and returned to the past, which means that now the main thing is not to miss his chance. Therefore, now he was determined to end this confusion with the gods and their relatives, while completing the task of a special quest. New notifications began to arrive, that the Book of the Dark Covenant had been received, and new chapters were added to the book, and due to the low rating, the section with chapters for the player was closed for viewing, and new sections were activated. Damien grabbed the book and began to study it. He realized that he was very lucky since this item had a huge number of different useful functions. When reading, the young man's eyes light up with a playful sparkle. He thought that perhaps it was worth checking out what this book was capable of, because in any case, so far luck was on his side. Therefore, flipping through the pages of the book, the main character, of all the options now available to him, decided to choose analysis. And to do this, he pointed his finger at the place where it was written about him. After that, the wild boar he had once killed appeared in the glowing golden space and white smoke. Then the young man used synthesis, and a golden glowing magic circle appeared under his feet. The last stage was creation, and the young man looked in front of him as something appeared there in a golden glow. So the guy created the wild boar helmet, which was an iconic voodoo mask. The helmet was made from a huge wild boar's head, so wearing it causes psychological pressure on the enemy. Plus, he received other bonuses for creating this mask. A little, of course, he expected something different. So when the mask fell into his hands, he did not fully believe that its creation was the best option. The guy began to do mathematical calculations in his head. It turned out that in the game store, 100 units of gold was equal to 1 regular dollar, and the head of a wild boar under normal conditions was worth 500,000 gold coins. Thus he realized that he had lost a lot of money. Of course, the ability to create witchcraft items was a plus for him, but if he did it without money, he would become a vagabond. After this, the young man decided to give the skin of the wild boar he had killed to the head of the village. The next day, Damien came to the head of the village and gave him the skin of the killed animal. The old man, examining the skin, was surprised that the guy himself killed the boar. The young man confirmed this information, and now instead of the bag, he used the mask he had made. The headman accepted the skin and began writing a letter of recommendation to the young man. The old man wrote, and then said that he believed that it was time for the main character to leave this island and hit the road. The man finished writing, tied the scroll with a ribbon and handed the letter to the guy, saying that he needed to go to the bay in the east of the island and take the boat that was there so he could get to the continent. After that, he added that when the guy finds himself on the continent, he will need to go to the Travelers Guild and show there this letter that he wrote to the young man. The main character gratefully took the letter and went in the previously indicated direction. In the east of the island, in the bay, there was a port, in which there were many people and ships at that moment. The guy had already gotten there. At the port, the guy bought himself a bun. He sat and ate while waiting for his boat and studied his data. His rank increased. Now he was 16th, and his number of titles was added. His characteristics also increased, and the number of skills was added. After he finished eating, he became thoughtful. He understood that he had currently reached level 16, but this only meant that he had a lot of work ahead of him. Damien became interested in his Avenger title and decided to learn more about it. The description said that he was chosen by the seventh god and had unknown strength, and also that all his characteristics increased 100 times during the battle. The guy suddenly realized that in this way the game was forcing him to become a damage dealer, despite the fact that he himself did not like to kill. The young man was not pleased with this realization, although he understood that most likely many pseudo-religions act in a similar way. That is, they find a victim, stupefy, and often kill with the wrong hands. A sound brought him out of his thoughts. This sound was a cry for help. Some guy was being beaten by a group of stronger players, but the loner had already fallen and begged for help. The leader of the group of men towered over his opponent and said that he needed to be an obedient boy and do what he said as long as he was good. The man in the cloak grabbed his victim by the hair and said that he should not complicate the situation but just pay him and go in peace. Damien paid attention to this situation. He understood that most likely the people in cloaks and hoods were gankers, that is, people who quickly and suddenly eliminate other characters in the game. The main character stood up and took a closer look at the conflict. One of the group of hooligans continued to mock the defeated guy. From the player's behavior, Damien understood that this was the leader of the gang. The leader forced his victim to pay him, saying that after he paid, he would let him go. The main character noticed that the actions of the leader and his associates were very professional, since they were able to block the entire pier. In the crowd of onlookers, there was another man who didn't care. He was shaking with anger as he looked at what was happening. Therefore, he could not stand it and decided to help the guy who was being beaten and robbed in front of the public. He took out his sword and rushed at the attackers. But this made no impression on the man in the hooded cloak, although he turned his head towards the attacker. He didn't move but then extended his hand and created a magic circle, which he immediately activated. He called his attack an energy bolt, which hit the target directly and struck the attacker outright, preventing him from getting closer to the defending person. The man in the cloak was clearly stronger than his opponent, and besides, he enjoyed the torment of his enemy, whom he warned that he would never defeat. The people around were terrified by the strength of this man, and some of the crowd said among themselves that these guys were psychopaths, but no one else wanted to run into trouble. The man who was struck by the energy bolt was still alive, but not for long. But the man in the cloak enjoyed the work done. For him it was the most beautiful sight in the world, the suffering of a weaker enemy. After that, he turned to his henchmen and said that their friend, pointing to the victim, was going to leave them and asked them to give him a luxurious send-off. The bandits did not need to be invited twice. They immediately conjured magic circles for themselves and rushed en masse towards their victim. But at that moment the unexpected happened. One of the attackers lost his head, which flew to the feet of the leader. This demoralized the other participants in the attack. Horror was written on their faces. And then one of the group noticed Damien, who was not even hiding, and pointed a finger at him, realizing that it was this man who beheaded their comrade. He was even frightened not so much by the fact that his friend was left without a head, but by the fact that the person who did this was wearing a mask made of a boar's head. The main character did not make any further movements yet. He stood motionless, as if waiting for something. Then he looked at the gang members. Their gaze made them tremble. But their leader was shaking with anger. He did not understand what kind of person it was who had ruined all their fun. Damien raised his weapon and threateningly ordered these people to pay him, exactly the same as they did a minute ago, mocking a weaker opponent. But the main character didn't need money. He demanded that they pay him with their own lives, and he gave them 10 seconds to pay. After these words of the main character, the leader of the people in cloaks came forward, thus protecting his minions, and stood opposite the witch doctor. He had not yet realized what situation he was in, so he continued to behave in an arrogant and disgusting manner, insulting the young man in the mask. But he did not react to this, but only began counting down the time. The guy raised his palm, speaking in such a way that his opponents had exactly 5 seconds left, without losing count. Damien bent his fingers. There were already 3 seconds left, and the leader of the people in cloaks began to boil with anger. He believed that this strange fellow wanted to die here and now. Therefore, he gave the command to his people, and they all attacked the main character together, with the clear intention of killing him. They surrounded the young man, but he showed no signs of fear, did not try to run away, but only stood calmly in place, finishing the countdown. And at that moment, when he counted to 0, it seemed that he had disappeared from the battlefield. The people in cloaks looked around, but could not spot their enemy anywhere. But then their leader looked up and immediately shouted for all his comrades to run to the nearest shelter. But it was too late to do this. Damien attacked them all from the air, using one of his new skills. It was somewhat similar to what the priest had used on him yesterday. This skill primarily affected the victim's eyes, so they were all now screaming and asking for help. They were all worried about the pain in their eyes. The leader of these people stood in the circle of his comrades, who were writhing in pain, safe and sound. He could not understand what had just happened, what kind of special attack the stranger used. The main character stood and looked at his handiwork. He now only had one opponent left, for whom he had something special in store. So, in order to defeat the crowd of players, the young man combined several skills for his attack: poison and shooting needles. And since he was the holder of the title of Avenger, the damage from his attacks also increased. Damien looked at his opponent and told him that this time he managed to increase his catch several times, which he could not have expected, and took out a bottle with a skull and twirled it in front of his eyes. Meanwhile, the man who had been hit earlier began to come to his senses and rubbed the places that still hurt. It turned out his name was Brian, so he was addressed by a beautiful girl who asked him how he felt. The man didn't know what to answer, but asked Wendy. That was the name of the woman where they were now. Then he clearly remembered how they were attacked on the pier by a group of hooded magicians. He apparently finally came to his senses because he tried to get up and go kill those bad people. But the girl stopped him and said that there was a broadcast right now. Meanwhile, Brian opened the game board and tried to understand what was happening here now. Wendy suggested that the man calm down and wait, since those people were very strong, but he interrupted her and asked how she thinks when a streamer dies, when he loses all his items or when his level drops to 1. But both answers were wrong, since according to the man, his death as a streamer would come when he himself quit the game. The girl was a little surprised by this answer, and Brian had already promised her and himself that he would make every effort and destroy the enemies with his own hands. At this very moment, from the side where, according to the idea, the evil magician should have been, an incredible force was breathed in and something similar to an explosion occurred. Some hooded people tried to run away from the radius of this attack. They no longer seemed as arrogant and pompous as they had been a few minutes ago. Following on their heels through the smoke and flames was a man in a loincloth and a terrible mask made from a wild boar. He slowly caught and counted his victims. Now the leader of the magicians was afraid. He watched what his opponent was doing and did not understand how an ordinary person could be capable of something like that. The magician's further actions were dictated by fear. He turned to his remaining minions and ordered them to cast a spell, sparing no expense of their mana, to finish off this man. The man was sure that if they combined their efforts, they could easily defeat this witch doctor. The guy looked at these naive magicians. He understood that they were going to use the bloody impulse against him for the second time. Several magical rays flew at the main character. These people clearly wanted to kill him. The attack turned out to be very powerful. The magicians stood and breathed heavily, and the smoke slowly began to develop. The group of magicians hoped that they had done their best and killed their enemy. But they made a mistake. The main character did not die, but was alive and well, and was now killing them one by one. The leader of the magicians watched all this in shock. For Damien, this man turned out to be prey and not the most efficient one, so he approached him almost right next to him, and he didn't even notice it. Meanwhile, the 3 surviving magicians were shaking with fear. They could not believe that this player had the same level as them. Then the logical question arose as to why their attack did not reach its goal. At this moment, the leader of their team decided to use his last trump card. Since he understood that if he did not do this, they would all be killed here. He began to cast a spell and asked his comrades to hold out for another 3 minutes. But now Daman was wary, since he could not recognize the type of attack that the magician was preparing. It turns out that this man decided to summon lightning and thus fry the main character like grilled vegetables. Meanwhile, a little away from the battlefield, Ryan and Wendy were following the progress of the broadcast. Since the game system allowed them to do this, and there was an active discussion of what was happening in the chat, everyone admired the skills of the stranger. Brian enthusiastically followed the actions on the screen. He could not understand where such a talented and strong player came from, who even looked a little like a psycho. The man fanatically began to root for the main character. He only wished him victory and urged him to go to the end. He didn't hear his partner. The girl just sighed, watching him. But Wendy got tired of being ignored, so she started screaming at the man, telling him that now was not the time or place to admire the newcomer. It didn't work. The man both watched the broadcast and continued, plus he was chatting. He admitted that he was a little out of control, so it was important for him to know if everything was okay with the others. Brian looked at the number of people who were currently watching this stream. There were more than 200,000 people. He realized that this was his chance, so he asked his companion if she was ready. But Wendy had no idea what she was supposed to be prepared for, and she had to be ready to collect all possible information about the guy in a loincloth and a mask made of a wild boar on his head. Meanwhile, the magician finished creating his spell and launched it. It was an energy charge, but in some magical way, Daman managed to dodge this magical attack, although the charge flew very close to his head. But the main character suddenly realized that this was not the end, and that a new attack, launched by the leader of the magicians, would definitely follow. Therefore, the young man decided not to waste time, but to see what exactly the enemy had prepared for him, so he ran straight towards him. 2 survivors from the group of magicians screamed that the witch doctor was approaching them. And when these 2 from the group realized that they could not stand against this man, they fled from the battlefield, leaving their boss alone with the problem. The magician could not be distracted by these traitors. He was lucky that during this time he was able to collect the necessary amount of mana for the attack. The man was sure that his last attack would put an end to this battle, and his opponent would fall by his hand. So this spell was called Charmed State, summoning lightning. But something went wrong again, namely Daman extended his hand to the base of the magic circle. Indeed, the young man found himself in the center of the magic circle. He froze in flight, and lightning was about to pierce him from above. The main character found himself in the midst of an enemy attack. Thus, the lightning caused by the magician pierced his body. The medicine man screamed in agony from pain. Ryan and Wendy, who stood a little to the side, were also blinded and surprised by the power of this spectacle. Even the shockwave reached them. When the effect of the lightning ended, the magician who created them was breathing heavily but was pleased, since his opponent could not stand on his feet and fell onto his back, falling to the ground. The man's hands trembled, but a predatory smile appeared on his face, as he was sure that he had emerged victorious from this battle. Meanwhile, Daman was lying on the ground, smoke emanating from his body, like a piece of meat that had just been removed from the frying pan. He was unconscious. It turns out that the magician's name was Park-Man-Do. This was said by another person who had just approached. He assured the man that he always believed in his strength and knew that victory would be his. All the surviving members of this group of magicians rejoiced and rejoiced. They pretended that they had not left their leader alone on the battlefield, that they had not run away, that they had always been on his side and supported him. Someone from the group said that if Man-Do had not been able to stand it, he would have had to. But the man did not have time to finish his thought, because something flew past their faces at the speed of light, so they could not understand what it was: object, bird, person, or something else. The people who had just supported their leader have disappeared somewhere. He was again left alone with his living problem. The magician's face contorted in horror. He trembled all over because he saw that standing in front of him was someone who should have been dead. But he survived and was ready to continue their fight. Daman stood confidently on his own 2 feet. It seemed as if the lightning did not hit him at all. He looked at his opponent with a grin and asked what he thought could not happen. The young man admitted that his opponent was very good in his art, and his head was good. But the problem was that all this was not enough to defeat the medicine man, so he was already preparing to attack the man standing opposite. Mandu put his hands in front of him, hoping that he would be able to conjure something else. But his voice trembled. Like his whole body, he stuttered and cut himself off without finishing the spell. And it was at this moment that the main character dealt him the final, crushing blow. So, Damien, with one precise and deft movement, cut off both hands of his opponent, while saying that he brought trouble upon himself when he began to show off and humiliate the weak. The magician fell to the ground. He lay among the corpses of his comrades and tried to use magic to slightly heal what was left of his upper limbs, and the main character was already approaching him and saying that it was time for him to stop inventing something, since he could not defeat him. Meanwhile, the witch doctor licked the blood of the victims from his blade and decided to bring even more terror to his opponents. He voiced his motto for this. The guy believed that for good deeds you need to pay 100 times more, and when you take revenge, 1,000. The leader cried and asked the young man to have mercy and not to come near him, but he pierced the magician with his blade. Ryan, who was watching the battle, wanted the man to die, but not like this. And Wendy hid behind him because she couldn't look at it. Brian looked at the torment of the magician and understood that it was too cruel, that it was impossible to torture people like that. The medicine man decided to leave Mandu alive, but it would be better if he killed him. The young man took out one of his potions and poured it over his opponent's head. The magician screamed even louder. Only now did the man realize that before him was the incarnation of the devil himself, who was raising his blade for a new blow. Having finished with the group of magicians, the guy caught his breath. He understood that it was already evening, and the showdown with these people had taken up a lot of his time. Damien stretched, stretching his body. He did not understand why this magician got into a fight, realizing that he could not win. At this moment, notifications from the game system arrived, informing him that he had killed the player, and he would not receive any money for this. The notifications kept coming. The young man received 184 jagged daggers, 208 rookie t-shirts, 113 leather leggings, as well as old wooden shields. The guy understood that he received a lot of different items during this battle, some of which he didn't even know how to use. And then the latest notice caught his attention. The young man was beaming with joy, as the last message from the system said that he had received a lot of gold coins, which, if converted into ordinary money, would be approximately 30 to 40 million won. He considered himself very lucky. Therefore, first of all, the young man decided to post an advertisement for the sale of these gold coins in the general chat of the players, and asked them to write to him in private messages with any questions. So, I instantly found a lot of people willing to buy coins. Some offered to bargain, others demanded that he remove his ad, and still others offered to pay in installments. Therefore, Damien had many options for who to sell these coins to. And yet, he made up his mind and chose one player from all those interested. As soon as the guy chose a buyer, the transaction was immediately completed, and his status from an ordinary man in the street changed to the status of a VIP user of the game. Meanwhile, he received a notification that 35 million won had been credited to his account. And at that moment, the young man realized that this path would lead him to wealth. Meanwhile, in the real world, a middle-aged man stood on the street in the USA, Massachusetts, in the city of Cambridge. And in his office on the nth floor, another man stood near the window, Alan Jacobs, drinking coffee. He was the director of the world's largest company, MCN, and the internet broadcasting platform Switch. The man was torn from contemplating the city and a cup of coffee by the secretary, who told him that executive director William Ballmer had arrived and demanded a meeting. The elderly man said that he came by. Mr. Bulmer entered the office with some folder. The secretary immediately left. The directors began the conversation with questions and answers about each other's well-being. But as soon as they sat down on the sofa, Alan said that he couldn't wait to find out what important issue the company's executive director had come to see him about. Meanwhile, William took a sip of tea from his cup and said that he came with news that would greatly surprise the CEO of the company. So, the executive director started from afar. To begin with, he asked the boss if he knew what HA was. The man thought and said that this was a sensational computer game. Ballmer was surprised by his boss's knowledge, but he said that he should know about such trendy and top things. Besides, many of their streamers play and broadcast from this game. But he did not understand that in this HA special. To make everything fall into place, the executive director handed Alan a tablet and asked him to look at the information on it. There was a video of the most popular clip for this week. William considered this proof that there was a new rising star among the streamers on their platform, and asked his boss for his opinion on this matter. Ballmer thought that there was really a lot of money to be made from this man. Meanwhile, in the game, Damien called his mom and said that he transferred money to her account right now. The woman was surprised because she did not understand where her son could have had free finances. He lied to the woman and said that he had been given a bonus at work, but at the same time he promised to visit her on the weekend and asked her not to get sick. After finishing the conversation with his mother, the young man thought that he should invest the rest of the money in some good cause. Damien knew that with the arrival of HA and Evertail, the price of virtual money has increased sharply over 10 years. So based on these trends, he tried to lay his financial and economic foundation. Therefore, he now decided to transfer 3 million won into cryptocurrency and clicked the buy button. But this was one of the mistakes that the young man made, not understanding how the cryptocurrency system works. He chose the wrong way to invest and lost all his foreign exchange assets. The main character couldn't believe that his 3 million won disappeared in less than 3 minutes, so he decided to check the cryptocurrency chart again. When he opened the chart again, the system told him that his profit from bitcoins at that moment was 7.63%. Damien almost cried. This roller coaster seemed to him to be the evil machinations of higher powers. The guy understood that there weren't many ways left for him to earn some money, so he decided to completely rely on the game and see what would happen next. Interesting processes continued to occur in the real world. Now in China at the Jinsan Enterprise, one of the junior employees ran screaming towards the senior one. A young man burst into his boss's office carrying a tablet and shouting that they had serious problems. Ming Chen, who was the general director of this enterprise, was sitting at his desk and did not quite like the fact that his subordinate practically knocked down the door to his office. So he menacingly asked him what had happened so important and irreparable. The director lit a cigarette and repeated his question. He was wondering what so important could happen in such a short time. The worker hesitated and began to talk about how 3 million gold coins appeared in the game bank. This statement angered Ming Chen, as he believed that such a thing was simply impossible. But the young man handed him a tablet and asked him to personally verify the veracity of this information. For some reason, this made the CEO very angry and upset. He understood that he worked for the gaming company Shay. It's only 2 weeks, but here it is. For the sake of this business, the man changed all the outdated equipment, received a huge amount of investment, using all his connections for this and so on. The man slammed his fist on the table as he read a message on the in-game notice board about the sale of 3 million gold coins. He understood that this amount was several times greater than Jinsan's greatest performance indicators. For the director, it was a complete shock that such an amount was offered not by an enterprise but by an individual. After all, this was the maximum amount for a single transaction, and besides, if such offers often appear in the game, then the gold of HA will fall in price. Ming Chen lost his temper and hit his employee on the head with a tablet. He thought that he didn't tell him anything because he wanted to take everything for himself and he didn't want to listen to any explanations about this. The man understood that if everything was left as it was, the value of their company would fall significantly. And besides, the investment was impossible to return anyway, so the issue of bankruptcy was a matter of time. Therefore, the director ordered his employee to immediately find out who pulled off such a deal. The young man stormed out of his boss's office. Meanwhile, in the game itself, a ship full of people set off from the island to the continent. Damien lay on the deck of the ship among other passengers and realized that this island was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. In addition, thanks to the murder of the magician, he managed to obtain many valuable and interesting things. The young man decided to do something useful. He sorted all the items he had received into shelves. As a reward, he received 8 pieces of low-rank iron. At that moment he realized that he could earn more. In addition to all this, a notification came from the game system that he had increased his level to the 20th and received additional life points, so he began to look at his data in the status window. All additional points were distributed according to the main categories: strength, dexterity, intelligence, talent, luck. This gave me the idea that it might be worth investing points and pumping up other skills besides bloody impulse and poison. He began to study his skills and their descriptions. The first was poison. When a special potion was released, the poison caused physical damage to the victim equal to 90%, magical damage to 140%, and reduced the enemy's defense by 20%. His skill of raising the dead was at the first level. With its help, a person could summon any dead creature that has 50% of the characteristics. The number of summoned corpses depended on the magical powers of the summoner. The young man's voodoo doll skill was at the first level. The essence of the skill was that its owner could curse anyone using a special object that had to be pierced with needles, which caused 1% damage to the enemy. Damien, after studying his abilities, decided that all these skills were stupid and useless because he believed that by summoning corpses he could only summon dead chickens, and for the voodoo doll itself was needed. But nevertheless, he considered that sooner or later even these skills would be useful to him. Then a message came from the system. His location data had been updated. The main character rose from his seat and walked closer to the side of the ship. Ahead he saw the pier of the palace of the kingdom of Tera. The young man disembarked from the ship and moved forward. The captain of the ship called him from behind and asked him to be careful in the city. The guy waved his hand and thanked him for the parting words. Suddenly the guy stopped. He looked in front of him and realized that he had already seen this picture somewhere. By the picture he meant the entrance to the city and the crowd of adventurers who passed through the gate into the interior of the settlement. In addition, the main character knew that the kingdom of Tera was one of the most prosperous in this part of the mainland, as well as the center of the east. So, many players gathered in one place, all of them studying the proposals that appeared on the notice board. Damien noticed that here, like 10 years ago, it was very busy, but now no one even noticed him. The guy drew attention to the trio, who were inviting a person to join their team for a raid in the dungeon, while they offered food and accommodation. This reminded the main character a little of the old days, but he personally needed to get into the Adventurers Guild, since he had a letter of recommendation from the Elder Elmore. At first, the young man calmly stood in line, but there was real confusion there, and he was tired of waiting, because he realized that he might be late to another place if he continued to mess around here, so he decided to jump the line. Meanwhile, the kingdom's network manager, Tera, was hard at work at the table. He asked his assistant to bring all the applications that had been received for today. It was this man that Damien approached. The guy smiled with all 32 teeth and said that he wanted to get his card as a member of the Adventurers Guild. The manager looked at the guy and said that even though he looked like a newbie, the manager couldn't be fooled, and besides, the man was wondering how he knew his name. The main character noted that this is the minimum that everyone who wants to join the guild should know. Such flattering phrases had an effect on Kostan. He thought that this guy was not at all stupid. In general, the Guild of Adventurers has branches throughout Arcia, so every self-respecting player wants to join them. There are people here who pay money to submit an application, and there are those who profit from it. The task of the guild workers is to skillfully maneuver between one and the other. The manager realized that the guy in front of him was grasping everything on the fly, so he told him that yes, he needed to get a certificate to work in the guild, and then asked him if he wanted to leave an application. The young man agreed to do this. Therefore, the man asked Maria to bring him another application form for obtaining a guild membership certificate. To obtain an adventurer's license, it was necessary to pass a simple test. To do this, the young man needed to find an arena with 10 steps outside the lobby. As soon as he passes each step, a new row will open in front of him. And in order to get a high rank, the guy had to return to the guild after training. Kostan suggested that the guy go through in a few days, since this was normal practice for this place, but he refused such an offer. The young man understood that a few days of preparation would not play a special role in his case, so he decided to do everything today in one go. At this moment, the manager at the desk tensed. He asked the guy if he really intended to do what he said, since once the testing began, nothing could be changed. The main character looked carefully at the man in front of him and said that testing is designed to show your true skills. Astana was delighted with the unprecedented self-confidence of this young man, so without further ado, he ordered him to follow him. But before that, Damien received a notification describing the task. The main task of this testing was to test his skills and abilities. If he now refuses to perform testing, he will automatically receive an Iron Rank license. So, the main character decided to test his strength and went with the rest of those interested in the direction of the arena, where Mary said that participants numbered 301 to 400 had to prepare mentally for passing the entrance exam to the guild. The manager left the young man alone among the crowd of volunteers and wished him good luck in testing. Damien thanked him for his support. And then the gates of summoning opened. It was a masterpiece created by the monster Arceus from the Magic Monster Tower. The girl continued instructing the participants who were already surprised that they had to deal with real monsters. Each participant will need to defeat all the monsters at each stage, and if they do not have the strength to continue fighting, they will have to shout loudly that they are giving up. The guild workers said that the monsters were just an illusion created by the guild mages, but they were not much different from the real ones. The main character understood that this was a very reasonable decision, since most people applied for the purpose of further hunting monsters. So the time for the exam came, and the gates opened. The young man turned around because he heard an incomprehensible sound behind him. And then Damien realized that it simply wouldn't happen. To do this, it was enough to look at the candidates who asked for help and mercy. Hearing the screams coming from the arena, many adventurers felt panic and anxiety. They began to realize how dangerous this was. The girl with the megaphone smiled and calmly noted that applicants should not be so nervous, because although this is realistic, it is an illusion. And then she told participants numbered 401 to 500 to prepare to enter the gate. This group of people was clearly not mentally prepared to begin their battle for the title of member of the Adventurers Guild. This made Damien happy because he was tired of waiting, and he already wanted to test himself and show what he was capable of. So now he was warming up. But the man next to him was panicking. He believed that the organizers of the exam simply wanted to kill everyone and nothing more. The female instructor added that the exam to become a guild member involves moving to the next level after killing all the monsters. In addition, applicants had limited time to complete this task. She was tired of listening to how many grown men whined and complained without trying to do anything, so she said that anyone who was dissatisfied with the testing could leave this place. But at the same time, they would lose the opportunity to become a member of the guild. These words brought a little sense to many adventurers. They realized that they had a chance to pass this test. Besides, it was a game, not real life, so even if they died now, they could be revived in 60 hours. So the exam consisted of 10 steps. If the player was able to kill all the monsters on the first stage, a gate will open for him that leads to the second. Also, if someone wanted to finish the test early, they had to raise their hand and shout loudly that they were giving up. Also, solo players, if they do not destroy a single monster, will be automatically disqualified. And now the group that entered the first gate, including Damien, had to prepare for battle. The countdown to the start of the test has begun. The main character, meanwhile, began to assess the current situation. He understood that there were 10 players in the battle area, including himself, but he did not recognize any of them. At this moment, the person who was giving the instructions wished everyone good luck, and the young man realized that the time had come to wave his fists. Damien understood that fighting monsters in the exam was just the beginning. There was supposed to be something like a royal duel, when the best of the best players would fight among themselves. But the organizers did not mention this. The main character assessed the applicants. Some players discussed how they needed to work together to defeat the monsters. Players Ju-wee and husband Jer-wee held hands. She wanted to leave this place, and he said that he would make every effort to get her out of here. Suddenly, a blond man with a sword approached the first pair of people talking. This guy had the nickname Well-Mannered Guy on his armor. He said strange things. They say that a random collision is fate and invited the men to unite because they were supposed to help each other. And then he added that if they cleared the last stage of monsters, they could get a silver rank. This information interested Damien. The main character noticed that the stranger was the owner of rare iron armor that was worth a lot of money. The knight was already introducing his friends with whom he had been playing since the beta version. The player made a good impression on the others. So many of the group felt that they could rely on him during the battle. Damien realized that most likely this man's main weapon was his language and social skills. Then, the well-mannered guy pointed to the girl against the wall with whom he was also familiar. She was in no hurry to approach and get to know the other players. The more the knight pestered her, the angrier she became. And then she completely shouted that she was not going to team up with such weaklings and losers like them. The guys who approached her said that she is too tough and says hurtful and rude things. At this point, the countdown ended. The instructors announced the start of testing. As if with the snap of a finger, the arena was filled with terrible monsters. The good guy decided to take command, telling everyone to take their positions as the monsters were already attacking them. Most of their group was scared, but the knight didn't show a hint of excitement. He believed that all these monsters were weak and the guild had a low bar, so getting a high rank would be easy if they all tried hard. The man rushed into battle with the words that the authorities of the Adventurers Guild were too arrogant, since they said that they would issue a participant certificate to everyone who passed this test. But the first evil goblin was struck with his sword not by the good guy, but by someone else. A laser-like beam pierced the monster's body right through, so the first illusion was dispelled. None of those present understood which of them opened the count of killed monsters. At that very moment, Damien rushed past the knight at high speed. Without hesitation, he declared that this and the next monster were his. Therefore, concentrating his strength in his fist, he struck the evil goblin right between the eyes. The good guy could not stand such impudence and asked the main character what he was doing and why he allowed himself to be so rude and disrespectful to others. But the young man didn't even raise an eyebrow at the knight's protests and conversations. He jumped into the air and from there decided to choose a victim below and attack. Meanwhile, the good guy grabbed his head and looked shocked at what he saw. The goblins who had gathered below asked the main character to stop, but no one was going to listen to them. So, Damien killed 10 imaginary goblins, preventing other candidates for the Adventurers Guild membership card from proving themselves and showing their strength. Meanwhile, the instructor announced through the loudspeaker that the time to complete the first task of the first round had expired. As a result of testing, Damien scored the highest number of points, 10. After the first results were announced, the door to the second level of testing opened in front of the player, and the main character headed through the opening, leaving surprised people behind him. The good guy was angry, looking after the medicine man, because he had planned everything. And then this uninvited guest appeared and ruined everything. After all, it was because of this guy that he could not assign all the points to himself and his friends. The knight began to shout at the main character, saying that he was the immoral guy who destroyed all the monsters during someone else's speech, and why he did it. Damon practically did not pay attention to this, since for him, the main character decided that it was more effective to act alone, because the main task of the test was the destruction of monsters, and the criterion for evaluating the participant was the combat power of the candidate. If the candidate survives until the end of the test, he will be able to receive the highest rank. The knight was angered by this behavior and neglect, so he decided to teach the young man a lesson and attacked him from behind. But such an attack did not particularly frighten Damien. He stood silently and watched the movements of his opponent. The guy calmly took out a bottle of poison, and at that moment, when his opponent was within arm's reach, he threw this bottle of poison in his face, which broke and flooded the man with green liquid. After that, the knight began to mark time, rub his eyes, and began to talk, almost crying about what was happening to his eyes. The man started waving his hands in front of him and started talking and asking for Damien to appear in front of him. The good guy started going blind due to the poison. The main character thought that his opponent could only play the fool, but he turned out to be not such a simpleton. He was able to read the guy's movements by his presence and tried to strike, but the main character dodged. After that, the knight pointed his finger towards the witch doctor and asked his comrades in arms when they were going to help him and attack this impudent man. The good guy's comrades activated their skills and directed them towards the young man. In addition, the knight's vision began to return. He was sure that now his enemy would come to an end. The knight also joined the attack. He activated the fencer's mastery, the counterattack skill, and attacked Daman. And this combined attack did not work against the witch doctor. When the smoke and fog cleared, the knight noticed that the young man was nowhere to be seen. Then the main character appeared behind the knight and hit him with his knee in the lumbar region. From the force of the young man's blow, his opponent flew towards the wall, against which stood two young adventurers who watched in fear what was happening. Daman then grabbed the pink-haired girl and warned the rest of the group that if they tried to attack him, he would not hesitate to kill her. The woman's husband helplessly asked the main character to let his wife go. Other group members concluded that he was a very bad person. But the good guy, although he was lying on the ground, ordered the rest of his comrades to attack the witch doctor, who was hiding behind the girl. The knight did not give a damn about the life of the pink-haired girl. The main thing for him was that his opponent died and did not get in the way under his feet. The man forced his comrades to attack, but the girl's husband could not understand how he could say and do this because it could harm his beloved. The girl's husband could not stand it and grabbed the distraught good guy by the hand. He asked him if he would shoot at the guy who was hiding behind his wife. The knight pushed his former ally away from him and said that he was not as naive and innocent as the rest of those gathered here. He turned back to the rest of the adventurers in their group and ordered them to attack the masked guy. He did not understand why they hesitated and did not listen to him. The guys hesitated. They did not understand which side they should take and what to do now. At that moment, when most of the comrades began to talk about stopping this whole farce, the knight said that they could not achieve anything as long as they followed such pathetic rules. Therefore, he killed the guy without regret. Everyone looked at this picture with horror. Even Daman did not expect such a development of events. And after that, he attacked the main character with a clear desire to kill him. The young man pushed the pink-haired girl away from him, looked at his opponent, and said that he did not imagine that the knight could be a real madman. So the main character realized that it would be impossible to avoid a fight. In addition, he realized that this guy has certain complexes, so he will try by any means to strengthen the illusion of his power, although in fact he has no power in his hands. Initially, Daman did not want to get involved in this whole story due to his concerns about the man, and all his assumptions turned out to be correct, since now the knight began to demonstrate his true intentions and disgusting character. In the next seconds, the knight was already attacking the witch doctor, but the latter blocked the blow. And then he jumped, twisted, and decided to kick his opponent upon landing. Thus, the main character kicked his enemy on the shoulder of his right hand, in which, until that moment, the man was holding his sword. After this, the knight decided to play to the public and pretended to be a frightened and offended child. It worked, and 3 people from their group decided to combine their skills and attack the masked man. The double strike and the energy ball merged into one stream of energy, which was sent directly to the witch doctor's body, but never reached its target. Because in the last seconds, Daman pulled off something interesting. He turned to his main opponent and pushed him towards the spell flying towards him. Unlike the main character, the knight's reaction was much worse, so he was unable to dodge the combined spell flying at his back. The good guy fell to the ground. He was in a lot of pain as he was not only fried by the energy blast, but also had arrows sticking out of his back that had been fired by his other henchmen. It would seem that everything could have ended there, but the main character was too much annoyed with this man, so he decided to give him a control blow so that he would stop harming him. At that moment, the young man looked at his opponent and realized that he had succeeded in realizing his plan. Namely, shortly after his last blow, the game system received a notification that the good guy had left the game. But not only did the nice guy leave the game, but so did everyone else in his group, including the solo players. This seemed to the young man a very strange phenomenon. At that moment, the guy was brought out of his thoughts by a sound that came from the side of him, and he turned in that direction. One of the bleeding members of his group was moving towards him and asked him for help, and some object was sticking out of his body, somewhat similar to a knife but only made of energy. Damien didn't expect to see something like this, so he looked quite surprised. Meanwhile, the system reported that the bonbon player had also left the game. Only the main character and a long-haired guy or girl remained on the battlefield. The player named Gold was now looking at the witch doctor, studying him and saying that now he was the only one left, like the icing on the cake. The opponents looked at each other. Damien noticed that the opponent's weapon, which was very rare, had excellent cutting ability, and spoke of the stunning skill of its owner. The girl had not attacked yet, but noted that the guy fought well, even without using objects, but she was sure that he had something hidden. The young man answered her in the same tone, saying that she herself had a huge number of different items in stock. The guy understood that it would be difficult to deal with this person, so just in case, he picked up the sword that was lying on the ground and decided to use it in battle. The woman was surprised by this decision. She did not understand why he needed a sword, because he was not a knight and hardly knew how to use this type of weapon. But Damien was already standing firmly on his feet, taking a fighting stance and saying that she was talking too much, just like the good guy who lost to him a few minutes ago. The main character thoughtfully turned the sword in his hand. He realized that the assassin class was ideal for one-on-one fights, and therefore the synergy with sashimi would not be a joke. But even knowing this, he decided to try to win this fight, so he took a fighting stance and asked his opponent to attack him, since he did not have much time for such fun. The woman regarded his behavior as a personal insult, so she promised to make him regret what he said in such a tone. And at the same moment she rushed to attack. Her speed was too fast for an ordinary person, and then a second later she picked up such speed that human outlines were no longer visible. Something similar to a wheel rotating at enormous speed was rushing towards the guy. She supplemented her attack with the Kunoichi skill, Tiger Fangs. No matter how difficult it was, the main character so far blocked and held back the girl's onslaught, although for this he had to personally put in a lot of effort. The guy was aware that if he didn't have equipment and a nickname, he would have been dead long ago. However, he decided to tease the girl by saying that it was really powerful, and then added that she had little power in her hands. The girl began to get angry. She did not understand who he was and where he came from. She understood that he was not an ordinary guy, since he was able to block and hold back her most powerful attack. And at that very moment, the young man managed to break their contact. The opponent jumped back, and he was already smiling, but he did not know how to answer her question. Since the first technique did not work, the stranger decided to use another. This time she chose Misty Walk. Damien carefully watched her movements. He realized that now she was using the skill of hiding, so the other members of their group were defenseless kittens against her and died. Although the guy understood what was happening, he couldn't figure out where his enemy was, so he turned his head around, and she, in the form of a black shadow, came very close to him and said that she liked his confused look. The girl appeared only for a moment, but this was enough for the young man to understand that although this skill was good, it also had flaws. So now he figured out where to strike. Now the main character prepared for a counterattack, and took out one of his poisonous potions for this. The stranger was angry that her opponent was able to avoid her attacks, and so she appeared from the purple fog. And at that very moment the young man counterattacked her. He punched her in the gut, crushing the vial of green poison in his fist. The liquid touched her body. The girl did not understand that this had just happened, but at the same time her face began to change. After that, the guy threw her against the wall and said that he, like her, used his special skill. The effect of the poison was quite unexpected. It began to corrode the girl's clothes, thus exposing her body in the places it touched, which caused a wave of angry embarrassment in her. The stranger screamed, swore, and called her recent opponent a real pervert, since only such a person could come up with such a shameless attack. But the young man was already quite tired of such attacks. He approached her and said that she did not understand in the process what situation she was in now. Damien towered over his victim and said that if she did not stop empty chatter, then he would not let her go so easily. The guy offered to give him everything she has and then leave empty-handed but in full health from here. And he gave her 10 seconds to fulfill his request and began the countdown. The stranger decided not to take risks and gave everything. The only thing he didn't understand out of all the items was what to use stocking garters for, and the instructor already announced that it was time for the second round. The young man understood that time had passed quickly and unnoticed during all this showdown, so he now stood in anticipation in front of the gate, which opened and led him into a new round of testing. The guy put one of the sashimi knives in front of him, which he had taken from the stranger, and decided that he needed to speed up. This time he was attacked by a crowd of angry, hungry, armed rats. He even became curious about how strong these illusory monsters were. So the young man began his hunt for rats and he killed the first one with ease. The game system recorded this. In a fairly short period of time, Damien killed all 10 armed rats. Now he was holding one by the tail in one hand, and the second was impaled on a sashimi knife and had not yet thrown it aside. The system began calculating the results of the round. The instructor announced through the loudspeaker that the main character had killed all 10 rats, successfully completed the second round, and the doors to the third round had opened for him. The guy had 9 minutes to rest before the third test. But Damien confidently stated that he did not want to wait. The system immediately asked him if he wanted to skip the wait time. He confirmed this, asking him not to include any more wait time between testing stages. The young man looked confident and ready for the test, so he said that he did not want to waste time on nonsense, but to quickly finish the testing tasks. So the main character has already gone through 7 rounds, defeating all the monsters on his way. Now he was waiting for the last lap. He had no idea what or who he would have to deal with. The answer to the question did not take long to arrive. These were humanoid lizards who also had weapons. One of the reptiles was the first to attack the young man. She wanted to hit him with her hatchet, which she held in her paw. But the guy was not afraid, but waited for the right moment to show who the daddy was. At the right moment, Damien cut off the reptile's head. He realized that at this point he had increased his experience in using weapons, so he began to cope well. Also, this was most likely influenced by the fact that in the last game he went through the gladiator arena, where he had to take part in tasks using different types of weapons. In that competition he became the best of the best, reached level 100, and received the title of Grand Weapon Master. Now he realized that he had absorbed the experience from that test into his blood, so now his body remembered what and how it had to be done to win the battle, using several types of weapons in battle. Thus the young man held a sashimi knife in one hand, a good guy's sword in the other, and exterminated the lizards one by one, realizing that the ability to wield different types of weapons was now in his DNA. The game system continuously sent him notifications that he had killed another humanoid lizard, and the guy himself kept his count, stepping on the head of one of the monsters. He proudly said that this was the last one. Damien's face, hands, sword, everything was already covered in someone else's blood, but he nevertheless asked to open the gates for him to a new stage of testing, and to do it quickly. At this moment, the instructor who monitored the testing informed the participant that he had successfully completed the 8th round and the doors, and the 9th test itself was starting for him right now. Therefore, the main character confidently walked through the open door. Meanwhile, in the office of the Adventurers Guild, Maria, her immediate superior, who entrusted her with this mission, watched all the players through a round glass ball and asked how things were going there this time. The girl could conclude that people who take the exam do not understand its essence at all. Castan was also disappointed, as every test happened in a similar way. He hoped that perhaps there would be at least one strong player. But the assistant dispelled the boss's hopes, saying that if such a person had appeared, she would have noticed him and said that these people cannot protect themselves from illusory creatures. The manager realized that most likely this test would also be a failure. The man leaned back in his chair. Thousands of people came to the Adventurers Guild every day, but there were no people with rare talent and abilities. For the guild, the most important thing was NPCs, but finding them turned out to be the problem of the century. Suddenly, Castan remembered that he had seen several representatives of another world among the participants, But Maria asked the boss not to really hope that these guys were what they needed, but they needed an ideal machine for mass murder. So the Adventurers Guild accepts everyone, regardless of race or origin. Most of the talented people were in the Royal Academy or in the Magic Tower. Therefore, the guild had requests and tasks that were not fulfilled due to a lack of talented personnel who could process and complete them. The man sighed. He thought that it was worth training several more or less suitable guys from scratch on his own, and he physically could not accept more applications from those wishing to receive a guild certificate, since this month he also had important matters that could not be postponed. His thoughts were interrupted by the girl's voice. She smiled predatorily as she noticed a very interesting and unusual candidate in her glass ball. Castan was extremely surprised. Since at one time she spent years on the battlefield, her opponents feared her because of her incredible strength and honed skills. And so Black Rose tells him that she found someone unusual. This meant only one thing. This candidate is not like everyone else. He is special. The girl looked at the boss and said that 9 people from his group died in the first test, and he himself reached the 9th level, so, in her humble opinion, this guy can be called quite special. The man couldn't believe his ears, so he asked again if he had heard correctly. And it's true that 9 people from the candidates group died in the first test. He, of course, knew that the goblins could kill a person, but not all at once, or some of the players simply gave up. Maria refuted the manager's assumption and said that none of the group members gave up, and the only surviving player completed all the remaining rounds of testing within 3 minutes, and not a minute more. But the most interesting thing was that 9 people were not killed by goblins. After hearing this, Hastan jumped up from his seat and asked what she meant, but the girl seemed not to hear him and continued to talk, pointing out that except for her and the general manager, no one could interfere with the testing process, so everything that was happening now was something special for her. At that moment, it dawned on the boss what she meant, and Maria said that this guy killed all his competitors on the first round and went to complete the tasks alone. He did each of the tasks in 3 minutes, and now he was on the 9th level. Meanwhile, Damien sat on the floor and tried to catch his breath, since at the 9th level, he had to sweat a lot, but the instructor reported that he had passed this level of the exam with flying colors and had access to the last test. Damien sat and looked at the corpses of the monsters in front of him and realized that something was clearly wrong here, but what exactly he did not yet understand. So he remembered that the last time he passed the tests, there were slugs at the 8th level and skeletons at the 9th, but now everything was different, and the opponents from the previous stages exceeded all his expectations in strength. But he decided to ignore it as long as he performed well on the tests, so he gave up and went to complete the task of the last round of testing. So he stood in front of the last door and tried to guess what might await him there. The Slime King, Mud Golem, or Blood Goblin came to mind. The guy could handle these types of creatures easily. Therefore, he believed that he only needed to worry about the end result until he heard a menacing growl. But bad luck. All his assumptions were false, so now he did not know how to defeat this monster. The Minotaur King stood in front of him. The description said that this was only an illusion, and you could fight him calmly, without fearing for your life. Damien could not yet pull himself together and come up with a plan of action. He was mentally outraged that the creators of this test had gone crazy, since not every adventurer was ready to fight and could defeat such a monster. But the young man had no choice. He had to defeat the Minotaur and get his well-deserved reward, so he summoned red flames and said that he would incinerate the monster. The battle has begun. Whatever it was, the speed of the main character was higher than that of the Minotaur, so he disappeared in the blink of an eye from the enemy's field of vision, thus forcing him to lose his primary concentration on the duel. Then a young man, unexpectedly for the creature, appeared at his side and hit him on the head, saying that eating raw food is harmful, so it needs to be seasoned. To do this, he took out one of his potions, which contained poison, and was going to hit his opponent with it. And he hit it. Green poison spread throughout the monster's body, causing him an attack of sharp pain. Meanwhile, Damien received several system notifications that the Minotaur's defense had decreased. The monster grabbed his head. He temporarily lost his sight under the influence of the poison, but he quickly came to his senses, but only became much more ferocious. So he hit the floor with all his strength, so the main character had to dodge if he didn't want to be crushed and buried here alive. And then he counterattacked the Minotaur with the same lightning speed, while asking him how tasty his meat would be. After the young man's forceful physical attack, the monster began to fall on its back. While the Minotaur was below and did not move, the young man jumped up and began to attack the beast again, but this time from the air, holding his blades at the ready. The monster tried to block Damien's blow, but at that moment his entire body was enveloped in a purple glow, and the system reported that he was poisoned. This served as a signal for the main character, and he took his pipe with poison needles and fired a couple at his opponent. Realizing that the guy could not be defeated with direct attacks, the monster decided to go on the defensive and again hit the ground with his hand. This led to the man jumping to the side due to blocks of stones that flew in different directions, thus protecting the monster. Now the main character began to lose his advantage, as stones of different sizes were flying at him, and he had to protect his body from getting hit by them. He didn't quite understand what the Minotaur was ultimately up to. At this very moment, the monster growled menacingly and raised both of his fists, preparing to hit the ground with them once again. But then he changed his mind and simply lifted one of the huge and heavy cobblestones from the floor. The monster swung this stone, intending to make a breakthrough and a fatal blow. Now Damien understood what was happening, although he continued to be of the opinion that this monster was not all right in his head, but he did not run away, but waited for the right moment to counterattack. The young man also began to move. He maneuvered and teased the monster, saying that his attacks were too slow and would not work against him. He felt that a lot depended on this fight. Yes, stones flew at him one after another, but he dodged each of them, making his way closer and closer to the monster, spurred on by the desire to fight him and win. And besides, the level of adrenaline in his blood was off the charts. And so, the guy was close enough to the Minotaur to hit him and see how strong he was. So the following happened. The monster decided to hit the man with a direct blow with his fist, but he dodged and used the monster's outstretched hand as a support for the jump and his counterattack. During his attack, the main character inflicted several piercing and cutting wounds on the Minotaur, but he did not calm down and did not want to die. After that, the man jumped into the air and prepared his blade for another attack, saying that his opponent was too stubborn and did not want to give up and was doing it in vain. The monster raised its head up to find the man and reach him with its hand. And at that moment, Damien noticed that the Minotaur himself, without realizing it, had exposed his weak point to attack, and the man decided to take advantage of it. The young man made a cross-shaped cut on the head of his opponent and looked at the result of the work of his hands. This blow did its job, and the Minotaur fell to his knees on the floor. The system sent messages that it was a critical hit, and the monster was currently bleeding. The blood of his victim dripped from his wounds onto the man himself, and the system continued to notify that the monster was now dying. When the guy realized that he had achieved his goal, he even felt some disappointment due to the fact that the Minotaur was already dead, since he was expecting a longer and more interesting battle. The illusion of the monster began to disappear, and the guy still stood and looked in front of him. He realized that although the monster surprised him at first, in the end it turned out to be weak. Meanwhile, the instructor reported that he had scored 10 points and passed the 10th round of testing. But these points were only a bonus for the young man. He felt that he had become a little stronger, but he still could not reliably assess his current level of strength. But in any case, he was not going to stand in one place and reflect. The only correct course of action for him was to move forward, and he understood this perfectly well. Meanwhile, the instructor reported that he passed the test, scoring all 100 points out of 100 possible. The guy didn't really listen to her, but silently walked forward through the slightly open door. The young man left the arena and returned to the lobby of the Adventurers Guild and walked straight up to Hastan's desk, saying that he had completed the test and had come to get his ID. The other employees were speechless at the guy's appearance. The manager asked the guy if it was difficult for him during testing, but he just smiled, waved his hand, and said that it was easy. Hastan knew that this candidate had passed all stages of the exam in the shortest possible time, scoring the maximum number of points. He alone had the courage to kill all the other members of the group. A few minutes earlier, the woman demanded that the boss take this guy to them because he had a rare gift. But the boss hesitated then, because he believed that everything needed to be carefully thought through and not cut from the shoulder. But Maria stood her ground. Therefore, now Hastan decided to express his point of view to the young man. First, he said he was impressed with the guy's results. Secondly, he was greatly bothered by the fact that he had killed all his bandmates. But such an answer did not add points to the main character, but on the contrary, made him look like a psychopath without a drop of empathy. He knew that his words were not just an excuse for his actions. Due to his gaming experience, he quickly learned to notice the thoughts and intentions of other players. Therefore, he decided to honor Hastan with such an ambiguous answer in order to receive a certificate. The manager said that based on what he saw in the arena, then there shouldn't be any problems in the future, but nevertheless, the guy needs to remember that the guild's sword should be aimed at monsters and not at teammates. The guy said he understood everything. After this, Hastan officially invited Damien to become a mercenary and employee of the Adventure Seekers Guild and receive the appropriate certificates. Since this was the guy's original goal, he immediately agreed to this proposal. Hastan and Damien shook hands. The manager said that from now on the guy was a member of the guild, and the man also hoped for fruitful cooperation. The young man was satisfied, as the system had just informed him that he had received the card of a member of the Adventurers Guild, and was added to the list of members of this organization. On top of everything else, he was immediately given the S rank. Now he lay down to rest and thought that he had taken the first step towards his goal. He had joined the Adventurers Guild. This gave him the opportunity to receive news from all over the continent. Suddenly, another new message arrived from the game system. The guy took a sitting position to read it. The message said that he had been given a new title, Fastest Cleaner. The young man was still in the guild lobby, so Hastan asked him if he was happy with the bonuses he received. The guy admitted that it was quite so. The man knew that they appreciated this new member of the guild, since the highest rank can be achieved by going through and completing many different tasks. Therefore, the manager understood that a unique person was now sitting in front of him. Hastan approached the guy and began explaining. He said that the gold rank certificate that he received is equal to 3 silver rank certificates and 10 iron rank certificates, so his rate of completing tasks will be many times higher than others. After that, he handed the guy several cards with pictures of different monsters and descriptions of the tasks themselves, saying that this was his first mission, so he should choose it wisely. The gold rank quests were exploring the Empire Dungeon, collecting dragon elements. But his attention was drawn to the last task, on which a sheep was drawn, and there was no signature. Hastan explained that they had received a letter from the government of the village of the lost sheep, but the guild did not consider it rational to send its members there. But the young man wanted to go on this particular mission. Hastan said that the essence of the task is that sheep began to disappear in this village, so the government wants the guild to look into it and resolve this issue. The guy was wondering whether he should take on this task, since he didn't want to quickly deal with the problem and get bored. But the manager said that the village chief promised monetary compensation for the work done. Damien took this task and ran to complete it. The main character was full of enthusiasm and confidence that he would quickly complete the task received and return back as a winner. So, the young man arrived in the Silas Valley to complete his first task as an official member of the Adventurers Guild. He stood silently and examined the area in front of him. Everything was gloomy. At that moment, he received a notification that the world map had been updated. The village of Cornet was located between the eastern center of Tera and the Parma Empire and was known as the Ivory Tower of Truth. It became clear that the wanted sheep had already wandered far, but there was enough time to find and deal with the situation. The guy was thinking. This mission was gold rank, but the catch was that he had neither a partner nor equipment. But not only this strained the young man from the very first day. As soon as he started this game again, he did not even have basic equipment. Without this, he should not even have been accepted into the guild, if you think about it. But this was all one side of the coin. The second was that it was even better. He did not need to waste his precious time on others, because if you think about it, if he carries out tasks alone, nothing will change. And then a brilliant idea came to his mind about creating his own guild. If something doesn't go the way he wants with this one, Daman decided to use the Raise Dead skill. He received a notification describing this skill, which stated that the number of corpses raised directly depends on the strength of the summoner. After this, a huge magic circle appeared in the clearing. The guy realized that everything was working out for him, because he saw that someone or something was starting to appear from the pentagram. And then the main character literally twisted in surprise, because with the help of a call he summoned one yellow chicken he had killed, which appeared in front, flapped its wings, and called it its master. Daman crouched down to take a closer look at the chicken. He didn't understand why he didn't get something else but this. The chicken was offended because the owner himself called him, and now he was offending him. The guy couldn't figure out what this creature could be used for, so he got the idea that it would be nice to eat it. But Saipa protested and said that he couldn't eat it. At this moment, another notification came from the game system. It said that the young man was obliged to give the summoned creature a name. The main character was surprised that the chicken did not have a name. But the summoned one himself was more indignant than before, saying that he could not have a name since he had just been born recently. The young man could not come up with a better name for the bird than Munchi. For some reason it seemed to him that it was ideal for the one called. And in general the guy complained that he had summoned such a useless creature. But then he said that a chicken would do for beauty. Munchi was offended and attacked his master, since he heard everything and understood that the man was insulting him. And the guy didn't understand why this was happening, since he believed that he was treating the pet well. But at that moment, his first crazy idea was born. After an argument, Daman put the chicken on his neck and asked him to hold on tightly, because if he fell, the guy would not look for him, and they set off. The young man opened a map on which he was looking for a route. When the young man found what he was looking for, he turned sharply in the other direction and went down the mountainside, telling his little companion that he had a little business down below. The main character ended up in a place called Farbov Forest, but this was not the end point. He read the chat correspondence from which it followed that the players were trying to avoid this strange place. And the reason for avoiding this forest was the monsters that lived there. For example, now Daman was being attacked by several huge and slippery caterpillars. The young man learned that Farb pupae live in forests and can be found on a tree, usually living in groups of several individuals. You need to be careful with the threads they weave, as they are very tough. The guy understood that it would be extremely difficult for him to attack, but he would cease to be himself if he retreated and did not try to fight with them, since this is what he came here for. The beetles also noticed the man below, buzzed in surprise and moved towards him along their threads, but he stood and waited, preparing a bottle of poison for the attack. He then assumed the pose of a baseball pitcher, preparing to throw the bottle at his victims. And then the first bottle of poison hit the first and fattest beetle. Munchi, who continued to sit on the young man's head, very sincerely praised his master for his accurate throw, which hit the bull's eye. This type of poison corroded the strong threads that these creatures had woven, so they began to fall to the ground with the remains of their threads. After this, the game system reported that under the influence of the poison, the scales of the Fabs were destroyed and their level of protection was reduced. Daman was pleased with himself and approached the fallen carcasses, saying that it was not difficult to do. But everything turned out to be not so simple. The monster spat at the guy who approached him with some white and viscous liquid. The main character dodged with ease. He had already prepared his pipe with poisoned needles in order to shoot the monster. However, he said that the beetle's attack speed was too slow. Following this, many poisoned arrows flew at the beetle, and the game system sent notifications that the Fab was poisoned. No matter how strange it may sound, Daman decided to use the monster as food. The game system informed him that he had killed the fabric, and at the same time received new experience, as well as a strengthened shell. The guy was satisfied, since he had just received a very popular item among the players of this game, as well as new experience. The main character saw many messages about this item in the chat. Many wanted to buy it. Therefore, the young man wanted to get as many reinforced shells as possible in order to earn more money for himself by selling them. Therefore, the guy ran into the depths of the forest in the hope of finding more Fabers to kill them, take the fortified shell that was inside them, and then sell it all at the best price and thus make money. So, in the thicket of the forest, Damien discovered as many as 4 or even more individuals of Faber, so he already considered himself a rich man, even without doing anything yet. But before killing the monsters, he invited them to voluntarily give him their scales. Then he promised not to kill them. But the factories did not appreciate his generous offer and attacked him en masse, spitting the same incomprehensible, viscous white slurry. The guy was not at a loss under such pressure and immediately activated the bloody impulse. Activating this skill helped the young man see the attacks of the Fabs, the direction of the blow, and the movement. Now he was dodging, while he had already taken out a bottle of poison. The young man was already angry that the beetles did not want to climb down from the tree to help them do this. He again decided to throw his poison at them. So, each bottle of poison hit the target, and the Fabs fell down to the ground. Their defense decreased. At this moment, the guy began to approach the monsters, saying that now they could approach the main course, the production of a fortified shell. But the beetles did not want to give up, so they joined forces and began to attack the young man. At this moment, the main character realized that he had made a mistake. Namely, he relaxed early, so now he had a problem with how to cope with this attack. The guy understood that he did not have time to evade. Even if he hid, the factories would find him. And at that moment, his little chicken Minchi appeared in front of him, who took the position of protecting his master. The young man decided to attack, but he did not yet understand how to do it in this situation. The chicken sat on his owner's hand and asked him why he was looking at him like that. And he looked strangely at his chicken because he wanted to use it to attack and used it because he spun it and threw it at the Fabrov. Damien hoped it would hit the target. At that moment, when the chicken hit the target and the beetles were distracted from the man, the main character considered this the right moment and ran to the attack, while taking out a sword to cut the monsters. He swung his blade and said that now these monsters are finished. This time the young man was a little tired, so after defeating the Fabs he stood and breathed heavily. The game system reported that he had killed monsters, gained experience, and raised his level to level 25. After that, Damien leaned his back against a tree. He realized that he was very tired, and at some point it even seemed to him that he might die. But he won, and the dead carcasses of monsters lay around him. The young man understood that he had not given his best and fought like this for a long time. After that, he looked at his pet, who was lying on the ground, still half wrapped in a cocoon of fabric threads. Minchi survived, freed himself from the cocoon and attacked the young man. He was outraged that he took him and threw him into these terrible creatures. The pet did not understand why the owner did this to him. But the main character practically didn't listen to him, so he was immediately distracted by messages from the game system about receiving reinforced shells. At that moment, reinforced shells began to fall on the young man like rain. He was counting on a few, but there were too many of them, which was essentially good. Damien knew that by doing this, he not only did a great job, but also made a lot of money. The chicken had a logical question. Why did the man call him? What goal did he pursue? The main character told the pet that for each reinforced shell he obtained, he would give him 1 tasty seed. This made the chicken happy. The grain became the decisive moment, thanks to which Minchi ran like a hurricane to collect the fortified shells. The chicken collected the items. Damien turned one of them in his hands and thought that if you take into account the risk of extracting 1 such shell, then the price that people pay for it still leaves him with a win. In addition, the guy realized that everything that happened in the Chronicles of Arcia 10 years ago and now was not very different from each other. Therefore, he knew that if he gave it his all, he would become very strong after a while. Among other things, the Fabs were level 25, and he was also level 25, so he would have to pay to increase the level. At that moment, a chicken came to the clearing and brought all the fortified shells that its owner had won. For a job well done, the guy gave his pet grains. He himself thought that he planned to get to the village in 4 days, but changed his plans. Now he decided to spend 2 days collecting fortified shells and then get to the village. The young man understood that completing the first task of the Adventurers Guild was important, but money was more important to him. While Damien killed the Fabrov one by one, a group of adventurers looked from the top of the mountain at the forest and the traces of explosions. A member of the group looked down carefully, but he could not understand what or who had caused such noise and disorder. Therefore, he turned to his colleagues, saying that he had heard something strange downstairs. But Liang Choming said that he was mistaken, since there could be no one here except them. But the fair-haired guy claimed that he was not mistaken and there was someone below. His group colleague advised him not to pay attention to it, since even if someone wandered into that forest, he would not come out alive. Meanwhile, the leader of this group, Tagger, told his comrades that they must finish their task today. So, the adventurers descended into the forest. They walked one after another. The blond guy asked his leader what their plans were for today. He replied that they had no plans. They just needed to finish the mission they had started. Tagger thought in a similar way with Damien. He knew that the Faber forest is very dangerous. People don't come here for a walk. But if you remember about the profit from the sale of fortified shells, then the game begins to be worth the candle. The leader of the group did not understand why it was so difficult to find the Fab this time. He remembered his last foray here, and he understood that this time, too, all responsibility for completing or not completing the task would rest with him. But while the man was in his thoughts, he did not notice that something strange was happening around. Members of his team pointed their fingers to the side with fear and said that the corpses of the fabrics lay there. At first, he did not believe his comrades and thought that either they or he had vision problems. But then, when he turned and looked in front of him, he saw a clearing strewn with the corpses of these creatures. Seeing such a picture, Tagger turned red with anger and decided to find the person who was ahead of their group and profited instead of them. It turns out that although this territory was not someone else's property, this group of adventurers considered it theirs, so they killed every player who dared to come here to kill the Faber and get the fortified shell. Therefore, now the leader of the group behaved like crazy with anger. He forced his comrades to go in search of the man who killed almost all the Fabs. But behind their shouts and other showdowns, the adventurers did not notice the presence in the clearing of the hero of the occasion, who bent down to pick up another fortified shell that had been lost. Now Tagger also noticed the young man, approached him and asked who he was and where he came from here. Only Damien ignored this guy. He carefully collected lost items that he had not immediately noticed and now had to look for in the grass. This behavior of his opponent infuriated Tagger. He repeated his question again. He asked what the young man was doing here. But Damien reacted to this attack. He turned around and asked, "What's wrong with him hunting local monsters in the forest?" The guys behind their leader shouted in one voice. They demanded that the guy return to them all the fortified shells that he had obtained on their territory. Otherwise, they will take them away themselves. But their speech did not have the desired effect on the main character, since he knew that this land did not have a specific owner. This statement infuriated the group leader even more. He was shaking with anger and kept asking if Damien knew who was standing in front of him. But the main character didn't care about this and wasn't interested in it at all. After that, the man introduced himself. But this also didn't say anything to the main character. But then he remembered that in the game community the other day, they were talking about a bad person who caused a commotion right in these parts. Also, many said that someone here is killing other players. Then the young man pointed his finger at his opponent and said that violence is unacceptable in public places, so it was a surprise for him to meet someone like that here. Nevertheless, the adventurers felt superior, so they were going to challenge the main character. They surrounded the guy from all sides and pointed their weapons at him. They were going to kill him, like many players before. The men surrounded the guy, and then noticed that he did not look like a local resident. He was dressed very unusually. But Damien was not at all afraid, and said that this forest was not the property of a group of adventurers who did not pay a single gold for the land. He also believed that a man should be responsible for his words. This was the last straw, and the leader of the group gave the order to his comrades to kill this guy. But the guy's attacks were useless. The main character easily dodged them and grabbed the leader by the hand and said that he was going to kill him and a couple of his comrades as punishment for killing ordinary players who were trying to make money in this forest. So now the medicine man brought his opponent to his knees in front of his comrades, twisted his arm, and enjoyed his screams. This provoked other adventurers to rush into the attack and try to harm the main character. The young man instantly calculated the trajectory of the arrows fired at him, placed Tagger under them, and easily avoided injury. The leader shouted and asked his colleagues why they shot so many arrows at him. Damien realized that there was no point in holding this guy. He would die from his wounds anyway, so he threw him aside and went on a counterattack on his enemies. Without difficulty or remorse, he quickly finished off everyone who stood in his way at that moment. But there were also those who had not yet reached the count, and now the young man was advancing on them. The men were going to try to block his attack. One of the adventurers swung his hand and tried to hit the main character on the hand, but he had previously put on steel bracelets, so this sword blow did not harm him. This surprised the attacker, and his opponent had already counterattacked. Damien did not kill the leader of the group. He wanted him to see what was happening to his comrades because of his decisions, but what happened was that two of them lost their heads. Taggart decided to try to help his friends and shoot his opponent in the back with a crossbow. The man did not understand that he himself was to blame for the current situation, and blamed the witch doctor for everything. He himself was inactive, so his only position for a shot was lying on his stomach. He hoped to hit his target, but he was unlucky. The main character, with his peripheral vision, saw his weak attempts to shoot, so he slowly walked towards him. And then he grabbed one of the adventurers by the head, pressed it with one hand, and jumped. So he moved towards the person lying on the ground. Damien looked carefully at his opponent, raised his sword to strike, and said that he would not be able to escape, even if he really wanted to. Meanwhile, events were developing in the real world. As always, his subordinate ran into the boss's office without knocking. The young man was in panic. The impudence of his younger colleague incredibly outraged Ming Chun, so he threw a round object with the words that he had already asked him 100 times to knock on the door first and then just enter. After the throw, the man shouted that he really hoped that the employee had urgent business with him, otherwise he would hurt him. The young man said that they had serious problems again. A junior employee reported to his boss that the #1 team in the Chronicles of Arsia game that they sponsored was completely destroyed. The boss was shaking with anger. He didn't understand how this could happen and who could defeat their team of players. Ming Chun slammed his fists on the table. He tried to understand how this could happen. He needed to know how many players were able to defeat an entire united team. For some reason, the boss decided that it was the Japanese team who decided to put a spoke in their wheels, but the junior employee assured him that this was not the case. The man could no longer control himself. He grabbed his employee by the chest and began to demand an answer from him who dared to finish off their #1 team. A junior employee cautiously asked the boss if he remembered the guy who had put up 3 million gold coins in the game bank the other day. After answering in the affirmative, he continued and said that they had figured out his ID, which was Jinsung 123. The worker added stutteringly that it was this guy who single-handedly wiped out their #1 team from the face of the earth. Because he brought the bad news, he received a blow to the face. Ming Chun looked down at his colleague and summed up everything he said. It turned out that the person who broke almost the entire banking system of the Chronicles of Arsia and the person who killed their people were the same player. After this, the boss demanded that his subordinate tell him everything in great detail and not leave out anything about these two cases and about this annoying player as well. In the Chronicles of Arsia, Damien dealt with all his opponents who attacked him in the Fabrov forest. The system reported that he had gained experience and reached level 30. He stood and looked at the work of his hands. But the most interesting thing is that they were all level 50. And he was level 25 at the time of the fight. But even so, without straining, he was able to kill them all alone. At that moment, he received a message from the system, which said that in addition to experience and raising the level, he was entitled to second-rate iron, and several objects fell into the guy's hand. An elven branch, rubber tree seedlings, Next, he went to the inventory section and saw all the other positions that he could get in a few minutes of battle. He was attracted by the items he received: a strong blade, small iron and cloth, white grass, leather armor of the day of the hunt, a bow and gold. The guy thought that if he sold all this now, he would become very rich and he would not have to worry about where to find finance. After all, if you evaluate each item correctly, you can earn hundreds of millions of won upon sale. Having such different items was good for him, but he wanted to get something special, so he called upon his magic book of the apocalypse to use it to achieve what he wanted. So he began this exciting process, and the first thing he did was select the item analysis category in the book. Thus, he dismantled leather armor for hunting, a short bow, and X5 of strong iron. He did this in order to obtain high-level material. After that, he needed another item, but it was lost among many others, and the young man had to look for it for some time. But he was distracted from his search by a notice that said that he had received a new title, Lone Hyena. It was something new. It turns out that this title was given to people who collected 9,999 items, and he is the leader in the entire continent. In his past gaming experience, he only fought against clans and guilds, so he never collected items. And in general, the characteristics of this title were very good. It increased the possibilities of searching and discovering various types of objects by 100 times. Damien thought about it. He even felt a little ashamed, since he managed to collect such a huge number of items. But Minchi told his master to calm down, since those people were bad, so it's not scary that he killed them and took their items for himself. At this moment, another brilliant idea came to the main character's head. Since he received such a title, then maybe it's worth starting a hunt for other players. So he made a cunning and cruel business plan in his head. He was going to kill at least 100 players, take all their items and sell them, thus earning a lot of gold. The guy was filled with excitement because of the opportunities for easy money that opened up before him. Now, he looked like a mad demon. The young man walked to the edge of the Faber forest and looked down at the river. He understood that after he destroyed this team of adventurers, the people who stood behind them would begin to hunt him, so victims for his brilliant plan would be found themselves. After some time, another group of adventurers appeared in the Faber forest. Its leader was Chan Tibao, and they were part of the groups of the Jinsan Company. The men made their way through the forest, but they did not find a single factory in 25 hours of searching. The group members were very tired. They did not understand why they should pursue this terrible man. The leader told them to stomp silently and do what they were told if they didn't want to lose their jobs in the real world. But one of the most nervous of all the assembled members said that perhaps the person they were looking for was using a return spell, which is why they could not find him. But the leader told him to remain silent and follow him. At some point, he stopped abruptly and realized that something had gone wrong. All sounds around seemed to disappear, and when he turned to his comrades, he noticed that there was no one behind him. He concluded that this was the work of that strange and dangerous man, so he clutched the hilt of his sword even tighter. And then, Chang Ti Bao heard a voice that advised him not to do anything stupid. He turned to the source of the sound and saw a man of amazing appearance sitting on a tree branch. This was followed by a punch that sent the adventurer unconscious. A little time passed and the leader of the group of adventurers came to his senses. He was bound hand and foot, gagged, and sat near a tree. How he ended up there and why he was in this form he did not know. And small yellow chickens were climbing on it, which, among other things, knew how to talk and were going to convey to their owner the information that their captive had come to his senses. After this, Tibao heard a familiar voice, which belonged to a strange stranger, who asked his little helpers if they had tied up their prey well. This man did not pay much attention to his captive, but spoke to the chickens, reminding them that they were only called souls, therefore they should not be impudent and behave appropriately. The adventurer wanted to take the opportunity and escape, but his plans remained plans, since the main character had already turned his attention to him. At that moment, the young man noticed that the man's hands were not tied very tightly, so he asked Minchi to correct the situation and tighten the ropes more tightly, which he quickly hurried to do. The summoned chicken tried his best to carry out the owner's order, and Damien himself was already standing opposite the prisoner, holding poisoned objects in his hand and asking him to stop shaking, since he had not even begun the execution. After these words, the main character moved on to action. Tibau covered his face with his hands, but this was not particularly important, since the main character stuck several poison needles into different parts of his body. The game system informed the adventurer that he was in an abnormal state. His body was poisoned. The guy himself asked to stop this since he could no longer breathe. But this was impossible since, according to Damien himself, they had just begun, and he prepared Tibau with a new batch of poisonous needles. So the main character finished part of the plan for today, lay on the ground and breathed heavily, as he was exhausted. But the system reported that he became the proud owner of a forester's net and an old leather belt and 3,000 gold coins in addition. It turned out that in the last 48 hours he had killed 100 people from Jason, so now he felt it necessary to check his characteristics. In addition, it was difficult to fight due to the constant use of the Raising Dead skill. The reason for the low abilities of the summoned creatures was certain restrictions. Most of these restrictions are related to time, so the more mana the summoner has, the longer the summoned creatures can stay in this world. The chickens were always around him, so he thought it might be worth killing them again to make them disappear. He told them that they could safely return to where they came from, but the birds said that they would not go anywhere, since they liked to be close to their owner. The guy understood that from the point of view of combat power, these chickens were practically useless for anything, but thanks to him, they could be in this world as much as they wanted. Plus, they are very good and handy in finding bad guys from Jason. Suddenly, the young man looked around, listened to the sounds of the forest, and realized that most likely these bad characters were no longer here. The main character admitted to Minchi that he had fun chasing, killing, and stealing items from those people, because they were only brave in front of weak opponents, and in front of such, he behaved like scared children. But he admitted that the men's skills were good. But now, he again decided to use the Book of the Dark Agreement to create a few more things, because the products created with its help were highly valued among other players, and the book itself had interesting and valuable characteristics. The guy leafed through his book for a long time until he found the desired spell. Then he called the chickens, showed them what he found, and asked them if they would like to try to do it. Meanwhile, in the real world, the action took place in Shanghai, in the Pudong region. Yan Wei, the president of the Yansangiran Corporation, walked along the corridor and thought about what was happening in the Chronicles of Arcia. Then he stopped and looked at one point, thinking that it was not that important. He lit a cigarette. He was infuriated by the fact that the Jinsan company did nothing but deprive him of finances, because he himself personally managed the company of one of the brothers and asked to invest money there. But for him, it was not so much the money that mattered, but the fact that all the groups that the company sponsored were killed by the same person. The man took his phone out of his pocket and called. He told the person on the other end that he wanted him to solve their annoying problem at HA as soon as possible. So the man that John Wei called stood in the middle of a busy street and listened to his boss, who told him to listen and act strictly on his instructions. Meanwhile, in the game Chronicles of Arcia, actions continued to take place in the FPBR forest. The young man ran away. He realized that he had practically no chance of salvation, since he was not being pursued by a person, but by a real monster in human form. The guy couldn't believe that only one person was able to defeat dozens of his partners, who were not weak guys. So in a one-on-one battle, the guy had no chance, so he ran with all his might, trying to survive. But he was unable to do this, since he was already struck by red lightning that came from his pursuer. The man shot the guy in the knee with a red beam, so he stopped running and fell to the ground, while the man in the cloak and with the staff, most likely a magician, suggested that he stop resisting, since it was of no use. This magician was obviously much stronger than his victim, but he wanted to stroke his pride, so he asked the guy whether he liked his strength or not. The wizard was also interested in the question, or rather the answer, whether the guy in front of him was the leader of the group of adventurers. With these words, he began to look closer and closer to him. The fugitive was trembling all over and asked the man not to approach him. The man did not understand why the guy was behaving this way, because he came without an invitation. The magician held a staff in his hand, which had a champion rank and high characteristics. The staff was filled with the mana of the woodgrouse, and when used, all sounds around dissipated. The wizard cared little about the lives and feelings of others. He enjoyed the expression of despair on the face of his victim, her fear and helplessness. The man, meanwhile, again conjured millions of red lightning, which he wanted to rain down on the guy in front of him, but then told him to betray his boss, that he would need to bring all his people here if he wanted to catch and defeat King Arthur. Meanwhile, the main character was chilling on a hill. It seemed to him that he heard something, but he wasn't sure what exactly, and he couldn't even tell where the sound was coming from. Minchi followed the movements of his owner and asked him why he constantly cleans and scratches his ears. The guy replied that it's just like that, because he can sometimes itch them too. And so they finally came to the village where the sheep were missing, to complete the first task that the Adventurers Guild assigned to them. Damien stood and looked at the beautiful houses in the village and realized that it was even different to breathe here, since the air was very clean. The guy went downstairs and walked along the street of the village. He noticed that the local male residents looked at him with undisguised contempt and suspicion. He asked his pet to hide for a while, since it was dangerous here. He reached the village chief's house. The guy didn't want to ruin his first mission, even if he gained a lot of experience and items by destroying the Jinsan mercenaries who prevented him from coming here earlier. An unfriendly elderly man opened the door and rudely inquired about the purpose of the young man's arrival. The young man replied that he was sent by the Adventurers Guild to solve the problem of the villagers, according to the elder's request. As soon as the old man heard that the guy was from the guild, he immediately changed his behavior, almost crying with joy. The old man's name was Albert, and he was the headman of this village. The headman seated the young man at the table and began looking for drinks and other treats. This prompted the main character to think that something serious had really happened in this village, since this man had changed his behavior so much and trusted him. Albert began his story. Sheep began to disappear in the village. Initially, these were single losses, but now the number is dozens per week. 20 pieces went missing this week, and all this started happening about a month ago. Damien asked about how they herd their sheep. The headman replied that their shepherd's name was Joseph, who was taken in by a woodcutter 10 years ago, but the shepherd was a big bungler, so the headman was not sure that he was doing his job well. If you believe Joseph's words, a wolf appeared in the pasture, but this seemed unlikely to the main character, since the number of missing animals was too large. Albert did not deny that the guy likes to joke, so perhaps he lied now. He was not liked in the village and was often accused of theft, so now they put him in prison out of harm's way. But even after the shepherd was locked up, the sheep did not stop disappearing. So the old man grabbed the young man's hand and asked him to understand the situation and help them, since if everything continues like this, the villagers will not last long. Damien began to realize that this matter was not so simple. So first he asked to arrange a meeting with the shepherd. For some reason he was confident that after this meeting he would be able to solve the problem much faster. So the young man came to where the shepherd was being kept in custody. Joseph was kept in a small house that looked like a barn. 2 men guarded him at the entrance, the doors to the room were boarded up, and some sounds were coming from there. The guy knocked and screamed. He asked his guards to open the door and let him out. But they were not going to do this, since the headman ordered them to keep him inside and not let him out until they solved the problem with the sheep. Damien did not interfere yet, but stood and watched what was happening. Minchi asked him why there were so many evil people in this place. The guy suggested that the fact was that even without proving the guilt of the suspect, everyone found him guilty. By and large, the main character did not care about the squabbles of local residents, but there was a moment that somewhat surprised and embarrassed him, namely that Joseph was raised by a recently deceased lumberjack. After his death, the boy worked for various people and herded sheep for food, but when the cattle began to disappear, he was blamed for what happened and did not investigate further. If you think about it, for local residents, this decision looks quite correct and rational. Nevertheless, the main character needed to personally talk with the suspect. Therefore, he confidently approached the guards and greeted them. causing a wave of surprise with his appearance. One of the men recognized the guy as the man who had come to help them find the sheep. Wendy Damien did not come to talk with the headman. He needed a meeting with the shepherd. Hearing that the conversation turned to the shepherd, the guy began to knock on the door more than ever and asked to let him out. The shepherd tried to prove to his guards that now was not the time to lock him in this barn. But the men did not react to this, telling Damien that their charge was very active and constantly bothered them. Damien was already tired of useless conversations, and the task was urgent, so he asked the men to move away from the door. When the guards complied with his request, he walked up to the door, aimed his fist at the door, and asked Joseph to also step aside. The guy also listened to him and did the right thing, since the adventurer knocked out this dilapidated door to the barn with one blow of his fist. The main character himself stood on the remains of the door and asked the guy in front of him whether he was Joseph or not. The shepherd was frightened, pressed against the wall, trembling. He did not understand what kind of man he was and what he wanted from him. But the main character calmly said that he wanted to ask him a few questions. At that moment, the young man realized that he had forgotten to introduce himself, so he poked his finger in his chest and said that his name was Damien, and he was a hired employee of the Adventurers Guild, and he had come here to help solve the problem with the disappearances of the sheep. And then he asked the guy to ignore the broken door and the talking chicken. With all his words and actions, Damien put the shepherd into a state of shock. The main character, without hesitation, sat down next to the guy and asked him whether it was true that the village's sheep were attacked by wolves. The teenager confirmed this. Joseph said that he saw a wolf that was larger than an ordinary wolf and larger than an ordinary man. He noticed it when he was hunting a bear. The last fact surprised the adventurer very much. At that moment, the guards entered the barn. They asked Damien not to believe this impudent man, since it could not be that a wolf would hunt a bear and at the same time be larger than a man. The main character himself was not going to discount this option for the development of the plot, since the forest and mountains were full of all sorts of animals and monsters. So he asked about the exact place where the boy saw that same huge beast. Joseph said he saw a wolf on the top of Mount Califato. Then he added that if you move north, you will find yourself at a large clearing, which is located almost at the very end of the forest, so it will not be difficult to find it. At that very moment, Damien received a message about a new task, codenamed Wolf of Califato. He quickly accepted the terms of the task and quickly ran into the mountains in search of this beast. Before setting off on his journey, the young man bought himself a few things, because he believed that there was nothing nicer in this world than pampering himself with such gifts and not worrying about finances. After the purchase, he ran to the mountains full of strength and enthusiasm. But besides purchases, thanks to the Book of the Dark Agreement, he was able to collect unique witch doctor equipment. This set also included the fire lizard bracelet. He got himself Nijavalu's leather pants. When wearing them, one could use the dark green blessing, which, when activated, restores mana and increases the recovery rate of all characteristics by 100% for 1 minute. The set also included the Golden Rabbit sandals. When wearing them, you could use the Golden Flash, which would increase your movement speed by 100%. The young man understood that not everyone could afford such equipment, since it would require hundreds of thousands of gold coins to make. In the future, he was going to focus his attention on obtaining the perfect equipment for himself. On top of everything else, this place was the habitat of level 30 monsters, so he could not go completely unprepared. And now he has already reached the place that the shepherd spoke about earlier, so his current location was Mount Califato. All other maps have also been updated accordingly. No matter what the locals thought, this place was somewhat reminiscent of a wolf's lair. But it was Minchi's first time seeing such huge rocks, so he was a little surprised. Damien noticed that there were a lot of blind spots, deep gorges, several tens of meters deep. But the young man understood that the wolf could not climb there if they assumed that he was really larger than a man. So the guy wasn't lying. To scout out the situation, the guy decided to use his summon dead man skill. At the moment, he has modernized it and called it the King of the Dead. Several magic circles appeared on the ground for summoning. Meanwhile, another group of adventurers was heading to the mountains of Califato. They had very little distance left, and they would be there, The group was led by So Hye-yoon. The woman walked up ahead of the group. One of the group asked the leader about the danger of the area where they were heading. She said that she had not heard of attacks in these mountains, but since many considered it a dangerous area, they did not take on missions. Hanuman believed that this time they would definitely not lose and would complete the task. But their staff magician, Hill 500, was not so sure about this, since he had heard from other players that the Wolf King was a very strong and dangerous predator. Hanuman decided to play the tough guy and said, taking a tough pose, that the magician should not worry since he would personally protect him. The man also stated that the attacks of the Wolf King are not so scary and dangerous. The main thing is that the magician heals them in time, and everything will be fine. The paladin had a different opinion. He believed that just because no one had hunted the monster yet, this did not mean that they would be able to defeat it. Such tediousness irritated Hanuman, and he said it out loud, so a fight almost broke out between the men. So Hye-yoon intervened in their argument, because she believed that now was not the place or time for nonsense, since they had an important matter in these mountains, and then they all saw how strong explosions were heard below. The members of this group realized that someone had already started a fight there. Below, yellow nimble chickens were running away from the wolf, which had already begun to hunt them. But as many chickens as there were also wolves who followed the birds. So Damien was surrounded on all sides by white wolves, and the chickens also ran to their owner, seeking protection. The guy didn't understand where such a large flock of predators came from here, but decided that they would suit him as a warm-up before the main course. The animals behaved strangely. They did not attack the young man, but raised their heads up and howled. The young man did not expect that many individuals crawled out of the hole below. Now they began to growl and narrow the ring around him. He took a fighting stance. The main character suggested that the wolves had a lair downstairs, and if this was true, then under this hill there was some kind of ant nest, only of predators, and there were more and more wolves on the surface. But the guy realized that there could be just as many of them in the lair, or even more. So, the wolves of Califado live inside the Califado mountain range. They never hunt alone. If such a wolf has bitten its victim, it will not let it go. In addition, you need to be careful when using techniques. The time to study each other was over, and the first wolf, followed by others, rushed to attack the main character. But Damien was not afraid, did not begin to run away, but stood in his place and asked the animals if they really decided to attack him. Instead, he decided to combine the poison bottles and the effect of his new bracelet for an attack. The attack hit the target. The young man noticed that such a combination did work, and this pleased him. The system reported that the Califado wolf's defense had decreased, and its health was also gradually decreasing. The main character praised himself for the idea of using the Festival of Flames along with potions of corruption, since both of these items helped him reduce the agility indicators of the enemy. The young man decided to test his characteristics. It turned out that he had now reached the 34th level, and his agility, intelligence, luck, strength, and talents had increased. But the guy could not study the updated information further, and in more detail since the wolves sprang into action, growled menacingly, and prepared to attack him, waiting for the moment. Noticing that there were no fewer opponents, the main character asked Munchi to get ready with the rest of the chickens for battle. Meanwhile, the predators began to surround the man, but then one of them raised his head and looked at the hill, where the brave Munchi chicken took his position. Behind the chicken, all his other little brothers lined up in a wedge. They prepared at the owner's command to enter into an unequal battle with the wolves. It turned out that there were much more chicks on the battlefield than wolves. They occupied all the hills around the flock. The wolves were angry, growling, and did not understand what was happening around them and what these small creatures could do to them. But at that moment, the man ordered them to get out and prepare their weapons for battle. Each chicken had a mini version of Damien's pipe with poisoned needles. Now, hundreds of poisoned mini-needles were flying at the predators. This became possible because the main character shelled out a tidy sum and purchased a bonkul rooster with a poisoned arrow. This item transformed the chicken's basic attack into a level 10 poison needle. It turned out that it was the most expensive item possible, but it had controversial qualities. The advantage was undoubtedly that it converted the chicken's basic attack into a level 10 poison needle. Now the main character didn't even tense up. He stood and held the totem, and this time his chickens did all the dirty work for him. Yes, initially he wanted to win with damage, but realizing that this was impossible, he decided that they would die from massive poisoning. He reminded the chickens to continue throwing quills at the wolves, because if they missed even one, they would all be in trouble, which he didn't want. A minute later, the game system reported that the Califato wolves were poisoned. And this was true, as the animals howled, fell, and writhed in pain caused by the poison that entered their bodies through the poison needles. A minute later, the system reported that all the wolves had been defeated. The chickens rejoiced, and the guy himself stood and watched as the bodies of the white wolves disappeared before his eyes. The young man was pleased with himself since he defeated all the predators but did not even lift a finger. The chickens below fussed and collected objects. The system said that now the main character could use the available blood impulse, which increased the speed of attack and movement of the object by 200 times within 180 seconds. The young man began to analyze the changed situation in his characteristics. He realized that at the beginning of his new path, there were either no skills at all, or they were useless. But as soon as his level increased, the action and availability of skills immediately changed. Meanwhile, the chickens hurried to him and reported that they had collected all the items. Having defeated the wolves, he became available to him: a wolf fang, ashen pupils, and brown fur. The healer was pleased with the result of his pet's work. Then Munchie flew up to him, and Damien told him that most likely the main wolf that Joseph had seen would appear any minute. The main character opened the text of the task and reread it. He needs to destroy a pack of wolves with a leader and prevent them from destroying the village. His progress is insignificant. He defeated only 20 wolves out of 200, and the main one has not even appeared yet. But suddenly something happened that he never expected. He received a notification that 34 chickens called up today had died. And after that, the Wolf King appeared behind Damien. What the shepherd said turned out to be true. He was enormous in size. The chickens got scared and ran to their owner. The guy himself retreated under the pressure of the huge carcass of the predator, which wasted no time and attacked. The leader stopped abruptly and howled, thus calling the other 180 members of his pack to help him. The wolves quickly responded to the king's call and came running. They rushed past the leader, ready to attack the man. Now not only the chickens felt uneasy, but also Damien himself, since he did not understand where such a huge number of wolves had come from, and he did not yet have a plan for a new action. The Wolf King of the Califato Mountains was too big, and it was known that he was level 45 and belonged to the elite class, and he could also hunt bears if necessary. The main character said that he would take charge of the leader and asked the chickens to deal with small wolves, while he made Munchie the main one in this matter. So Munchie jumped off his master's shoulder and went to the other chickens, saying that there was work for them too. The summoned creatures took their tubes with poison needles and, at the command of the main chicken, began to release them at their opponents, thus helping their master. The pets did their job well, and the guy noticed that there were no problems with ordinary wolves, since the needles with poison got into their bodies, so they didn't have long to live. This could be understood by their howls and growls. Now it was his turn to join the fight. In order not to lose instantly, he activated all functions, including protection, rabbit sandals, and ran towards the leader, trying to attack him from above. Damien was already above the Wolf King. He didn't like the fact that the animal considered him a weak opponent and didn't take it into account, so he looked the other way. But at the man's voice, the wolf turned his head and saw him raising a sashimi knife over him. The main character has now made a big mistake. He believed that by activating all the hidden capabilities of his new equipment, he would be able to defeat any opponent. But this only led to the fact that the leader considered him a serious threat and flew into a real rage. The King of Wolves attacked the young man, but he managed to dodge, so now he decided to spoil his opponent's fur a little. For this, he took out 2 vials with his special poison. Then he threw them, connecting with the function of his bracelet, at the wolf, who howled in pain as his fur and skin were defeated. This also reduced the wolf's defenses. The battle continued, but it only happened with one goal: which was strange since the Wolf King was considered an elite character, which means he should have some special skills in store, but he still hasn't used them, even though his boyfriend is already pretty beat up. Although this was strange, the guy thought that this was even to his advantage, since he had already caused enough damage to the beast so he could destroy it before it answered him. So he took out the sashimi knife again, ready to finish the task quickly. Daman attacked the wolf. The main character realized that the leader's main skill was to create a pack and not to use strong attacking skills, but this only provoked the guy, and he decided that he would definitely defeat the wolf. Therefore, without a shadow of a doubt, he rushed into a new attack, intending to inflict as many fatal blows on the beast as possible with a knife. He noticed that the chicken squad was doing an excellent job of poisoning every common predator that appeared, so this gave him the opportunity to fully focus on the Wolf King of Mount Califato, which is what he did, preparing a sashimi knife for the attack. Meanwhile, Haya Yun's party of adventurers came to the battlefield of the protagonist and his group of chickens. The woman drew her blade, but froze in place like her colleagues, since the picture they saw was so incredible that it was difficult to believe in it. The adventurers did not know what to do because they understood that a real massacre was taking place ahead. Moreover, the fog began to dissipate and what was happening became more and more clearly visible. Namely, the leader howled and growled but did not fight back. He was in a disadvantageous position. Something or someone was moving at breakneck speed and inflicting more and more piercing and cutting blows on the animal. The male adventurers were angry because they considered this wolf their prey. And here it is, someone incomprehensible has gotten ahead of them, and even copes with such a giant alone. Haya Yun made the wrong assumption. She believed that the player could not lead the battle, since the task appeared quite recently, and they left to complete it at dawn, so it was logical to assume that it was the monsters who were fighting for the territory. So since these are monsters, the girl ordered her bandmates, especially Hill, to get ready. They were also going to join the battle and seize the initiative. At that moment, the magician pointed his finger towards the battle and said that the fog had just cleared and it was possible to clearly see what was happening there. And now the adventurers began to understand what was wrong with their conclusions. She saw how just one person, without a shadow of fear or doubt, dealt blow after blow to the king of wolves. He did alone what they were not sure if the four of them could do, so it all looked like an unrealistic surreal. Such impudence on the part of the main character caused a storm of emotions among the people who came. They could not believe that he could cope well with a huge wolf, and at the same time everyone considered him a bad person, since they envied his strength and courage. Hye Yun began to feel indignant. She realized that at this rate their team would be left with a donut hole this time, and not with a victory over the monster. This remark was the last straw, and Hanuman ran onto the battlefield as fast as he could and full of rage and anger, not hearing the cry of his leader. The main character realized that the Wolf King was behaving like a field boss. His special potion of corruption constantly reduced his defense and health. But even this, although it gave a certain advantage, was not enough, as the wolf still had half of its HP left. Yes, and the leader attacked the young man quite often, and he regularly had to either dodge or counterattack, and now he was jumping on him, foaming at the mouth. This time the predator's jump was a little unexpected, and the guy dodged, but realized that the animal had almost touched him with its front paws. This gave the young man the idea that each time it became more and more difficult to maneuver and avoid the leader's counterattacks due to the lack of space around him. This meant that he needed to change his weapon to a long-range one, since this was not the end of their battle. So the man and the wolf continued their deadly dance. The leader attacked. The guy dodged the blows and counterattacked the beast, shooting at it with poisoned needles. The use of this weapon allowed the main character to maintain a distance between them. Daman continued to provoke the enemy. On the one hand, he had no idea what else he could do, so he understood that he should be careful. On the other hand, he wanted to find out and end the battle quickly. So, the wolf was already pretty battered, but still continued to stand on all four paws. The Wolf King howled, thus summoning more wolves. Daman realized late what was happening, and when he realized he could not change the further development of events, those wolves that appeared sank their teeth into his body. From the pain, from the bites, heavy blood loss, and muscle rupture, His eyes began to close, and he saw how the leader stood and smiled predatorily. At that moment, the guy realized that perhaps his end had come. The small wolves grabbed onto him too tightly. The pain became unbearable. He felt that at this rate he would no longer have to think about any money or revenge. But Damien didn't want to give up so easily, so with the last of his strength, he used his zombie transformation skill. The countdown for using this skill has also started. The main character was now no less evil and scary than the wolf, since he did not want to use this skill at all, since he was in hellish pain from both the bites and the skill, so he wanted to tear his opponent in half. The Wolf King and the man walked towards each other. Although the guy understood that the wolf would not be able to answer him, he continued to talk to him, because he needed to release his simmering emotions. At that moment, one of the small wolves came to the leader's aid and jumped on the main character from behind, but he only extended his hand, grabbed the wolf by the throat, lifted him into the air, and said that he would finish everyone off with his bare hands. And then he threw the wolf to the ground. Yes, he did it with such force that he raised a lot of dust, as if an explosion had occurred. So the wolves of Califato were poisoned and bled to death. Damien was now emitting an aura of death that poisoned everything within a radius of 3 meters. The main character himself ordered the Wolf King to attack, since he had little time. Hanuman was approaching the battlefield. On the one hand, it looked like close combat. On the other, the type of weapon that the man used was incomprehensible to him. But the man wanted to prove that he was also worth something, and not leave here empty-handed. But as soon as he ran up close, he realized that what was happening there was not just a battle using strange weapons, but the person who led this battle did not look so much like a person. Damien defeated the Wolf King of Mount Califato. Along with his victory, he received experience points and also increased his level by 2 units. He was now a level 36 player. The young man sat down and, with a satisfied expression on his face, began to examine the items he received after the victory. Thus, the collection of his artifacts was replenished. The wild crystal, the huge fang, and the skin of the great Wolf King, also the mark of heresy. Damien picked up the wild crystal and began to twirl it, since it was rare and one of the great items that players did not come across very often, so he realized that the pain that he had experienced and was experiencing was not in vain. At that moment, his faithful little yellow friends began to run towards him. He took everyone in his arms and allowed them to climb on him. After all, it was he who dealt with ordinary wolves, so their level also increased. The guy realized that since he had completed the task, he could now slowly return to the Adventurers Guild with a report. But suddenly, his attention was distracted by some movement. He managed to react and cover his head with his hand, so the arrow that someone shot at his head got stuck in his hand. But the problem was that he did not feel an outside presence, which meant that he was not dealing with the most ordinary player. This someone turned out to be Hanuman, who threatened the main character that if he moved, he would kill him immediately. But such a threat seemed funny to Damien, but he was wondering what kind of funny guy stood in front of him. The main character began to study his new opponent. He noticed that he used weapons similar to those used by the Jissen representatives, 2 semi-automatic crossbows and 1 regular one, so this guy was a ranger. What was said about this class in the game was that its representatives are not particularly strong, but are good at various types of maneuvers. Hanuman at that moment fired another arrow and almost hit Munchie. The man clearly had problems with nerves and control. He repeated again that the main character should sit quietly in place if he did not want to die, because the man who came had patience. The fired arrow hit the young man's cheek tangentially. He wiped away the blood, realizing that he had been slightly mistaken in his calculations. After all, this person was much faster than he expected, about level 30, or even higher. Next, Damien noticed the man's equipment. It was not suitable and was not accessible to ordinary beginners. It was also curious that this person was definitely biding his time until the main character returned to his normal state. Hanuman looked carefully at his opponent and said that he had no idea how he could cope with the Wolf King of Mount Califato alone. But he understood that an ordinary fighter who uses close combat would not be able to do this. Hanuman said that initially this monster was his goal and prey, and because of the guy he had to waste time and effort, so now he demanded that his opponent give him all the items he received from the wolf, and at the same time his equipment. The protagonist's answer drove the adventurer into a rage as he refused to carry out this order. Meanwhile, Damien got tired of sitting on the ground. He stood up and said that he had put too much effort into killing the huge wolf, so he was not going to give anything back. Moreover, he was sure that in a similar situation his opponent would have done the same. Hanuman was already shaking from the rage and impudence of this guy. He wished Damien a quick death, but the healer did not react and asked to repeat it because he did not hear. The provocation method worked, and the adventurer began shooting at his opponent with crossbows. The chickens began to scatter in different directions, and the guy himself began to maneuver between the tips of the arrows. Seeing that his plan worked, Damien activated Blood Pulse, which increased his attack and movement speed by 200%. The second step was to use the Restoration Potion. The third step was the activation of the Dark Green Blessing and the Flame Festival. The main character decided to add as many different tricks as possible while the Bloody Pulse was working. Moreover, while his opponent hesitated, he decided to strike him and do it as hard as possible. After drinking the potion, Damien felt much better. He understood that his opponent was using an extremely simple attack pattern. He had 10 arrows in each crossbow, of which he fired 1 or 2 at a time. Although Hanuman shot without stopping, not a single arrow hit the target. His opponent dodged everyone and did not want to die. No matter how the adventurer aimed, no matter how hard he tried, he never hit again. He saw that all his attacks were missed, and this made him even more angry and irritated, and his opponent seemed to mock him. And since the main character did not follow the direction of the arrows, but all the time carefully and boldly watched the adventurer, one got the impression that in front of him was not a fighter, but some kind of psychopathic maniac. And then Hanuman realized that if he continued like this guy would get to him in a matter of minutes, and then he would probably have to die. He was not wrong in his guesses. Damien was already next to him, literally jumped out in front of his nose, waved a bottle of poison, and said that he knew about his every move and action in advance. And then he threw his poison at the enemy, and he jumped back to a safe distance so that the splashes would not hit him. Hanuman fell. His whole body was enveloped in a liquid of an unknown color. He sat on the ground and tried to understand what was happening to him, but he was glad that nothing serious seemed to have happened. A few seconds later, the man received a notification from the system that he had been burned and was poisoned. Hanuman did not understand how this happened. In addition, not only his body suffered, but also his armor was damaged, and its strength decreased. Only now did it begin to dawn on the man that he had miscalculated everything from the very beginning, and Damien was already running to him, saying that he forgot to add something to this cocktail of attacks. He swung another bottle of poison again and said that if the guy couldn't dodge this gift, he would die immediately. Hanuman tried to cover his face and head with his hands, but the liquid still fell on him, leaving no chance of success. "Don't dig a hole for someone else. You'll end up in it yourself." Hanuman wanted to kill the main character, but he gave him assurances that were incompatible with life. The man continued to receive burns from the poison, and it also corroded his elite crossbow for hunting. The adventurer was already on his knees, as he was in great pain because of the poison, and the main character stood calmly above him and asked if he was ready to say goodbye to life. But the man wasn't going to lose without a fight, so he pulled out one of his hidden weapons. This was another spare crossbow, and anger and hatred for the enemy forced Hanuman to rise to his feet. Seeing this crossbow, Damien remembered that this weapon was owned by one of the first rankers in HA in his last game. Therefore, he did not expect to see something like this here. To gain time, the main character again used provocation and asked his opponent if he really thought that nothing would happen to him if he started using this crossbow. The man was so angry that he screamed and asked his opponent to shut up, and he himself thought that now was the perfect time and opportunity to kill his opponent. He fired. If Damien's reaction had been a little worse, the arrow would have hit him right in the head, but it flew past his head. And then the arrow hit the mountain behind the young man's back, and there was a strong explosion. But this was completely inappropriate and created inconvenience. At that moment, the young man realized that although outwardly this crossbow was very similar to the crossbow from his past, in fact it was a completely different object, and Hanneman was already behind him and was about to shoot again. The main character realized that now the situation had become more complicated, because his enemy was even more crazy than himself, so he was going to blow up everything around with his arrows just to finish off the enemy. Damien couldn't see his opponent and realized that it was this guy's special skill. Kamenin told his rival that he needed to kill him when the opportunity arose. Such chatter, in the opinion of the protagonist, was useless now, even though the adventurer considered his words very smart and useful. Then the man decided that there was really enough talk. It was time to play, so he activated his shadow hunter and shooting skills with an invisible crossbow. At that same moment, the adventurer began to shoot. The main character could only run away and dodge the explosions. The young man understood that this skill gave the enemy the opportunity to constantly attack, but at the same time he did not need to look for cover and a shooting point. And in addition to all this, his hunting crossbow shot much faster. Hanneman thought that the guy was trying to delay the inevitable, but he was wrong. A new plan had matured in his head. Meanwhile, Damien found a foothold and activated the defense with Sandeel Rabbit. After that, he activated the Golden Flash and ran towards his enemy. He ran past his opponent with lightning speed and for some reason tore out a tuft of his hair. The healer now calmly twirled the enemy's hair in his hands and told him that this was his last chance, and it was better to ask for forgiveness, otherwise he would be in great pain. But Kamenin was very self-confident. He believed that he had no reasons for an apology, but even if he had them, he would not do it, even if he was in danger of being left without his head. These words of the man gave the green light to the main character. He made a voodoo doll of his opponent and began poking him with a poisoned needle. He did not expect the result, but when the adventurer grabbed his heart, the young man realized that the skill was working. Kamenin lost his confidence. He did not understand what was happening, and Damien was already choosing where to stick the next needle, into what part of the doll's body. And the main character picked up the voodoo doll, showed it to his opponent, and said that it was a small copy of his body, which means he was poking needles into it and not into the doll. The rest of Hanneman's team remained in place and watched from a safe distance what was happening below. But the problem was that they didn't really see anything except large explosions. The explosions suddenly stopped, and then a piercing, desperate cry of a young man was heard in the mountains. The adventurers' faces immediately changed. The health of her comrade appeared before Hye-Yun's eyes. The woman began to panic from worry and surprise as her teammates' performance dropped sharply and continued to move downwards. The adventurers did not understand what was happening and did not know what they should do in such a situation. It was obvious that at this rate their comrade would simply be killed. On the one hand, they wanted to go and help their friend, but on the other hand, the knight expressed fears that if they went to the battlefield without some kind of plan, they would not be able to help their ally, and they themselves would suffer. Unlike the magician, the knight understood that if this happens to such a strong player as Hanneman, then they have nothing to catch there with their skills and capabilities, since most likely he met an advanced player below. Hanneman lay on the ground and could no longer move, and Damien continued to stick poisoned needles into his voodoo doll. The adventurer tried to find out the characteristics of the enemy, but the system only reported that the witch doctor was hostile and very dangerous. Hye-Yun ordered her comrades to prepare for battle and go to help Hanneman. She did not want to listen to objections and reasoning that they could not cope with the player who single-handedly defeated the Wolf King. She ordered their resident wizard Hill to enhance her with his magic. The guy quickly began to fulfill her wish. At this time, Hanneman could practically no longer endure the pain, but he clenched his teeth. He did not understand what was happening to his body and how much longer he could endure. And then Damien asked him if he wanted to know what was happening to him right now, and how he achieved such an interesting effect without touching him. Everything, according to the guy, was simple. He placed the torn hair of his opponent into the middle of the body of a voodoo doll, which became a mini copy of Honeyman's body, and thus he was completely at his mercy. So this little doll became him, and he became this doll. Such an explanation seemed to the man to be the real ravings of a madman. But Damien decided to clearly show how it works. So he took the doll by the handle and turned it in such a way that the handle turned out at an unnatural angle. The same thing happened with the hand of a real person. It repeated exactly the movements of a voodoo doll. The man screamed in pain as his arm broke on its own. The main character continued to stand over the screaming man. He understood that he was most likely in terribly pain, but it was essentially his choice when he decided to attack Damien, who sat quietly and did not plan to touch anyone. The young man stood and thought, looking at the doll, about what else he could try to do with it. Since he was using this skill for the first time, he was very curious about the process. Oddly enough, he came up with the idea to check what would happen to his opponent if he hit him where it hurt. At that moment, Hanuman got really scared because he realized that this guy wasn't joking, so he crawled up to him and started begging him, on his knees and grabbing his clothes, not to do this. The man almost cried. He looked very pitiful. Where had all his arrogance gone? He asked his tormentor to give him at least one chance. He was ready to do anything to make him stop this torment. But it was useless, since by his actions he awakened the dark side of his opponent, which did not care at all about the feelings and desires of other people. So he already raised his fingers for a control blow to the causal place of the pupa. And he hit. Hanuman was lying on the ground almost unconscious. His mouth was foaming and he was holding his hands to the place where he received the blow. And Damien thought that it turned out to be mortal boredom and not a battle. But the main character was not a complete scumbag. So when he saw that his opponent showed no signs of life, he stopped mocking him, sat down next to him, and checked his breathing. It was strange for him to see his opponent like this, since he still had enough health. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice came from behind him, ordering him to stop. Hye-yun, Hill and the knight were descending from the mountain. The woman ordered the young man to move away from her comrade and to do so immediately. Damien stepped aside while they didn't touch him. He didn't touch anyone either, but it is clear that this was for now. The girl checked whether their friend was alive. He was alive, but unconscious. The main character noticed that the people who came running had weapons of an average level, and they clearly knew the guy who attacked him. The young man now understood why his opponent attacked him. He hoped that his comrades would help in difficult times, but apparently this did not happen. The main character asked them if they were the victim's partners, but they did not answer. The girl ordered her partners to prepare for battle. She was hostile and ready to kill the guy who stood in front of her. Damien didn't really want to fight. He was worried about what he should do if they somehow found out his characteristics, so he asked her, as the leader of the group, what she was going to do with him. The young man understood that in most cases the effect of his characteristics had ended, so he needed to buy a little time to regain his strength and then only start a new battle, even if he didn't really want to do this. Therefore, the main character couldn't come up with anything better than inviting her to start talking. But the girl did not want to listen to him, because she was sure that he was a bad guy, and that many people had suffered because of him. He understood that the attempt to talk was failing almost miserably, but still he decided to try again and asked her to calm down first. Hye-yun began to shout at the young man, but he only said that it was her partner who attacked him first, and that this guy ordered him to give him all the items that he received from killing the Wolf King while threatening him with a weapon. Damien had a question. Maybe it was Hye-yun who gave her partner the order to attack him, kill him, and take away all the items he had. The woman said that she would never give such an order in her life, as it was beneath her dignity. At that moment, Hanuman came to his senses and decided to attack the main character with his last strength, which surprised his leader. Damien at that moment realized that he had miscalculated, since the arrows were flying straight at him and he had nowhere to hide, and he was also unlikely to be able to dodge. The situation was getting out of control, and the main character put a voodoo doll under attack, so the adventurer's arrow hit not the witch doctor, but the doll. Thus, the guy killed himself. The system reported that the reputation of the main character decreased by 1 point. After what she saw, the girl did not investigate further. She ordered Hill to kill this guy, since from the very beginning, in her opinion, he wanted to kill her partner. But Damien objected. He said that he had no such thought, and in general he did not care about their group, but the girl did not want to listen to him. She no longer listened to his excuses and rushed into the attack to avenge the death of her friend. The main character was a little disappointed by this situation, because he didn't want to kill players for no reason. But he no longer had a choice, so he put on his mask and realized that he would have to start the battle, and by this time he had already fully recovered. He immediately activated Blood Pulse, Dark Green Blessing, and Flame Festival. And then he added that the adventurers asked for it themselves, so he is not to blame for what happens next. The battle has begun. The guy and the girl attacked and repelled each other's attacks almost at the same level. The young man was surprised by Hai-Yun's abilities, and the group leader, on the contrary, was very disappointed with the fight. At the moment when Damien began to attack her, the girl commanded the wizard, and he used Divine Aura, Quick Recovery, Lux Gloria on her, thus strengthening and restoring her powers. The young man at that moment realized that this magician had too many buffs, so if everything continued to happen like this, then these two might be able to defeat him. But besides everything else, he now had to defend himself since this girl was very good with a sword. In addition to this, the paladin created additional skills, such as Will of Unity, Lightning Armor, Shield of Trust, so that the girl could win. Therefore, Damien had only one way left to avoid dying here right now. At that moment when she began to attack him, he took out one of his potions and threw the bottle with it on the ground. Naturally, it crashed and sprays of poison flew in different directions. Thus, a strange fog appeared on the battlefield, because of which the group members could not find each other and help accordingly. But Damien clearly saw who was where, and he had already approached Hai-Yun from behind and called her. The woman realized that she had lost her advantage in the battle, so she called her opponent offensive words. But still, she was determined to kill her opponent, so regardless of the inconvenience, she rushed into the attack. She expected her fast and accurate rapier attack to hit the target, but her opponent deftly dodged it. Meanwhile, he had already prepared a poison for her. So when it opened during the attack, he sent the bottles flying towards her body. The explosion from the poison potion was very strong. She flew several meters away from the guy, and at the same time she dropped her rapier. The girl landed on the ground. Her comrades started running to her and asking if she was okay. But she was not entirely okay because her clothes fell apart on her literally before her eyes. The paladin was the first to run up, so he took the blow. Hai-Yun slapped him and asked him to turn away as she was very embarrassed. Damien stood at a distance from them. He teased the girl, saying that for some reason this time the armor on her was taking too long to melt. She again started yelling at him and calling him names, telling him to go away. The main character himself spread his arms to the sides and said that it was her own fault that everything turned out this way. After all, he was simply defending himself, and it was she who attacked him. In the meantime, he decided that she would no longer go into battle almost naked, so he decided to take on Hill now. The young man believed that the expression on the wizard's face was just asking for a dose of acid, but then he took off his hood, which he had not taken off before, thus showing his readiness for battle. But that was not the case at all. The guy began to ask not to shoot at him, but this had no effect on the witch doctor, and he fired a number of poison needles at his opponent. So they all hit the guy right in the back. The game system loudly and clearly announced that his character was poisoned, and his health gradually decreased, and soon he died. Of the entire adventurer team, there was now only one player left who could fight, and that was the paladin. So Damien calmly walked towards him. The man was sweating profusely, because he realized that they would now end, because he was initially against such rash actions, but no one wanted to listen to him. The paladin frantically began to look for something on the blue screen, and thought that if there had not been the foolish Hanuman in their group, they would not have found themselves in such a stalemate. So he decided to quickly leave the game. But the problem turned out to be that he could not leave the game until the end of the battle, until 300 seconds had expired. No matter how much he tapped his fingers on the screen, the answer did not change. The man was scared to death, because he heard the voice of his opponent behind him. He understood that he would simply kill him now. Therefore, he decided to behave in a very pitiful manner. Instead of losing and dying in battle, He fell to his knees and began to beg the main character for mercy, saying that he would do whatever he wanted for him. Damien looked puzzled at the man who was kneeling in front of him and begging him for mercy. The guy did not understand what was wrong with him, and it was wrong with the previous guys, why they behaved this way. The main character thought that this player's armor could protect him from poisonous needles. Meanwhile, the man just wanted to give the enemy everything he asked for and get out of here. Damien was pleased with himself, so he asked the man if he was willing to give up his equipment. This message put the paladin into a stupor, and Damien told him to give him his equipment and other items, and only then could he go on all fours. Soon the main character returned to the village with evidence of the work done in the form of the skin of the Wolf King. Local residents looked at it and could not believe that wolves could be of such sizes. The villagers realized that the shepherd was telling the truth, but they did not believe him. Damien agreed that it was true that people often did things they had never done before, and the village head looked at the monster's teeth and realized that even a bear could be killed with such fangs. Albert realized that he had made a mistake. The main character reassured the headman and said that the main thing in that situation is that everyone realized their mistakes, and the guy is not the touchy type, and if you continue to communicate well with him, he will forget everything. Albert thanked the young man. At that moment, the guy received a notification from the game that he had successfully completed the first mission of the Adventurers Guild, and he needed to return back for new tasks. In addition, the young man received a well-deserved reward, a bag of gold coins. The headman apologized for the fact that there were not so many of them there, since things in the village were not going well. So, the headman said that now the young man is a welcome guest in their village and can come to them at any time. But as soon as the headman was about to open the door, someone from the opposite side pushed them and called the young man. It was Joseph, who ran as fast as he could towards him. He asked if the main character was already leaving, and his former guards were running after the boy. Damien said that he killed the wolf the guy saw, so he won't steal their sheep anymore, so the shepherd shouldn't worry about it anymore. But before leaving, the main character gave advice to the teenager. He told him to continue taking care of the sheep, but to stop lying to people, since in the old days, people who told lies had their hands cut off. After that, the boy bowed after the young man and thanked him for clearing his name from rumors and for saving their village from a huge and evil wolf. This pleased and amused Damien. He waved goodbye to them, wished them all the best, and walked confidently into the sunset. Meanwhile, the action took place in the kingdom of Tera at the Golden Larkspur Hotel. In one of the rooms, Happy Damien and his chicken Munchie plopped down on the bed. The guy was glad that he had money to rent a room in a 4-star hotel. In addition to everything else, the guy received a notification that his stamina had also been restored. The young man placed a plate of fruit in front of his little friend and asked how he liked the local blanket. The chick really liked it, as it was very soft. His master was pleased that they had done a very good job teaching the bad guys a lesson. He came across several valuable things that dropped from the main boss. Here were added items that were offered by the guild for completing this task, and the equipment of Hayat-Yun's team was quite good. He was also given a new title, Devil. Now the guy wanted to exchange some items. He decided to exchange full plate armor, a restoration staff, and a heavy hunting crossbow. Chicken asked him if he really robbed those bad people, but the guy replied that they themselves gave it all to him, since he plays by the rules. And then something interesting happened. He received an incoming message. The message was as strange as possible, and the main character did not understand its meaning. Meanwhile, the man in black robes reported to his master that he had done what he was urgently asked to do. A black shadow appeared behind him and asked him whether everything went well or not. The man said everything went well. He was completely unable to control his body, but in battle he managed to attack, and also made a sensory exchange with the help of an intermediary. The shadow asked what the person's future plans were, and he answered that he wanted to learn control without the use of an intermediary. The shadow advised him to deal with this issue as soon as possible. The shadow continued and said that the gods had given him the ability to create and control monsters for a reason, so he had no right to waste his gift. And the task that higher powers gave him was the most important in his life. The shadow added that only they can be called apostles and chosen ones of God who fulfill the will of their Creator. And then she suggested repeating the prayer. So they passionately began to pronounce the words of the prayer, which they knew by heart, praising their deity and his will and his gifts. The shadow looked at the man named Alistair and reminded him that they must open the eyes of the poor and cleanse the world of lies. Besides, they had too much at stake, and today was their test run before the big day, so when that very day comes, they will have no room for error. The shadow hoped that Alistair was well aware of this. The man understood all this perfectly well, but there was a moment that bothered him very much. Namely, it was about the main character, whom this man in black clothes did not expect to meet in the mountains on the battlefield, whom he saw through the eyes of a wolf. In the real world, Jin Sung sat at his desk in his apartment and reread the strange message he received in the game. The Wise Company wrote to him, whose representatives wanted to meet with him, if he, of course, was not against it. He repeated the name of the company to himself, and remembered that he had already heard about it. It was a subsidiary of the world's largest internet broadcasting platform. She was unrivaled in the marketing field because of her connections with Switch. It was with this company that all the famous Korean rankers and streamers collaborated. Wonjien, Sensei Nyan, Phoenix TV. Therefore, the main character had a logical question. Why did this company need him? Because he was not even a streamer. In addition, the young man never recorded his games and never played with anyone on the team. In addition, most of the people he met throughout the game were either thieves or attacked him when they saw him playing. And then the thought occurred to him that one of the many people he met on his way was a player or streamer of this company. In a word, it was all very, very strange. He remembered that Wise became popular because the management cared about their players and streamers and did not let them offend anyone or anything. And then he realized that the players who crossed the path of these industry giants always ended up very badly, and he really didn't like it and scared him. The young man received a call. He was bothered by Jung Sung Han, who was the Korean representative of Wise, and asked the guy if he was playing Damien's character. After this, the conversation continued, and the result was that they agreed to meet. Song Han thanked the main character for his responses to the message and the call from their company. Then he asked the guy if he liked the dessert. To such a long speech, Jin Sung only replied that he was fine and got there well. The man said that he was glad to hear this, and then admitted that he did not even hope that the guy would decide to come to the meeting, so he asked to accept his gratitude for coming. Jin Sung also admitted, after taking a sip of his drink, that he only came here because he wanted to learn something important for himself. The point was that the guy was interested in finding out how they found out about him, and then about the character he plays for, since he didn't provide such information anywhere. The company manager immediately began to make excuses and say that the young man misinterpreted their actions, since they did not use illegal methods and did not collect incriminating evidence on him. But they called him because they had important business with him. So they looked at the recordings of another streamer of theirs who played under the nickname Brian, and through him they found the main character. Then it began to dawn on Jin Sung, since he had previously heard about the said streamer who collaborated with the Switch company. Then Song Han turned the tablet to the guy and asked that perhaps he had already seen and knew about the video that was there. And there was that same episode when Damien got into a fight with bad wizards in the port. The young man stared at the video and remembered that episode from HA. The general manager explained that this video was included in the top hot clips of the week. This video was recorded at a time when Mr. Brian and Mrs. Wendy could not leave the island because they were actively interfered with by players, whom the guy later dealt with. After that episode, the Wise Company decided to contact him. For this, they asked the player Brian to send them the original video, and the streamer himself really wanted to meet Jin Sung in real life, so he willingly helped his superiors. Song Han admitted that they called him to this meeting to thank him for what he did for their players on that island. At that moment, the man began to take out some documents from a brown envelope. But besides gratitude, the Wise Company had something else for the young man. In his hands, The manager held a contract that had been developed and drawn up specifically for the protagonist for cooperation with the Korean branch of the company. The man suggested that Jin-sung try to work for them as a streamer. The young man could not immediately give an answer, so he asked for time to think. They politely said goodbye to each other, and the guy took the contract for study and went home. He received special privileges, which he was incredibly happy about. Damien decided to sign this agreement, since only a very short-sighted person could refuse such generosity. But before making an important decision, he decided to first relax and put some things in order that had accumulated. At that moment, a friend called him and asked if he was busy. Jin-sung replied that he was free and realized that it was time to pay off his debts. Just at that moment, he received notifications that all the items that he put up for sale were successfully sold, and money came to his game account, and it was a very tidy sum, about 1,000,000,000 won. This, of course, was good, but he completely forgot about his own family and their needs, and only played for a whole month. He was surrounded by a whirlwind of system messages, reminding him that if he did not log into the game for 168 hours, as well as if his character died, or the character did not reach the goal, or he tries to cheat the game system, he will die. The guy froze in place. He perfectly understood that he had no idea how he was able to move 10 years ago in time, but that he understood that it was all very strange and mystically vague. The young man shook his head. He didn't want to devote his whole life to the game this time and lose his family again. But still there were moments that worried him very much. He was worried that information about his sworn enemy, Human, was constantly updated on various gaming channels and sites. Meetings with fans were held, and he became more and more popular. In addition, Human became #1 among the masters of magic. As far as the young man knew, his enemy had started playing in HA half a year later. Took an oath. It took him less than a year to join the ranks of the 10th Blood Oath clan. This made Jin-sung angry. So when Human became a hidden-class dragon mage, he was chosen as one of the 6 masters and given the nickname Shiny King Arthur. Now the young man had to constantly monitor his life in order to catch the moment when exactly the 6 masters would appear. In addition, the guy understood that he finally needed to find out what happened to himself, especially considering the fact that he now plays for the Witch Doctor and has the Will of Kirun quest to complete. But when he began to remember the past, he realized that there were too many blank spots, and it always seemed to him that he had missed something important. For example, after that very final sortie, only he and Arthur survived. Everyone else died. So, when the Demon King Abracus was on his last legs, Human stabbed him with a dagger. But why he did this is a big question, of course. He was a crazy idiot. But other than that, there was something else strange about this act. Suddenly, he thought about how he would live if he had not returned to the past. Human could have arranged everything this way, so that their expedition to the Demon King would turn out this way. But immediately Jin-sung drove away this thought, because he thought that although his former friend was handsome, it was very difficult to call him a genius villain. Of course, then it became a sensation that someone was able to deal with the final boss, Sha. But Human then could not get rid of the argument that he did not come to this victory alone, but that his team led him to it. The young man continued to lead the same lifestyle as before returning to the past. If he had called a press conference or sued the company that created HA, then his life would definitely go downhill. Now, much was different. He himself had changed. He clenched his fists and decided to deal with this confusing situation at any cost. The main character understood that he could not calm down until he found out why Human really betrayed them. After this, the young man went home, changed clothes, and sat with a friend in a cafe and ate, while reading the messages that came to him from the game, because before that, he had put the coins up for sale again and was now reading offers to buy them. Jin-sung explained that he displayed several gaming products in a special store and received messages about their purchase. His friend was surprised and asked how much he could earn on such things. The guy said in different ways, but he has unique items. Now, when he was transferred money for his next purchase, the young man decided that the proceeds should be enough to pay the bills for his father's stay in a nursing home, and a certain amount could be transferred to the family's expenses. At that moment, his mother called him. She wanted to hear her son's voice because they had not seen each other for a long time. Jin Sung said that he is working to earn money for her to have a good life. When he heard his mother's voice, he realized that he had forgotten about the promise he made to her earlier. He said that they would meet soon and asked his mother to sleep more and rest. He also remembered that he promised not to return to the life he had before. Suddenly he remembered that his friend also wanted to start playing Chronicles of Arcia. The guy opposite confirmed this and said that he would most likely take fewer different part-time jobs to start playing, because now he had 2 jobs. Hearing this, Jin Sung suggested that his friend give away one of his special capsules, since it was impossible to play without them. The guy initially refused, since he didn't have that much money, but the main character insisted, since his friend helped him out when he had problems. Now it was his time to pay off his debts. But the man opposite said that there were no debts between them, since they were like brothers to each other. So they decided to seal their friendship with alcohol. Jin Sung had other motives for trying so hard to help this man, because before he went to the past, it was this guy who took care of him while he was playing. Meanwhile, in the game, Damien and Munchie were on another mission, and a sign with satanic signs loomed in the air in front of them. The description said that it contained unknown energy and was most likely enchanted. The young man was in no hurry to touch this object with his hands, as he understood that there was something strange here. He thought about it and came up with 2 assumptions. According to the first, it was a collectible item. According to the second, it was a trinket. But the most interesting thing was that this item never got a rating. So he realized that only a specialist could evaluate this thing, using special items for this. According to the logic of the main character, this tablet could be very valuable. So first he decided to figure it out a little. For this he decided to use the Book of the End, because there should be more information about this subject. And just when he wanted to move on to the main process, he felt some presence behind him, turned around, and saw Kaerun, who was waving his hand and asking how he was doing. The main character admitted that he did not expect to meet the priest in such a place, since the last time he very quickly ran away from the newly made student. Such words from the guy angered the man, and he began to shout at the student. To smooth out the rough edges, Damien said that he had expressed his thought incorrectly because they had not seen the teacher for so long. After that, Kaerun calmed down and asked the guy to watch what he said, because otherwise he would simply beat him. And then he noticed a rather strange thing in his hands and asked where he got it. The young man said that he recently carried out a gold rank mission, where he fought with the Wolf King and defeated him, and the local residents gave him a golden tablet as a gift. The priest thought and asked the guy to give him this item for testing. Damien reluctantly handed over the subject to his teacher, with resentment in his voice, saying that only he would be able to make an assessment. The man took the sign and said that the guy was still too inexperienced for such procedures. And then Kaerun praised him and decided to check the young man's characteristics with one eye. He was interested to see the progress that he had achieved. Having read all the characteristics of his student, the priest admitted that he has achieved some success. Kaerun believed that the guy would reach the required heights when he stopped falling from several of his blows. The priest believed that the guy still needed to grow to the highest level of skill, because the young man did not yet know how to control his body, which means he is a bad fighter, because if he cannot tame his demons, they will sooner or later consume him. Damien didn't understand what his mentor meant by this now. The priest explained that the guy's strength was based on the same darkness as the Demon King. The young man began to understand what the old man meant. Apparently because of Abracus, he was able to be reborn again and go back in time 10 years ago. Now the guy also realized that he had been wrong to write off his teacher. But Kaerun came not to talk, but to give the guy a good shake-up, so that the main character could either get rid of the demons that were inside him or subjugate them to himself. After all, maybe after this the main character will be able to get answers to his questions. And then the old man threw the sign back to the young man. He caught it, but did not yet understand why the mentor did it. And then it dawned on Damien that the priest was thus letting him know that this occult object could help him resolve this issue. The main character received a message from Minjun. Damien advised to catch as many chickens as possible and complete tasks of local residents. Minjun said that he was doing just that and promised that as soon as he finished the task, they would meet on the continent. The young man decided that he had told his friend everything he needed to know. Now he was faced with the task of understanding what to do with this tablet in order to get the desired result. Damien remembered the conversation with Kairun. The old man said that on the tablet there is a rune of domination, which in its power is similar to the power that lives inside the young man. It was also said that such runes were used to increase witchcraft power. Damien theorized that since he had regressed, he had become cursed, so the only solution would be to find and get rid of the source of the curse. Although he did not understand how the gaming curse could affect his ordinary life, and this needed to be sorted out. Meanwhile, he received a notification that a new quest was available. The description said that a strange energy was emanating from one of the objects. Therefore, the main task was to find the one who is behind all this, and this task cannot be refused. The main character hoped that if he successfully completed this task, he would be able to get rid of the curse and find out why he went back in time 10 years ago. But before completing this quest, Damien came to the guild. The general manager praised his new employee, but the guy just smiled shyly and told Hastan that he didn't need to be praised so much. Hastan said that his superiors were delighted with his actions and results on the first gold rank mission, so they invited the guy to start working with them. Damien replied that he was an ordinary adventurer, and the manager's praise was enough for him. The manager asked the newcomer if he knew where the gold rank adventurers were now. The guy didn't know, and the manager said that many adventurers are hired by high-ranking people because the job needs to be done at the highest level. The main character was surprised and pleased that the Adventurers Guild appreciated his efforts and treated him like a king. Kastan said that the guy completed his first mission perfectly. The man told him that with such opportunities and skills, he could start working in different areas and take on complex assignments. Kastan thought that he was just looking for a person to send him on a mission to the ship Maria. The manager understood that there were many specialists in the guild who were superior to this newcomer in strength, but to survive on the ship, strength alone would not be enough. The young man stood at the boss's desk and listened to his conversations with his colleagues about what was happening on the ship. It turned out that an entire expedition had recently disappeared on it. And then the guy remembered what place he was talking about. It was the Karakorm swamp. Damien stood and thought that it was impossible that an entire expedition could die in that place. Kastan also noticed that it is difficult to call those swamps too dangerous a place. It is clear that one could meet zombies and skeletons there, but nothing more. Hastan said that approximately 20 silver-class adventurers went there. The main purpose of their campaign was to explore the area. That is, there was no raid or clearing of the territory. But they ended their foray in a very strange way. They took it and disappeared. The manager agreed with this, and then added that perhaps a new dungeon had appeared there, which no one had heard of before, and they fell into it. Damien stopped fooling around. Now he was serious, so he asked the boss if, after the first expedition, a second group of people had been sent to search for them. But he replied that this issue was under discussion. In general, because of this incident, a real commotion began in the Adventurers Guild. And then the main character proposed his candidacy for this task. The manager at first pretended that he did not understand the young man, but he rested his hands on the table and said that they had a mission. And Damien, he wanted to fulfill it. The main character received a new task, and now he went to look for lost people. The description said that he must explore the area, find the missing, and return home. To complete the task, he was asked to find partners, since the terrain was dangerous. The main character noticed that it was in bold that this was a difficult task, and also that he needed partners to complete it. He remembered that hidden alleys or new dungeons often appeared in that area. Well, since this was the case, the main character decided to do it and forget about it. Meanwhile, in one dark place, someone was fighting monsters. This person killed the lycanthrope without much effort. This was the 10th stage of the test. This test was passed by Jiang Wei, one of the Kirin Cup organization, and also one of the 5 dragons. Everyone congratulated him on his next victory, but there was not a single emotion on his face about this. The man who had the results of the man's test in his hands was about to read them out, but suddenly he was stopped by Liu Rei, the deputy chairman of the Kirin Chalice. He asked the herald to speak exclusively to him. The herald said that Zhang Wei passed this test much faster than the other delegates, but if we take into account the fact that he took the task together with the team, then his result will be slightly lower than what everyone expects to hear now. Zhang Wei, as the leader of the team and its members, worked hard to complete the testing task. So if Zhang Wei wishes, he can register with the guild. The guild worker repeated that if Zhang Wei wanted to join the ranks of the Adventurers Guild, then he needed to write and fill out a written consent. It seemed that the team had a clear plan of action, and this is not typical for newcomers, but what distinguishes them most from the rest is a special type of battle. Their leader did not try to attack the monster from different sides. It looked as if he wanted to accumulate more forces before the main attack. The rest of the team dealt with other enemies, but did not touch the main monster, which had the greatest amount of strength. But the guy couldn't understand how Liu Rei acted because he fought monsters with only gloves with sharp tips. The guild worker understood that this group of players was different from everyone he had seen during his work, and he had already seen many different ones. Zhang Wei told his partner that everything was really quite good and was happening as the stranger he had met recently had told him. That man also said that a friend had given him a gift and he decided to use it. The man stood and looked at his hand, which was covered in blood, and tried to understand his feelings and experiences, because the feeling of the process was too strong and this game was too realistic, because before he considered games to be fun for children, but not now. At that moment, he was torn from his thoughts by the voice of Liu Rei, who informed his leader that news had arrived in the game. The message stated that the Viraben, who were under the command of the Blue Dragon, had been eliminated. Zhang Wei Yu wondered who was able to deal with them. The man began to think about this question, but then his group colleague told him that this event happened in the game, and not in the real world. Zhang Wei lit a cigar and asked his colleague whether he was speaking seriously or mocking him. He asked again about whether the Eastern Dragon, the leader of the Great Power, had been killed here in the game. So what was happening at the moment was that Blue Dragon was spending a lot of his company's funds to gain a foothold in the world of HA's game. He gave up external activities and betrayed all his affairs to Wang Youwei and invested 70% of his funds in this business. But after the company quickly expanded, it was liquidated, and this was done by someone who was stronger than the Eastern Dragon. Now Zhang Wei listened to Liu Rei carefully. He began to understand that the Blue Dragon's protege was dealt with in such a non-trivial way. The man realized that the dignity of the Fourth Dragon had fallen to the very bottom. In general, a decade ago, the Triad was torn apart by a bloodbath, with several factions fighting for power. Over time, they quickly split into 5 groups, into which the Kirin Cup entered. So the organization was revived under the name of the 5 Eastern Dragons, and quickly recovered from the damage received. Thus, the group was reborn, and became much stronger. Therefore, now the man could not understand how something strong and great could be destroyed by one unknown person. For such organizations, this amounts to a loss of prestige, including outside virtual reality. Zhang Wei had already vividly imagined how Blue Dragon Chong Bin was gritting his teeth with anger, because his interest was concentrated in gambling, and here was such a failure. But now he received a blow equal to the money he invested in this enterprise. The man understood that now, more than anything else, he would like to see the face of his competitor when he reads the news. One of the dragons became interested, since 2 of his competitors met the same fate, so he even became curious to find out who had a hand in all this. Zhang Wei believed that Jisan and Viriban most likely could not be destroyed by the same person, although anything can happen in life. And even though he didn't like all this, he couldn't leave such a situation without his attention. Meanwhile, in the real world, filming was taking place in the Shinsa area on Kurosu Road. The director just ordered that everything was filmed and everyone did a good job. There was a man and a woman in the frame. So this was the place where they filmed the last episode of the drama, Why Can't I Love Alone? As always, she gained popularity and glorified young actors. The person who gained the most popularity from this drama was the young and handsome man Chang Yumin. Crowds of fans ran after him and stroked his pride. Director of photography. Man Sik noted that this artist was incredibly popular among women. Assistant director Jae Ha added that he is not sure that he would have been lucky enough to meet this handsome man at least once in his life if it were not for their work on the film. At the end of filming, the whole group decided to take a photo. Everyone was smiling, and even the director had a smile on his face. But no matter how stern the director was, he did not raise his voice at the young actor, because he wanted to establish a business relationship with the Yushin group. The crew members were talking among themselves about how this guy was a former professional gamer, but it was also the first time they had seen a person who could shine so dazzlingly even after 15 hours of filming, and they believed that acting was his calling. Meanwhile, the photographer completed the last shots of the young actors and informed them that they were also free for today, since the photo shoot was over. The man and woman bowed to their elders, as etiquette dictated. The girl looked carefully at her on-screen lover and asked him if he would go to a party in honor of the end of work on the drama. He seemed confused, so he asked a colleague when the event was. The actress was embarrassed and said that she would let Yumin know when and where the party would be held a little later. She didn't understand what was happening to her. She felt like a teenage girl who put a confession letter in her classmate's locker and was waiting for his answer. Yumin did not leave the image of his romantic hero and said that Ra Dahaye invited him to the holiday. He must come to it, but he is not sure that his busy schedule will allow him to do this. He played his acting role superbly and told the girl that if he went to this party, it would be only because his charming partner, whom he would like to see most of all, would be there. Such open flirting confused the girl. And then, in order to completely conquer the girl, he gave her his personal number and said that she could call him, and then they could go out for a drink. He took the business card, although she was very surprised by this action of the young man. He added that she could calmly refuse, but the girl shook her head negatively and said that she really liked it, and she would have the opportunity to call him and meet him not only for work. The young man pretended that it was a big secret, and that he only gave his personal number to her, so it was worth keeping a secret. After finishing work, Yumin walked up to the car, stopped, and looked at the girl. He realized that he liked to play with her feelings, because in fact he was still that bastard, and not the good guy, whose role he had just played perfectly. Yumin Wu asked Wu Sung, who had taken over the duties of the young man's secretary, what was next on his schedule. The man replied that he was waiting for a partnership contract with the Sun High Group, participation in a talk show as a guest, and filming and advertising. This information did not inspire the man, and he asked about meeting with fans since it was very important to him. The secretary replied that it would be in 15 days. After that, the guy took out a portable virtual reality capsule and said that he was now planning to connect to HA, so he did not need to wake him up, but send him a message when they arrived at the place. But before diving into the world of the game, the guy asked his assistant if he was able to get information about those people that he asked earlier, because the young star desperately needed to know who they were. Wu Song replied that they had a hidden patron, and it seemed that it was Varaban, one of the Chinese criminal organizations associated with the Triad, but most likely this connection was indirect. Just some members of the Triad financed this project. These guys did not neglect any means to expand their influence within the Chronicle of Arcia. The guy suddenly realized that everything happened only because he wore expensive things, because his opponents wanted to increase their own strength with the help of his items. But those guys had no idea that they were attacking the enemy, who were many times stronger than them, for which they paid with their lives, which Yumin apparently did not regret, but on the contrary, even received perverted pleasure. Wu Song added that these people were not the type to turn their right cheek when they were hit on the left, so they would most likely try to attack the young master again, and he needed to be as careful as possible if he did not want to get into more trouble. At this point, the young man began to realize the fact that if these people were associated with a criminal organization, then there was a high probability that the power of the Yushin groups and its influence would not affect them, since they were playing at almost the same levels. But this made Yuman more and more interested, and the game drew him in more and more. He could not stop logging in and playing in HA, and now, logging into the game system, he showed his true face as a psychopath. Meanwhile, in the Chronicles of Arcia, Damien decided to begin the first part of his task, which meant that he needed to find partners for this task, so he recorded a video for the first time in a month. He said that today his goal was to go to the Kirakorn Swamp, because this place was intended for people who had not yet reached level 50th, but wanted to improve themselves by hunting monsters. So he invited other participants in the game to go there with him. Munchi did not understand why his master was talking to himself. The guy explained that he was now talking to people from the human world who were looking at him through a purple screen. Having finished recording the message, Damien decided that it was time to go down the mountain and head straight to the swamp. And then down, or while descending, he decided to reconsider the terms of the contract he signed with the Wise Company. The young man understood that the terms of his contract were much better than those of other players, but he also needed to work better and more than others. Every week he had to meet his streaming quota, which was 40 hours a week. And then he heard someone telling someone that if there was a map of the Adventurers Guild, then Kirakorn Swamp was very easy to find. The thing is that the Geis mountain range rose in the center of the Arcia continent, but this place was impassable, and when moving towards the center, you can meet crowds of monsters that are difficult to defeat alone, so this place was considered one of the most dangerous. After hearing this, Munchi became very scared, and although he had been dead for a long time, he trembled and clung to his satisfied owner, who for some reason did not consider the place where they were going to be scary. They came to the desired swamp without incident, and didn't even meet any monsters on their way, and now Damien was studying a map of the area. The guy was happy that they got to the right place very quickly. The young man noted that most of the players who came here made many mistakes when moving around this area. But if you solve this problem, then you won't find a better place to hunt monsters. The main character explained to his pet that what he now saw was a high-quality optical illusion. In any case, if you know the way, it is best to take the opportunity to bypass the swamp completely. The guy understood that even knowing all this information, quite a few people came here, because there were no popular items to search for, and the level of monsters was very high. The healer thought about all this. Just at that moment, the first monster attacked him, which growled menacingly behind the young man's back. It was something similar to a crocodile, and it jumped out of nowhere and attacked the guy, who kicked the monster, and it flew away from him at a decent distance. This monster turned out to be a crocodile called the swamp alligator. He had strengthened teeth and muscles. He also had a color that was rare for his species. He knew how to swim and dive underwater, which made him a rather dangerous opponent. Therefore, Damien realized that he had problems that were not so easy to solve, because this monster was already attacking him again. But he wouldn't be himself if he hadn't run as fast as he could to counterattack the predator. And when he ran up to the monster, he hit it in the face first, thus stopping its forward movement. Then, he took out a bottle of his favorite poison and smashed it on the monster's face. When the first attack worked, the young man activated his skills such as Bloody Pulse and Voodoo Doll. While taking out a sashimi knife, he decided that since the crocodile was such an underdeveloped lizard, he should die now. Therefore, the result of this fight was predictable. The alligator was dead, and its winner received experience points. Then the guy turned back to the purple screen through which he was broadcasting what seemed like a live broadcast, and said that you can hunt monsters anyway, and asked the audience if they thought it was easy, simple, and elegant. At that moment, Munchi spoke up. He called his master a liar because he did not understand how he could deceive people in such a brazen way. Nevertheless, the young man was not taken aback, smiled charmingly again, without turning off the camera screen, said that it was a small warm-up, and now it was time to do everything properly, so he rushed into a new attack. Meanwhile, in the real world, another person was sitting at home in front of the computer, smoking. His table was already covered in cigarette butts. He complained that it was hard for him, and so on. This man was very shabby and angry, with 3-day stubble and wrinkled, dirty clothes. He believed that if he worked one more day without a break, as he had done for a long time before, he would definitely die here at his desk. It was Jamie, the programmer. In front of him, various TV shows and films were displayed on huge screens, but he understood that even if he wanted to take a break from work now, he would not be able to watch anything, and this made him angry. At this moment, the man received several messages which said that the client wanted to change the logic, that is, about the need for a video meeting at 11 o'clock. So Jamie sat and didn't understand how much longer he could live like this. And then the young programmer saw another message, which said that one of the streamers had now started broadcasting. The man wiped his glasses, looked at the screen, and remembered that he had recently subscribed to this strange guy in a mask. The interesting thing was that the notification about his broadcast was on the main page of the platform. The man decided that he would turn off notifications about this unknown guy, or even unfollow him altogether. But for now, he decided to quickly take a look at what he was like. So the first effect and impression made an indelible impression on Jamie, since he had the feeling that a zombie was crawling out at him through the computer screen and trying to kill him. So out of surprise and fear, he fell from his chair and lost consciousness. The man woke up and tried to sit on a chair. He couldn't remember if there had been similar streams before, with such a huge number of viewers and such shocking realism and danger that was transmitted through the monitor screen. There was a feeling that this player was not afraid of anything at all, since he stood right next to the monster, defiantly raised his finger, and said that in the fight against such creatures, you can do the same. This guy used a sashimi knife to cut the zombie's head almost into 2 parts, as if he had slaughtered a wild boar, and at the same time, he smiled at everyone with all 32 teeth, saying that there was nothing scary or complicated in all of this. And only at that moment the young man noticed how many people watched his broadcast. He did not expect that there would be so many of them, and thought that someone must have distributed a link to his broadcast. The main character said that this was his first stream, and he didn't really understand how it should be done correctly, and he was embarrassed by the number of views. But he had to stop, because a couple of monsters appeared behind the guy. They attacked the young man. But before he started fighting back, Damien thanked the 2 users who subscribed to him for 6 months. Whatever it was, the main character was now having the most fun, since he could release his second bloodthirsty ego, which was enjoying the process of exterminating monsters. As a result of the counterattack, the young man defeated the zombies attacking him and received additional experience points, and people who watched the live broadcast kept writing messages in the chat. Meanwhile, Damien himself was thinking about the fact that each new monster of the 30th level and above becomes only slightly stronger than the previous ones, so if you take into account the cost of his poisons and equipment, then killing them would be of too little use to him. He also realized that if he only used such techniques and means against fighting elite and minted monsters, then he would not be able to cope with any of them, although he might be able to cope, but the issue was also the cost. But if we recall his past experience in battles, we can conclude that the difference in strength was compensated by his physical condition of the body. Meanwhile, the guy was brought out of his thoughts by a sound. He turned around and saw a crowd of swamp skeletons approaching him. So, swamp skeletons are the undead that lived in this swamp. Because of the black magic that permeated this place, they could not rest in peace, but went back and forth and attacked uninvited guests who came to the swamp. But in the crowd of attackers, there were also swamp zombies. These are people who drowned in this place. They became zombies, and because they couldn't die, they lost their minds, so they recklessly attack living people. But everything he read did not frighten the main character, and he decided to start his attack by attacking one of the skeletons who was approaching him. So, he decided to comment on his actions for the audience. He said that in order to avoid injury, you can evade the attack by going down, and then hit the enemy directly in the head from below, thus breaking his skull bones. For beginners, or for those who have never dealt with the undead before, he said that they can only be defeated by burning them, since everything else will be ineffective against the walking dead. At that very moment, Damien realized that during the time that he had been hunting strong monsters, his 6th sense had developed very quickly and well. so now one glance was enough for him to see the vital points in the enemy's body. He knew that in the future, when he had to kill the gods and their relatives, this skill would be very useful to him. He sharpened his knife and said that if a person does not use spells, then he needs to use the method that he is now about to demonstrate. So he ran up to the zombie and pierced its head right through, from the jaw to the brain. At this point, he decided to complete the explanations of how to attack and eliminate zombies and begin the main battle, since there were a lot of monsters here, and he did not intend to die. Next, Dominion invited his viewers, in honor of their subscriptions to him, to watch a crazy movie that he decided to arrange for them, and then like this video and comment on it. After the fight with the undead, the main character drank a restoration potion and read that he received experience points and reached level 40. Now he stood in the middle of the swamp, pleased with himself, as he showed the audience how to destroy about 200 to 300 copies of skeletons and zombies at a time. After that, he moved to a new location, and said that if the players wanted to repeat a similar quest again, they could return to the previous location and hunt monsters, and it's better to do it here, since there are crocodiles on other islands. At that moment, skeletons and zombies began to appear again, and the guy read the comments on the stream. He was happy with the reaction he received because he knew his stream was different from others. But he decided to attract his audience by telling and showing them how they can and should hunt different monsters. He was sure that he would gather a fairly large audience in this way, since it was something new. The main character decided to read what people wrote, so he decided to entrust the work to Munchie. Various people subscribed to it, but there wasn't one for less than a month. Everyone asked when the next stream would be and were afraid they would miss it, so they subscribed. At that moment, the young man used the Raise Dead skill and a bunch of small yellow chickens appeared on the battlefield in the swamp. The kids collected all the useful things that they could find and that were left after the defeated monsters, and brought it all to their master. Munchie asked if the owner had finished his work. Damien said yes, he was done, and praised the kids for their help. In the chat, the girls drew attention to the chickens and asked to show these babies close-up. The young man knew that sending chickens to assemble objects was always effective, but now he could use them to impress girls. The time for the broadcast had expired. He realized that he had done a great job today. He carried out the promised stream, found useful items, and began to fulfill the mission. Therefore, I considered myself a very lucky guy. After that, he smiled charmingly, waved to the people who were watching his stream, and said goodbye to them until the next live broadcast. After that, he sat down near a tree. He was tired, so he had the feeling that he would soon die. The chickens continued to run around him, some running all over him. He remembered the warnings the game had given him. The point is that if the monsters hurt him, they would cause him to become abnormal. So the young man came to the conclusion that he would have to be more careful when using the blood impulse in the future. Munchie was lying on his master's shoulder. He asked him why he didn't give weapons to him and the younger chickens. The answer was simple. It was not worth showing all the trump cards to other people. Besides, their attacks would be useless against these monsters. The main character was afraid of getting stabbed in the back, as was the case before he returned 10 years ago, so he was not going to tell anyone that his hidden class was a healer. Although he didn't think about some things during the stream, now he carefully studied what he managed to get during the hunt. These were swamp crocodile skin, dead man's energy, and several tens of thousands of gold coins. Now he decided to think about the main task of the mission from the Adventurers Guild. He still couldn't understand why a group of silver-level adventurers were able to disappear here without leaving a trace. The young man studied the information but still did not find the answer, so he assumed that his initial conclusion about the appearance of the dungeon was incorrect. But if a new dungeon did not appear, then what happened here? At that moment, he took out the cursed tablet and began to think about whether Kairun's sign and warning could be related to this task. Then, this thought seemed funny to him, and he discarded it. He continued to look at the tablet, but his little assistant trembled in fear, looking at the ominous aura of this object. And then they both heard a terrible and incomprehensible voice that was saying something in an incomprehensible language. The young man looked up because he believed that the source of the sound was exactly there, because until that moment, there was no one or anything in the sky. But now there was an energy monster, with the appearance of which the atmosphere in the swamp changed sharply for the worse. Only now the main character felt anxiety, which was growing and becoming greater every second. Several blue spirits were circling above the young man's head. It was a beautiful but eerie sight. The main character stood still and peered intently at the creatures. He assumed that they were ghosts, but where they came from was an open question. Damien could not understand what this creature was doing here, and the chick could not help him in finding the answer to the question either. But this time he was wrong. Munchie noticed something that his master did not notice. The atmosphere in the swamp changed dramatically when he took out and began to look at the strange tablet that he was still holding in his hands. But the guy didn't have time to think, so he decided to first prepare for the attack. But he didn't have time to do this, as the ghost flew at him and caused a wave of real fear. All these incorporeal entities flew at him all together. At the same time, they opened their wide mouths trying to swallow him. But even in such a situation, there was something very strange and wrong, since such ghost monsters immediately attacked every living thing they saw on their way. But they just pulled him into the depths of the swamp, but did not attack him. The young man remembered from the last time that when he played this game, he spent a lot of time in this swamp to increase his level, but then nothing like this had ever happened. What has changed now that is inviting him into the depths of the swamps? Damien, for some reason, felt that he had to follow these creatures no matter where they led him in the end. So the guy told his pet that he had no idea what was waiting for them ahead, and asked the chicken to be ready to help him in battle. Having gathered his strength and spirit, Damien and Munchie followed the ghosts. On the way, he remembered that Hatsan had mentioned something similar. At the guild, the manager told the young man that the adventurers said that it was not the monsters that killed them, but that they disappeared one after another, as if they were possessed by ghosts, and those who remained became clouded in their minds, as if they had been drugged by something. Now, a lot of things were falling into place. So this was the problem, that the guild did not know why that mission failed. Looking at these ghost monsters, the young man remembered the words of his mentor, that all the evil in this world is like a hungry ghost, and if the guy cannot absorb it completely, then the evil will consume him. The man asked him to remember these words for the rest of his life. He also asked the main character if he encounters something that he cannot cope with, then he must immediately get out of there, because if he hesitates, then evil will swallow him with its shapeless, torn mouth. Now Damien understood that his mentor was not joking, but was speaking quite seriously, but he would not be himself if he had not run towards danger, while checking his inventory as he went. Everything was practically in order. He had enough things, but that same sign began to emit even more negative energy, and the aura of death began to react to the satanic sign. It began to dawn on the main character that the incomprehensible smoke around was the aura of death. This smoke or aura of death stretched further and further into the swamps, but it was not entirely clear where exactly. And then he saw in the distance how the source of the fog maneuvered between the dried trees. It looked like a clot of black energy with a red core. This thing led him to one of the most dangerous places in this world, the Lake of Oblivion. Therefore, for now, he did not go further, but stood and looked in front of him. In the waters of this lake, if you look more closely, you could see skeletons and corpses of people who drowned in it. At that moment, a beautiful long-haired girl appeared in the swamps and loudly announced throughout the cave that she was finally lucky to find what she was looking for. It was none other than the girl who tried to kill the main character during their exam to join the Adventurers Guild, but lost in that battle to the guy. Now, having watched this broadcast, she, without hesitation, ran here to take revenge. She felt traces of his energy with her fingertips, so she concluded that the guy left here no more than half an hour ago. She also clearly remembered his smell, so she couldn't confuse him with someone else. But then a sound caught her attention. But it wasn't a monster or another person. These were her own memories of that fight, when in the end he left her literally without panties in the arena. She had never experienced such humiliation as that time before, and never since. so she sincerely hated the main character, thirsted for revenge, and did not want to lag behind him and leave him alone. So, with the help of her ninja skill, she was able to display the footprints of a young man on the water, which led into the depths of the swamp, which was infested with various undead. The girl understood that her rival had gone northwest into the very depths of these swamps. Why he needed this, she did not yet understand. But she was going to follow in his footsteps. She was literally bursting with resentment. Wounded pride and pride, she promised herself that she would definitely catch up with him and avenge her beloved. Kunoichi was absolutely confident that this time she would be able to kill him, so she gathered her strength for the next push. Meanwhile, Daman stood, looked at the water, and scratched his ear. He believed in the sign that if someone's ear itches, it means that someone is scolding him. After that, he went down to the Lake of Oblivion and stomped along its bed for about half an hour. This began to stress him out, since nothing interesting was happening around him, and he was tired of walking on the water. In addition, all their way there was some kind of song playing, to which they really wanted to sleep. The chicken also staggered, standing with its paws on the master's shoulder. He asked him how long they still had to go. The young man didn't know the answer, so he decided to look at the minimap. The only problem was that the system could not determine their location and, accordingly, prepare a route map. This made the guy come to his senses a little and brought him out of his sleepy state. He didn't like this arrangement at all. Daman realized that something extremely wrong and strange was happening, and now he was in an unknown place, and it was dark, as if they were walking in the forest at night. Therefore, in order to somehow solve the current situation and try to understand where he was, the guy decided to look around for clues. And the first thing he did was look at his feet and pay attention to the direction of the water. Surprisingly, the water flowed in the opposite direction, which seemed absolutely impossible and absurd since it went against physics. But if this was the road to the Lake of Oblivion, then the water should have flowed into it, not flowed out of it. But that was not all, as the evil ghost monsters again began to circle above their heads, while they made strange sounds that resembled creepy laughter. So the guy asked Munchie to sit quietly and not distract him. Once such a situation arose, the guy decided to take action and first chose two items that seemed to him the most suitable for this case. He decided to evoke the same reaction that the ghosts had had until that moment. So a satanic tablet and a bottle with the aura of death appeared in his hands. The satanic sign again emitted an incomprehensible additional light, and the aura of death reacted to this sign. And then the aura of death suddenly jumped out from the young man's hands and flew past Munchie, frightening the chicken. The chicken looked after the retreating object, and Daman looked quite pleased with himself. The ghost monster was retreating, which means his guess was correct. It so happened that the guy did not go forward to the Lake of Oblivion, but walked in circles around the dead trees. The main character guessed that the problem was the man who attacked him, using his special skills on him. The young man knew about the existence of this very thing, but had not seen it in use for a long time, so he asked his pet to cover his ears with his wings. So Munchie did what the master asked him to do, but the bird was sure that they should have gotten out of here and gone as far as possible without covering their ears, and in the meantime, the guy tore out several feathers from him. Then the main character put these feathers in his ears, thus creating the effect of plugs, because since he started hearing this song, strange things began to happen to him, which means it was an effect on the mind. Daman now clearly understood that this was the type of magic his opponent was using, only it could bypass his sixth sense, so he mentally agreed with the chick and decided to move away from here to a safe distance. Therefore, in order to get out of the trap of evil ghost monsters and some annoying magician, the guy decided to launch a frontal attack. So, he decided to use the Flame Festival and the Potion of Decay on the enemy. With the help of this combined attack, he was able to break through, and there, in the middle of the Lake of Oblivion, he saw a black shadow that stood and did not move. Now, Daman walked forward confidently. The annoying song and the ghost monsters also disappeared in an unknown direction, but now he was curious who was behind all this. At that moment, a shadow in a robe rose into the air and said that it felt unpleasant energy emanating from the guy. This man said that the main character's body is dirty, as it contains the remnants of the energy of a false god, and all that the guy achieved was to challenge a living and beautiful deity. And he called Damien a heretic who has no right to exist. For the first time, the main character saw a subhuman in a black robe and with red eyes, so he did not understand what was happening here and why he was being insulted. The young man was determined to fight back this eccentric, since it was with his appearance that all sorts of strange things began to happen in this place. He suggested that it could be either a dimension wanderer or a parasite. The shadow said that she had nothing more to add and was going to wipe him off the face of the earth, since he knows too many different things that no one should ever know, and it would be even better if they did not exist at all. The shadow raised his hands, but what's interesting is that there weren't any hands there. In their place there were branches like vines. He intended to carry out punishment for the person who stood in front of him. The vine grew and began to resemble a real human hand in its outline and shape. The monster was going to make the young man writhe in pain and agony and regret that he had come here and was generally born. So a man in a robe, who imagined himself to be a punisher and arbiter of destinies, summoned a monster from the depths of the water. The game system informed Damien that he must be extremely careful if he wanted to survive this battle. The main character understood that he again became a participant in events in which he did not particularly want to participate. He understood that real madness was happening around him, since not only the water in the lake began to move, but also the earth on the shore trembled from what was happening. A few seconds later, the mutated siren appeared in front of the young man, but now, under the influence of an unknown force, it has lost its graceful shape and turned into this. On top of that, she had high stats and an interesting list of skills. At this moment, Damien experienced a pattern break. The guy couldn't believe that this worm-like evil monster could be a siren. And now this creature was ready to attack the young man, and the system warned him that this would be a very strong attack. And this evil creature spat at the main character with something similar to a stream of water that was released from a hose under strong pressure. This attack was called a water pump, and the young man realized that he was in a very advantageous position, even though he was able to dodge the first jet. Oddly enough, the champion of justice played a dirty game. The guy understood that for now he could only run away and dodge, but he had no idea how to win. The subman in the black cloak said that yes, he used illegal and dirty methods, but this only proved his unwavering faith in research and his true god. The weirdo was sure that he had created an ideal monster that could deal with this annoying person without much difficulty. Although Damien was in constant motion, he did not miss the moment when his new enemy pulled out both of his limbs. This caused the guy's fears, since he did not understand what could happen next and what he would have to do with it. And then something began to dawn on the main character. His opponent never attacked him on his own. He was always at one point, so from his place he could only turn his body and move his two arms. In addition, when the weirdo moved his fingers, around them, in the air, the color of the mana changed. And only after this movement the sirens began to change dramatically. This means that if you add up the movement of the eccentric's finger and the change in the movements of the siren, then we can conclude that she was not an independent individual, and she was controlled by this subhuman in a robe. But even this understanding could not help the young man defeat the monster, the strength and level of which could not be measured. And he also understood that the mana poured into the monster was constantly increasing, so he needed to act before it was too late. The guy realized that perhaps the only correct and possible way out for him was to cut off the subhuman and the monster from each other, since he controlled the siren. So the protagonist decided to go from defense to offense, so he activated Blood Pulse and Potion of Decay, as well as Greenleaf's Blessing and Flame Festival. The siren also did not lag behind the main character. She attacked him again with a stream of water. Just this moment the young man was waiting for. When jets of water flew at him, he calculated in his mind the degree at which he needed to dodge and ran forward, because now he could already see the angles of direction of the water flows. His blood was boiling due to the release of adrenaline, and he was also excited by the feeling that he could die at any second. But the guy was sure that he would not allow his game to end like that. And then what happened was that he was somehow able to catch the monster. After that, he jumped up and again combined Poison and Flame Festival to attack. and he threw this poison bomb straight into the siren's face and hit it with 100% accuracy. Further, the monster's armor began to peel off under the influence of the young man's attack, and the siren's body itself received an extensive burn, and her health indicator began to fall. Since Damien had actually solved one problem, he was determined to attack the main body, which was hiding behind the robe. But not everything is so fast. The siren's face began to quickly recover, so the guy realized that he would have to use another method to win. So, the main character decided to use the chickens as a distraction, and lo and behold, the weirdo and his monster fell for this trick. The subman thought that this trick, like all the others, was stupid and useless, until the chick was next to him. Munchi and several older chickens took command of their yellow squad and signaled to the younger ones to shoot poisoned arrows at this weirdo in black. Damien wasn't so sure that his squad of chicken poisoners were useless. He believed that they would try to do everything they could to harm both the siren and her master. In addition, the attack of the chickens was strengthened by the Flame Festival, and the heat began to spread. Hundreds of poison needles, enhanced by the Flame Festival, flew into the siren. Munchi commanded the chicks and told them not to stop shooting, since their enemy was not yet completely defeated. The weirdo was literally pounding with anger. He didn't understand what this meant or how it even became possible, and Damien was already about to attack him. The subman lost his vigilance and came to his senses only when the young man was near him and was about to cut him in half. But the main character did not succeed in his plan, since his knife landed right in the strong mask of his opponent. No matter how much force the guy applied, he could not cut the mask, since the material from which it was made was very strong and hard. At that moment, the weirdo launched black tentacles, as he wanted his opponent to retreat, and he did so, since he did not expect that tentacles could appear from his body. Damien was able to dodge the tentacles, but it was an unpleasant surprise for him, namely that this subhuman was protecting his entire body. Meanwhile, the siren had almost completely restored her body, and the main character needed to kill her until she completed this process, but he just didn't know how to do it. The guy understood that his last idea, on which he had spent all the lizard's bracelets, had failed miserably. Now he did not understand at all how to inflict physical damage on the monster. And the weirdo was already reaching out to him with his little ones, saying that this was apparently his opponent's last trick. The main character was confused. He saw that the siren had almost completely recovered, and the amount of mana that the subhuman poured into her affected the state of the entire lake. The chickens were also in a panic. And at that moment, when the siren was ready to attack, Damien asked his chickens, and he did it himself, to close their ears. One risky idea came to his mind. Meanwhile, the siren screamed so loudly that this ultrasound pinned the guy and all his chickens to the ground. It was the song of the dead, which reduced the speed of attacks and movements of the enemy. The guy understood that this debuff was similar in its properties to what he felt during his wandering among the dead trees. Moreover, this attack reduced his mana level. The chickens had already fallen asleep. Munchi held on with all his strength. Damien blamed himself for his naivety and neglect of the task, and for the fact that he realized too late what he had gotten himself into. And now the situation was truly critical. The siren's attack also affected him, since he closed his ears too late, and now it would not hurt him to hide somewhere, because if he falls asleep now, then in real life he will die, and he could not allow that. The siren wouldn't stop, and he was relying only on willpower and the fact that he couldn't sleep and couldn't afford the luxury of death, so he decided to do something crazy. He stabbed his leg with a knife. Meanwhile, the subhuman whispered that it was impossible to get out of here simply by covering his ears. A sharp pain in his leg sobered up the young man a little, and his head began to work better. So he thought about why this guy used a siren for his purposes. Now, when all the ghost monsters appeared in this place and surrounded them, it became clear that they came just in response to the call of the siren. This subhuman said that the spirits had the purest energy, despite the fact that this earth is filled with various evil entities and demons. Alistair was sure that if the main character gave up his body, became a spirit and repented, then he would find forgiveness. Alistair continued. He said that on the day when the false gods are defeated, and when this world comes to an end, the Messiah, who will already appear at that time, will create a new country and a new world. Damien reflected on what he heard, because if the spirits responded to the siren's call and served as her food, then without them she would not be able to sing, since sometimes her song was interrupted until she ate another spirit. Now, he understands what he needed to do. The eccentric continued his speeches about repentance, about cleansing the body and soul from filth, and everything in a similar spirit. But the guy asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Did he really think that he could defeat him when he was so determined to live? Alistair believed that from the very beginning, the fate of his opponent was predetermined, and he believed that he had lost his head and mind from fear and hopelessness, and then somehow he felt uneasy and hiccuped. Then he hiccuped again and began to understand that something was wrong with his body. But what exactly, he did not yet understand, and he hiccuped again. What happened was that by some miracle Daman managed to make a voodoo doll of his opponent and began the execution. He was interested in how long his opponent would last. First of all, the main character crucified the doll so that Alistair could no longer feed the siren, and after that, he began to choose a point where to insert his poisoned needle. Alistair still couldn't understand how the young man pulled it all off. The guy explained that he put a piece of fabric inside the doll that had come off the enemy's clothing, so now he could control him. He began to randomly poke needles into the voodoo doll, as he was very angry at this subhuman because of whom he had to suffer so much today. But what was interesting was that his opponent was already bleeding. But at the same time he did not utter a single word, did not make a single sound. Meanwhile, the siren stopped singing and the chickens began to come to their senses, and Daman approached Alistair, saying that he had already realized that his body was made of incomprehensible and unknown to him witchcraft, so he could not count on an easy death. This angered Alistair, so he tried to extend his hand, but the main character did not give him the opportunity to do this, and twisted the handle of the voodoo doll. The young man continued. He understood that this magician was not using the most ordinary spells, so the guy foresaw the possibility that the enemy would begin to influence his consciousness, and therefore covered his ears with plugs. Meanwhile, all the chickens had already woken up. Daman gave them the order to take their tubes with poisoned needles, and then asked them if they still had the effect of the flame festival, or had it completely gone. When they confirmed in the affirmative, he ordered them to shoot Alistair to check how strong he was. Meanwhile, the Kunoichi, who was following in the footsteps of the main character, fell for the same trick of the ghosts as he did. She realized that she was walking in a circle, but did not yet understand how to change it. But then the singing began to irritate her, and she raised her head up, and then it dawned on her that she had fallen under the influence of an illusion. This caused a wave of uncontrollable anger inside her. So the first thing she decided to do was destroy the illusion, since at first glance there was nothing special about it. And it wasn't like that, as they say, she had to deal with. Therefore, she used another of her skills called insects. Thus she again discovered the traces of the young man. The girl used the shadow walk skill and went to where she heard the sounds of the song, and where the traces of her sworn enemy led, she wanted to kill him. So she went, not even imagining what was waiting for her there. And so she came to where Daman was, but saw something incredibly strange. The entire space was filled with yellow chickens that were shooting from mini-tubes at a huge water monster. Another monster stood next to the monster and did not move. But she didn't care much, since she wanted to kill the main character, so she attacked him from behind like the last coward. The young man dodged, but the Kunoichi frightened his chickens and almost ruined his plan. The point was that the guy was interested in finding out how they found out about him, and then about the character he plays for, since he didn't provide such information anywhere. The company manager immediately began to make excuses and say that the young man misinterpreted their actions, since they did not use illegal methods and did not collect incriminating evidence on him. But they called him because they had important business with him. So they looked at the recordings of another streamer of theirs who played under the nickname Brian, and through him they found the main character. Then it began to dawn on Jin Sung, since he had previously heard about the said streamer who collaborated with the Switch company. Then Song Han turned the tablet to the guy and asked that perhaps he had already seen and knew about the video that was there. And there was that same episode when Daman got into a fight with bad wizards in the port. The young man stared at the video and remembered that episode from HA. The general manager explained that this video was included in the top hot clips of the week. This video was recorded at a time when Mr. Brian and Mrs. Wendy could not leave the island because they were actively interfered with by players, whom the guy later dealt with. After that episode, the Wise Company decided to contact him. For this, they asked the player Brian to send them the original video, and the streamer himself really wanted to meet Jin Sung in real life, so he willingly helped his superiors. Song Han admitted that they called him to this meeting to thank him for what he did for their players on that island. At that moment, the man began to take out some documents from a brown envelope. But besides gratitude, the Wise Company had something else for the young man. In his hands, the manager held a contract that had been developed and drawn up specifically for the protagonist for cooperation with the Korean branch of the company. The man suggested that Jin Sun try to work for them as a streamer. The young man could not immediately give an answer, so he asked for time to think. They politely said goodbye to each other, and the guy took the contract for study and went home. He received special privileges, which he was incredibly happy about. Damien decided to sign this agreement, since only a very short-sighted person could refuse such generosity. But before making an important decision, he decided to first relax and put some things in order that had accumulated. At that moment, a friend called him and asked if he was busy. Jin Sung replied that he was free and realized that it was time to pay off his debts. Just at that moment, he received notifications that all the items that he put up for sale were successfully sold, and money came to his game account, and it was a very tidy sum, about 1,000,000,000 won. This, of course, was good, but he completely forgot about his own family and their needs, and only played for a whole month.